to do, and so I have to have that confession that I'm feeling a little bit like, and by the way, just a reminder, for today, we're going to do tonight at I want to say 8 o'clock. We're meeting for the Prime program. So if you have an interest in stock options and learning how to make money selling stock options, it's a great way to make extra cash. Make sure you're on the text list. I'll send you guys a link where you can test out Prime for $1. And it's kind of a limited thing we're doing in the Black Business School, so you can try it out the first month for just $1 and see if you like it. And feel free to give that a try. Make sure you're on the text list though, and I can send you the link. To get on the text list, text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, you'll not only get access to this free training every morning, this private Zoom, but also you'll get special offers from the Black Business School if you want to elevate your economics in a meaningful way in terms of digging into some of these skills and essential skills that I believe that actually will surprise you in terms of you'd be amazed at how money is much more abundant when you kind of have a Swiss Army knife of skill sets that you can lean on. Like when you have a lot of different ways to make money, money tends to be more apparent, more abundant. It tends to appear in your life a lot more. Whereas when you have limited skill set, when you haven't studied it and you haven't learned some of these things, which are really techniques that I could show to a child, you end up thinking that it's hard to get money, and it is hard to get money if you don't know where money is and you don't know what people are doing to obtain it. And so anyway, if you come into class, I think you're going to be super impressed. We got some students in there that literally are making $3,000 to $5,000 a week or more. And I'm not kidding. I'm not making this up. I'm not here to talk about MLMs and what's the other one that people do, blessing looms and all that. This is not like that. This is not one of those stupid things. This I have a PhD in this stuff, so I can't run around presenting these goofy ideas that I see on the internet. This is something that actually works. It involves trading and selling stock options, and it's not. And I use the word trading very lightly because I'm not really into trading like that. Because unfortunately, trading is a type of. It can devolve into a type of gambling, and so a lot of people go into trading, and then they're surprised because the amount of money that they put in is more than the amount of money they pull out. And that's because trading isn't designed for you to really make a profit. But selling stock options is very easy for you to actually generate income because what you're doing is you're selling the rights to your securities. And there's a massive market for this because there's so many people out there that want to speculate, they want to gamble. So it's no different from the way casinos will sell risk to people that want to go to Vegas and lose money. So anyway, feel free to take a look. If you get on the text list, I will send you all a link. Just text the word morning to 87948 and I'll invite you. You can come in and see it for yourself. And I know it's going to blow your mind. So many people in Prime are super happy and excited. And I know I get excited because that's how I actually make my money. Believe it or not, I don't. I used to do the other stuff, but not anymore. All right. So anyway, let me hop in and let me talk to you guys about the topic for today that I wanted to drill into. And before I do that, though, I want to say hello to everyone that's here. I know hundreds of you pop in every single morning, so I'd be remiss not to greet you. Errol Semengal, good to see you. Errol from Pompano Beach. Antoinette, good to see you. Good morning, Antoinette. Althea Garvey, Maryland. Good morning. Good morning, Jonathan McLennan. Good morning, Edward Samuels and Sharon and Shaniqua. I see Shaniqua Hutchinson, Winston Butler. Who else? Darren Cyprian. Let's see. Landers Jones, Deanna Hodges. Good morning to everybody. Good morning, Donnie Redmond. Okay, so let's hop in and let's get started here. So what I want to talk to you about today is overspending. And one of the things that people don't know is that there's a lot of research done on the psychology of overspending. In fact, that part of the psychology is part of the reason that in the Black Business School, my wife and I, who's a therapist, we realized we need a Black financial therapy department because a lot of these scientific techniques are used extensively on the Black community to extract lots of wealth from us. And it doesn't, now mind you, it doesn't mean that it's all evil and horrible and sinister. It just kind of means that an awareness. When you're aware, you're less likely to kind of be sucked in by some of these little tricks. And if you study how products are sold to the Black community, and if you study the Black community, period, you'll notice that Black people, we tend to consume more media than anyone else. There are very, very few groups. There's no ethnic group, I don't think, in America that watches more television or does more internet, like social media, than we do. And what media kind of does, unfortunately, is it lowers your consciousness level. It lowers your awareness level. It reduces your critical thinking skill. So effectively, when they get you in that zombie state, it's very easy for them to offer you things and sell you things, especially things that are addictive. Like sex can become very addictive. So sex always sells. Gambling. We talked about gambling yesterday. Gambling is sold extensively throughout sports now. So you're in the middle of the Cowboys game or whatever, and you get all excited and pumped up watching your favorite team, and then this commercial comes on, and they will present a Black person typically. Give me a yes if you notice this. So give me a yes. Has anybody noticed that most of the sports gambling ads feature a Black man? How many of y'all notice that? Give me a yes if you notice. Give me some names. Was it Kevin Hart? I saw one with Kevin Hart. I saw another one with Jamie Foxx. I saw JB Smoove. I think it's Smooth with a V. Did I miss any names? Are there any names that out there that I forgot about? And isn't that interesting? Queen Latifah was in one. I didn't know that. Yeah, isn't that interesting though? Kevin Garnett. Wow, I didn't know that. Yeah, I just wonder because I don't see that as many ads with white guys. I just don't. Maybe they're only targeting me with the Black people ads, but literally most of the ads for sports books and sports betting feature a Black guy, and a lot of that. And if you also notice, if you watch ESPN, there's sort of this overwhelming number of Black males that are even doing commentary on the sports networks. TNT and all that. It's like a bunch of Black dudes. And what someone said to me, and again, I don't know how true this is or not, but he works for ESPN. I have a friend that works for ESPN who told me, and he's a commentator, very prominent commentator, or maybe it's Fox Sports. I get them mixed. I don't watch any of them, to be honest with you. And he said that what they actually were thinking years ago, like I'm talking about like 10, 12 years ago, was they said, wait, Black male unemployment is higher than any other group. So there's millions of Black men sitting at home with nowhere to go. They don't have jobs. So we're going to so we can have men. If we have Black men on TV, then these Black men are going to become part of our primary audience. And if you watch a lot of the sports shows, they cater a lot of it to Black male culture. And I get it. I understand the culture. Like because I'm part of I love sports. I can sit and talk about the teams and all that with you all day long. But at the same time, though, there's a point where I turn the TV off because I got to go handle my business. I'm not trying to go and be overly obsessed with whether or not Jerry Jones wins the Super Bowl, because Jerry Jones is not going to send me or my family any money if he wins the Super Bowl. I'm not going to get a check if the Cowboys win again. So I'll watch and I'll enjoy it, but then I realize I've got a bigger game to play, and the bigger, more important game is called the game of life. And so that's where I'm trying to win the Super Bowl. I don't really care that much if the Cowboys win or whatever. And so one thing that's interesting though is that with sports being one of those distractions that minimizes our consciousness level and keeps us investing in others more than we invest in ourselves. I never forget this story. This is a true story. I got invited one time to speak at this university, and it was one of those small schools that you never heard of. If I said the name of the school, you wouldn't know, you wouldn't even know this school. And I spoke to they had me because I was their Black speaker, they had me speak to their Black students. Most of their Black students were athletes. They pretty much primarily only recruited Black students to play sports. So the three guys I was sitting and talking to, they were all on the football team, and we were just sitting at the tables, like me and I think three guys. And there was a young Black woman who was my tour guide, who was showing me around the campus, who was sitting to the side as I was talking to these guys, and we're having guy talk, and I'm just getting to know them and trying to find out what they're interested in and all that. Well, all they did was they kept talking about sports, right? And that's cool. Like I was chopping it up with them too, and I was really fascinated by how these young men, I think, oh, maybe one was a junior, one was a sophomore, one was a senior, something like that. I was really fascinated by the way the conversation flowed. It was literally like a tennis match. Like one guy would hit the ball to the other one hit the ball back. So it's like, no, the Giants gonna kill the Cowboys. Well, no, the Cowboys, they don't have the offensive line. Well, the Giants just signed so and so to 2.5 million. They didn't give him 2.5 million. They gave him 7 million. No, but they're gonna trade so and so. Like they were really not just talking about which team is better, my team will beat your team. they were talking about the specifics of the business of sports. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like they were talking about contract extensions and the options to extend contracts and what different teams need and who they're going to draft next year and the trades they made to up their stock in the next draft. Just all these really specific nuanced things that you really get from watching hundreds, maybe thousands of hours of Sports Center, right? Are you following me? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you understand why I was really intrigued by this? Like I was really, I like they sounded like scientists and they were with this analysis, and so I was like, okay. Now, mind you, first off, I find it interesting that when a person puts that much energy and effort understanding something that is not going to put a nickel in their pocket. I mean, I get it though. I get it. We love what we love. I could talk to you about. I was just watching the NCAA track and field championships. I can tell you all about the great sprinters at Florida and LSU and everywhere. Like I follow that and I'm interested. I'm interested in the Olympics. I'm wondering if Fred Curley can beat Christian Coleman and like and Noah Lyles is if he's gonna get 2 gold medals. I'm watching these things but there's a point where I have to detach because I got things to do, right? And I also um kind of try to make sure I remember like this is not your sport. Like you're not like you don't get too happy or too sad when somebody wins because this has nothing to do with your real life. And I remember listening to these guys just really going back and forth about the NFL and really talking like you would have thought these guys were sports agents. You would have thought that these guys were team owners. You would have thought that they had an investment stake in these teams. You would have thought they were on the roster. And what I did was I said, okay, well, I said, well, you guys know I said, you know what you ought to do? You ought to like start a YouTube channel and just talk about sports. I said, you know, that there's guys out here that make a lot of money doing that kind of stuff if you can do it, you know. And I like there's a guy named Pat McAfee or something who basically got together with the guys and would talk sports on YouTube, and he got $200 million contract or something with ESPN. So I was like, yeah, this is something you guys should do. And I said, do you know how people make money on YouTube? And they said, no. How do they make money on YouTube? I said, okay, well, you get paid like for every 1,000 viewers that you have. That's how the ad network works. So I think I said something like, so let's say that you have 10,000 viewers and you're gonna make $5 per for every 1,000 viewers on your episode. So then you get 10,000 viewers. So the amount of money you would make would be 10 times 5. Now, so how much money would that be? I think I just asked it. And I was like, so how much money would you make? And there was like complete silence. Like that, like no one said a word. And I said, "Oh, well, maybe I said it wrong." Like I was sitting there thinking, okay, maybe I missed, maybe I didn't say it loud enough. Maybe they're just shy. They're football players. I don't think these football players are typically not shy. They're very assertive. So I said, okay, so let's look at another example. Let's say that you do an episode on your show and in the course of a month, you have 100,000 viewers. So you make $5 per viewer. So how much money would you get if it's 5 times 100, right? You get $5 per thousand. You have it 100,000. So 5 times 100 is the amount of income you would make that month. How much money is that? And it was really fascinating to me that nobody answered the question. There was just complete silence. And I just was like stunned. My brain stopped working because I just thought I was in the Twilight Zone. I said, "This is a practical joke, right? This is this what where are we? This is a college campus, right?" And I didn't. It's not to insult the guys or anything like that, but I sat and I was like, "Wait a minute!" But they were just breaking down in scientific fashion like the offensive line of the New York Giants, who was going to get traded, what the salary cap was, and what their contract extensions look like, and who's going to get picked in the next. Like they were telling me things. All this, I mean, like literally, they were football scientists who could not tell me what 5 times 100 was, and they were in college. And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm shifting my butt, shifting in my seat. I'm like thinking, how you gonna make money when you can't count? Like I'm not being mean. I hope I don't sound like I'm. If I sound like I'm being mean, please forgive me. I'm not trying to look. I'm not looking down on those guys. I felt sorry for them. I was like, what happened here? What's going on? And so I remember after it was over, I had to. go to the airport, and I was talking to the young lady that was with me, that was giving me the tour, and I said, "Did you hear that conversation?" And she goes, "Yeah, yeah, I heard it." And I said, was my question not clear?" She said, "No, it was clear." She said, "I was gonna blurt out the answer, but I knew that wasn't my conversation." Because she comes from that tradition, like, where, when men are talking, that's when men are talking. When women are talking, men need to butt out, and maybe when men are talking, we need to talk to each other. We don't always need, so she was kind of just letting us have our space as men. And but she said, I wanted to answer the question. It was 500. So what I really think about is, I pray for, like, us, and think about our kids. And I think that we don't understand the urgency that exists when you have millions of kids that can't tell you what, you know, 20 plus 10 is. Or if they do a business deal and they're going to get 10% of the profit, and you say, okay, if you make $1,000 and you get 10% of $1,000, how much money do you get? And then they guess, and then their answer is like $322. Like, just something that doesn't even show, like, the basic understanding of mathematical fundamentals. And so this goes back to that point I've always made. I don't trust white people to educate black children. I just don't. I don't hate white people. When I talk like that, I know people get scared of me, and I don't care, because I'm not a person to be afraid of, but at the same time, I'm not a person to be played with. You're not gonna play with me with a bunch of nonsense and somehow convince me that these kids who are unloved and uneducated are gonna have a chance of success in the world. Because what happens is that when you deny our children a proper education and deny our children an economic education, they get to the point where, like everyone else in America, they get to the point where they're 25 and up and they need money. And then there's no more stressful position you can be in than when you need something and you don't know how to acquire it. It's like being in the woods and you need food and you don't know how to hunt, you don't know how to fish, you don't know how to grow nothing. And so the blame, if you want to blame someone, the blame is who put you out in the woods and gave you no survival skills. Well, maybe your parents did that. Maybe they handed you over to someone who promised to give you survival skills, who did not do the job. Maybe we're passing the ball to somebody who plans to throw the ball out of bounds, so to speak. Maybe we're handing our children over to someone who's going to molest their minds and psychologically abuse them, and lie to them and leave them severely unprepared for the world. I mean, this is what's going on. This is what you're seeing in the world. And so I just personally think, I shared a video on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance, and I have a backup at Dr. Boyce Money. My Instagram, my big one, got taken down because I say things about white people, and that makes people nervous. So I had 600,000 people, and they're gone. So if you're one of the 600,000 from before, you can follow me at Dr. Boyce Finance and Dr. Boyce Money as a backup, just so in case they eliminate me. And I had a dream that I was talking to the I put up a video about Jaylen Brown, who plays for the Boston Celtics. Jaylen is about to go to the NBA Finals, and I talked to Jaylen Brown's brother via text recently, but Jalen's very busy. So obviously, because he's about to play in the NBA Finals, so we haven't spoken in the past few days. But anyway, I put up this video of Jaylen Brown, and I want to mention Jaylen because I think it's very important to know what a black man looks like. So Jaylen Brown, in his history, he didn't only sign the highest NBA contract in the history of the league, and he's not just a superstar that's about to play in the NBA Finals. Jaylen Brown, from what I understand, is an absolute, complete, total genius. You've got to go to my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. That's where I put the video. He is one of the most brilliant young athletes I've seen. He reminds me of Dr. Myron Rolle, who's another friend of mine who was so brilliant that he chose not to go right to the NFL because he wanted to go and pursue a Rhodes Scholarship or something. He's now a doctor at Harvard, from what I understand. And what's interesting is, in the case of Dr. Roll, the NFL started to question his commitment to sports because he was so smart. Somehow they believe that a black man who's intelligent cannot also be athletic. that if you're committed to your academic achievement and your intellectual development, then that means you're not dumb enough or zombified enough to follow our orders and our instructions, right? That's what their false belief was, but it wasn't true. Dr. Roll went to the NFL and had a great career after he took care of himself. He was B1 in the sense that, or maybe it's maybe B1 or at least me one, meaning that he said, I'm more important than your little NFL team. My future, my family is more important than whatever you got going on with this organization. So I'm going to come and work with you, but I'm also going to make sure that I work for myself and work for my family first. So now Dr. Roll has a wife and some beautiful children. He's a Harvard educated doctor. He's going to have a great career beyond football. And I just think that's quite admirable. Well, Jaylen Brown reminds me of Dr. Roll. Jaylen Brown, his whole life has been this genius straight A student who's, the guy who joins the chess club and took graduate level classes when he went to college. And I just was so inspired by what I saw. I said, this is what a black man looks like. It reminds me of myself at that age. Just I wasn't as athletic as him. I love sports probably as much as he did, but I wasn't 6 foot whatever. I was too short to play basketball. But if I was tall enough, I probably would have been playing for the Celtics too. But the point of the matter is to say that this was the kind of thing that I think really exemplifies the excellence that our children are capable of. Most of the men and women I know who play sports at a high level are very disciplined, hardworking people. They're strategic, they're intelligent. They have more discipline than most regular people because it's very hard to play sports at a high level, at a college or professional level. If you've ever seen the day-to-day workout routine of a college athlete, you would know these are not amateurs, these are professionals. And that's why for many, many years I've always advocated that the athletes be paid like professionals. Now universities are being forced to pay them, and they should have been paying them 50 years ago. So to me, when I see Jaylen Brown, I don't see an exception. I see a guy who represents which should be the rule. Because if our young men spent as much energy and as much time on their intellectual development as we spend on our athletic development, we will be the intellectual leaders of the entire freaking earth. Give me a yes if you agree with this. Let me know if you understand the correlation here. I need you to understand the connection. You're getting up every day at 6 a.m., busting your butt, working your ass off, getting pushed to your absolute limits. And for some reason, somebody told you that you're not supposed to also do that in everything that you do. You're supposed to be if you're a superstar on the court, you should be a superstar in the classroom. You should be a superstar on the street. You should be a superstar in everything you do. If you're a hardworking man in your sport, how can you claim to be super hardworking over here, but you become a lazy, backward ass Negro over there? That doesn't make any sense. That's brainwashing. And I had a hard conversation like that. I had a student in my class when I was teaching at Syracuse who was an all Big East wide receiver, and it was embarrassing. The class was full of white people, and he's the only black guy, and he was getting the lowest score in every test. And so I sat and talked to him. And I said, "Man, this is embarrassing, dude. Like I see you. I see how good you are. I see how hard you work. You're the only person in the classroom who can go into a stadium with 50,000 people and play on national TV and catch passes and score touchdowns and all this other stuff. But yet somehow you think you can't pass these a finance test. Like these tests are easy compared to what you have to do. You should be great at everything you do. Greatness should be in your blood. Greatness should be part of your culture. I was talking to him about culture. I was talking to him about mindset. I was saying, look, if you're going to be great, if you're going to be a great man, be a great man. Just be great at everything. Just all you got to, I'm not asking to change a single thing about who you are. I'm not asking to go from being the cool guy to being the nerd. No, I'm just asking you, if you're going to be great, be great. If that's what you are, then be it. Stop turning your greatness off when it comes time for you to invest in your future, but then somehow you become great when it's time for white people to cheer you on the football field. These people don't give a damn about you. They don't care if you go out there and get brain damage or you get paralyzed. They just want to cheer because they like to see a Negro run and jump and catch balls. That's what they like to see. So what I'm saying is the reason I put this video of Jaylen Brown up. And I was so inspired. I said, man, I'm so proud of this dude. This is impressive. And then he's also the guy. He also actually, when he got his contract, they said, well, what are you going to do with the money? He said, I want to build a Black Wall Street. I said, Lord, this is awesome. This is so great. And it's so, but even my excitement is depressing because everybody should be doing this. Like there should be 1,000 athletes saying the same thing. Like it's weird. We live in the twilight zone because it's very weird that we have like just one or two that it's very rare to find somebody who is at the heights of society who actually remembers where the hell they came from and who ain't scared to invest in and support their own people in their own community and build their own families. That do you understand how deep the brainwashing has to be for you to think that any of that all makes sense? It doesn't make any sense. So with Jalen Brown, I was very proud of him, and it's really weird because I think I went to sleep thinking about that video, and in my dream I was talking to him and some other people in the Boston Celtics like extensively about this stuff, like about economic consciousness and about this is how weird I am. I think about this so much I dream about it, and we were having this conversation, and it felt so good because I'm like, finally, we're going where we need to go, and because what we really need long term is we need infrastructure. I really believe one game changer for the black community would be if you had some serious people get together and raise a few $1 billion to build very simple little schools all around the country, just like the Jewish people have Hebrew school. We need black people school. We need black economic school. We need powernomics training, whatever you want to call it. And this was the vision I laid out to Kanye West. He did not see it. He's in another place. Um, but this is something that is easy to do. It's been done before by other communities that wanted to take self accountability, and it is something that would make a massive difference that would last for the next 500 years. If you went to every city and just said, okay, we're going to put up, you know, we're going to have $1 million budget per city, and we're going to create some little school, and we're going to focus specifically on powernomics principles or basic economic principles, and we're going to incentivize the people in the community to send their kids here to be educated. We're going to hire black educators who really love the kids, and then we can supplement it with other aspects of what it means to live a wealthy life, health, wealth, and relationships. We've talked about that, and we're just going to make sure that they're educated with love. See, y'all don't understand that love is $1 trillion commodity right there. Love is $1 trillion commodity. Black love is $1 trillion commodity. And what do I mean by that? Well, when your children go to school in an environment where nobody loves them, that white lady from the suburbs, she's only there for a paycheck. Except for a few exceptions. There's some good people out here. I'm not saying that all white people are bad. I don't get into all that. But literally, the kids are being devoid of love. They're not loved in these systems. The school systems are built just like little penitentiaries. They're penitentiaries on training wheels. And so, because there's no love, the children don't connect to the teachers. The educational process does not work. And so, as because the educational process does not work, you have this young person who could have been anything who goes out into the world unprepared, uneducated, or miseducated, and literally all their potential is kind of thrown down the toilet. So, if you take that same process of miseducating kids, leaving them uneducated, and putting them out into a world where that's very competitive from an economic standpoint, then what's going to happen is that you're literally losing trillions of dollars every generation from a loss of human capital. You can, according to financial models, value human capital or value a human being's economic potential based on various factors like education, work ethic, where they're focusing their energy, things like that. You can do that. So I can literally write down an equation for you right now. I'm not going to do it because there's no need to, but I can give you an equation that will tell you what a human being is worth from a purely economic standpoint. So when you educate, so this is what the reason I say black love is $1 trillion commodity is because if you imagine another scenario, imagine if our children were educated with love. Imagine if every morning the kid wakes up and he's going to a space with black men and black women who really love him, who really are passionately committed to seeing him succeed, who really care if he ate breakfast that morning, who care if he's happy or sad, who care that he's having good relationships with the other children in school. That kid is going to grow up and he's going to reach his potential. He or she is going to be far more successful. That little black boy is going to grow up and become a great husband and father for some black woman instead of being one of these men that disappoints everybody, right? Again, not that you put that all on men. I don't want to get into that. But seriously, think about what happens when guys are not raised properly as children and not loved properly. Well, they grow up and they become a freaking nightmare for somebody. Like no accountability, no responsibility, making a bunch of babies, don't take care of them, not showing up for their family, not showing the children look up to them, but eventually they can't anymore because daddy's a drug addict or an alcoholic like my daddy was. And so ultimately at the end of the day, what I'm saying is that when you have love in the room, you're elevating the value, the economic value and economic potential of these children that are being raised in a pool of love, instead of having them raised in a nasty, toxic bathtub full of hate and disrespect and microaggressions and dysfunction. This is what I'm saying. So ultimately, everything comes back to love. And I would say that if we love our children, we will invest in our children. If we love ourselves, then we will invest in ourselves. The things that you love, you take care of. The things you don't love, you throw them out the window. You waste those things. So I would argue that the lack of self-love, the lack of love for each other, the lack of love for our children, the lack of love for progress and everything that we claim to believe in, that is what causes us to continue to do things wrong. So when I just to summarize on that point, when I saw that video on Jalen, I was super excited, and I said, "Man, this would be so great." And imagine if we had schools where all they did, like literally, do you know, simple ideas? I promise you, simple ideas will change everything with Black economics. If Jalen simply, let's say Jalen was an egomaniac who said, "I just want to create 1,000 schools where we're going to produce, 100,000 kids a year that are just replicas of me." That are going to do exactly what they're going to play basketball, but they're also going to be great at chess and mathematics and and the hardworking students and whatever else I believe in. Like literally, imagine if you had, 100 or several 100,000 Black men who think just like Jalen Brown, who sought educational excellence, who were disciplined, who were hardworking, who still love sports. Remember, sports is cool. I like sports. I played every sport. It was fun. I wish I'd learned more about baseball. My father was a good baseball player, but he was never around, so he never taught me. But I think I would have been good at baseball. I would have been good at golf because golf, I wasn't tall, so maybe I needed a sport that didn't require me to be big and tall. But the point is to say that just simply taking your models of success and being able to mass produce them in almost like an industrialized framework, that is a pattern and a model that's been used by by countries to build powerful nations. The United States, the reason Hitler was so scared of the United States in World War II is because the United States has had some of the most amazing industrial capability of any country on the planet. If they want to make a bullet, they're not going to just make one or two bullets. They're going to make like a billion bullets. They're not just going to make two or three really nice ships. They're going to make like hundreds of ships because they've got a process, a system. Do you understand? So what we need a system. We need to look at our best and brightest and our baddest and our boldest and our most extraordinary men, our most extraordinary women, and we need to build them just like you build a Tesla in a factory. Because they already do that with hip hop. There's a whole documentary called The Nigga Factory. They already build gangsters. They already build thugs. They already have a factory to build athletes. They have factories to build Black kids that want to be comedians or whatever. That's why if you go to most schools and you ask the Black boys, what do you want to be when you grow up? An overwhelming majority of them are going to say, I want to play in the NFL, the NBA, or I want to be a rapper. They are because there's a system. It's systematic. So the question becomes, given that you know that there are so many systems that are plotting to turn you left, how many systems do you have in place that are plotting to turn you right? Given that there's so much, remember, media is a system. That's why, if you think about the radio stations, when all the radio stations got together and said, we're going to play the same music everywhere in every city, that's when Lil Wayne and people like that become mega famous. And they're because everybody around the country is hearing the same songs. It's systematic. So what I'm saying to you is that those who have that position of power, who have those resources, I wouldn't put it all on Jalen. Jalen's in his 20s, I think. So that's a lot to put on you as a young guy. But those people that have access to capital should also have a way of thinking or advisors that can think in a systematic fashion so you can implement systems to counter the systems that are there to harm you. Remember, racism is systematic. Systematic racism is what really, really plagues you. It's not this specific one, it's not these one-off situations like, oh, I went to the grocery store and the white lady didn't want to give me my change. I don't give a damn about that. Who cares if they like you? Stop getting that's not racism. Systematic racism is when you're talking about the massive denial of opportunities, when you talk about massive economic theft that's occurred over multiple generations to the tune of $14 trillion. It's when you talk about entire systems designed around white supremacy, like the school system, the prison system, the economic system, system. So you got all these systems that are working against you. What systems do you have that are working in your favor? Or are you even, because remember, to think on a systematic level, you have to have a certain level of consciousness. A person who's sitting in the system can't always see the system. They can't see the system unless they elevate in terms of consciousness to rise up and look down and say, well, wait a minute, this is happening to me. But oh, it happened to millions of black boys. There was millions of black boys that wanted to put on medication and do all these other things. Do you understand? This is why consciousness is so important. I'll share the story, then I'm done talking about this topic. But I still remember when Snoop Dogg was talking to Tupac. And as you know, in case you don't know, Tupac got killed, and Tupac was right in the middle of his beef with Diddy and everybody else, and Bad Boy and Tupac was pretty committed to the beef, right? Tupac had been traumatized because he got shot in New York, and he's thinking somebody set him up, and it's kind of bad. So he's really mad at Snoop Dogg. He was mad at Snoop Dogg because Snoop Dogg had a different level of consciousness than Tupac. I hope I didn't offend anybody by saying this, but Snoop Dogg's consciousness was just different in my view because Snoop Dogg was like, Tupac was like, I'm gonna kill him or F those dudes or whatever, right? My fofo, make sure all your kids don't grow. Like he's really in it. He's really in the moment. And Snoop is like, let's take a step back here and let's think about this. So to me, Snoop, so his approach was more like, this moment will pass. One day I want to be a grandfather or something. I want to be alive in the year 2010 and 2020 and get gray hair and whatever and do oldies concerts with Mick Jagger and stuff. Like I don't know if I really want my last experience on this earth to be like 1996, right? So what was interesting was Pac got really mad at Snoop because from what I understand, I'm not an expert on this. So anybody who's a hip hop head, if I'm wrong about something, just let's not. I don't want to debate that all day. And so Snoop goes to New York, and they asked him on the radio. They said, "How do you feel about Puffy and everybody else?" Because he was Puffy back then. He changed his name every like once a week. And he was like, "Man, I'm cool with all of them. I like all them dudes, man. They all right." So Snoop was trying to like be friends with people and just say, "Look, I'm not trying to escalate this conflict. I don't really want this to get out of hand." Whereas Tupac was like, no, that's the enemy. And remember, in his song, "Hit 'Em Up," one of the greatest diss songs of all time, he says something like something that was really interesting to me, where he says, um, F Bad Boy, F blah blah blah, as a whole record label and as a whole crew. And then he says, if you're down with Bad Boy, then F you too. So he's spraying a nuclear bomb, basically saying that not only am I talking about my enemy, but anybody who's even affiliated with my enemy is also my enemy. So by Snoop Dogg simply saying, and I promise you that there's a point to this. So by Snoop Dogg simply saying, look, I don't want to fight them. That's between y'all. That made Snoop into the enemy. And so what Snoop told as a story, which was interesting to me, that made me think that okay, this guy has a level of consciousness about him. And consciousness is vision. It's the ability to kind of see long term. It's the ability to see wide, to see the bigger picture, and not get caught up inside the trees. You can see the whole forest. Is so he says, yeah, me and Pac were talking, and Pac was saying, man, Death Row, we the I'm gonna say it like Snoop said it, so cover your ears if you don't like profanity. He said, Pac was like, we the motherfuckers, we the ones, we the sinners. They can't nobody mess with us, can't nobody mess, right? And what Snoop said was really interesting. He said, cuz, he said they make us everywhere. He said they make gangsters everywhere. And what he was talking about in my mind, and my maybe this was my interpretation, was he's talking about the systematic replication of a mindset, the systematic replication of a certain outcome, the mass industrialization of certain types of black males all throughout the country, so that I could go to I could go to Seattle and I could find that guy in Seattle. I could go to Chicago and find the same guy in Chicago. I could go to New York and find the same guy in New York. I could go to Texas and find the same guy in Texas. And so to me, that is kind of what I end up seeing when you're talking about the outcomes with our kids, is that these are systems that are spitting out kind of the same person, the same outcome. When I can tell you a story about something that a black man did or that a black woman did, and I say, does anybody know somebody who's like that? And everybody says, oh yeah, I know someone. Oh, I got a cousin like that. I got a sibling like that. Or when I say, how many of you have had a family member go to prison? Everybody raises their hand, because the prison, the mass incarceration, the systematic racism was very broadly done. It was systematically done like a machine. And so that industrialization, that systematic thinking, the consciousness required to even think as a system is something that has been used to harm you. It's been used to harm you in a very, very terrible way. Even Joseph Stalin, who ran the Soviet Union, he said, one death is a tragedy. He said, but a million deaths, that's just a statistic. Like that, nobody cares about a million deaths, but everybody cares about one. If you hear one story about one person and that the suffering they went through, it makes you sad and it makes you cry. But if somebody says, "Oh yeah, a million people died," it's like, "Oh, well, okay." Right. So that was basically him having like a different type of consciousness. And this is the thing, right? So I don't want you to think the word consciousness is always good. Sometimes a heightened level of consciousness can actually be a terrible thing. Right? It's just like, oh yeah, yeah, we're just gonna kill 10,000 people over here, but we'll save 100,000 people over there, right? So don't ever assume that consciousness always means that you're a better person. Consciousness, it's just awareness. It's living in a certain dimension where you see things in a certain way. Just like going back to that original analogy. If I am driving on the road and I can only see the car in front of me and I can only see the freeway route to get to my destination, that's a level of consciousness. But if I get in an airplane or a helicopter, I rise to the third dimension. I can use height now. So I have an awareness that exceeds the people on the road. I now have an advantage over them. Do you understand? Let me know. Please let me know you're following this. I know I am going in a thousand directions I did not plan to go into, but I hope this makes sense. So because I have extra consciousness, I have awareness, which means I have an advantage because I have more information. I have more variables in my equation that I can use to make specific decisions. So what I would like for us to focus on and think about is how this consciousness can be used to your advantage. I think by being more conscious of, of the way our children are being educated, it's gonna give us an advantage. I think being more conscious of the way our economics is being manipulated, that gives us an advantage. When I bring variables into the equation that maybe you didn't think about, that gives you an advantage. You can say, oh, well, the reason this is happening is because of this and this and this. It's not some mysterious thing that's coming from some parallel universe that you're not aware of. Oh, you've been there. Because you're conscious and you've traveled to those other dimensions to say, oh, this is what's really happening. And here's the other thing, though, when you learn the value of consciousness and you commit to being conscious, then you can then translate that consciousness to the development of systems and processes that can be implemented that allow you to use that consciousness to your advantage. Like when I know that being above the traffic allows me to see further down the road than being in the traffic, then what I do is I go build me a helicopter and I apply that knowledge. And now I'm in the helicopter and now I'm winning. Now there's no traffic. I can see further than everybody else. I have more information than everybody else. It's going to be harder for you to get me into a car accident if I'm in a fucking helicopter. And that's really what a conscious person does. A conscious person isn't necessarily always going to fight you because they done rose above the fight. They're on another vibration, another frequency. They don't even know that the fight's happening. And that's what happens. Think about it. Think about people who are just low vibrational people. They sitting around, they jealous, they petty, they mad. They're thinking in a scarcity mindset. They're mad at you about stuff that you don't even know happened. You're not even thinking about it. Wow, because you're focused on something bigger. Your vision is out there, whereas their vision is right here. because nobody ever taught them how to be conscious. People only taught them how to be petty, small-minded, and low vibration. So rise up, raise your consciousness. In fact, if you ever, I'm gonna tell you the truth. If I'm ever in a fight and I take a moment to close my eyes and meditate, I win the fight, not by winning the fight. I realized that I can win the fight by rising above the fight. And I even do that with my wife. Don't tell her I said this. But if my wife is really mad at me over something stupid, something simple, something petty, I'll literally close my eyes and say, will this matter in 5 years? And if the answer is no, then you know what I do? I let it go. I do. I just say, I just say, okay, yeah, all right, yeah, whatever you say. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's true. Because at that point, I'm not even talking about like Boyce is not really talking to you anymore. Like the Boyce from the future is looking at it saying this is silly. So consciousness can be your asset in a multitude of ways. Financial consciousness will make you a financial genius. It will make you financially successful. But remember, consciousness can be applied to everything that you do. So this is why, I encourage you to consider that those people that believe in things like meditation and all that, that's really important because when you can really sort of understand what's going on, you can really position yourself in a way that's going to benefit you. So anyway, I totally flubbed this whole conversation. I told y'all I was going to talk about reasons why people overspend. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read that list. I made a whole list. I didn't plan on talking about Jalen Brown and all that, but y'all know what it is. That's what I do in economic consciousness. I just do a stream of consciousness, and whatever comes to mind, I trust it, and then present it in a way that hopefully adds value to your thinking. But I am going to read this because I did make that promise. So I apologize for those of you that are sitting here like confused. And by the way, so quickly, just a reminder, tonight we are going to meet for the Prime program, which stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine, where we're going to talk about making money by selling stock options. It's a pretty cool way to make money. There are risks in all investing for sure, but a lot of people really enjoy it. So if you'd like to do a $1 trial, I'm going to send that link out right after we get done today. So make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948, and you can try the program for $1 for the first month. And also that'll give you the chance to attend our session called Prime 101 next week, where we literally do a whole introduction. Now tonight I'm gonna do a Q&A. I'm gonna answer questions from the students that are already in the program. But those that are beginners, we're gonna do a Prime 101, and you get a chance to come in here. You come in for free or come in for $1. So text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948, and I'll send you that link. And also, I wanted to remind you, don't forget the All Black National Convention is happening October 25th through the 27th, and that's going to be in Lombard, Illinois, right outside Chicago. It is an amazing, amazing place, and the convention is an amazing experience. This is our ninth one, and so we're really excited about this. It was a convention I created because I don't like other conventions typically. I mean, some of them I can enjoy, but the black ones, unfortunately, are a little bit too politically driven and they have too much corporate sponsorship. So I never really enjoy going to conventions that were either controlled by a political party or controlled by corporations because I don't feel like that allows us to really solve our problems in a meaningful and authentic way. So we paid the bills for this thing, and it's really it's successful and exciting. I know you guys are going to love it. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com if you're interested. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. All right, so let me give you the list, and I'm going to come back to this tomorrow because I feel like I won't get a chance to really cover it as much as I want to. But let me give you 5 quick reasons why people tend to overspend. Okay, so the first reason, this is all based on research, what the academic research says. So if you have an issue with overspending and your money's leaving your pocket and you don't know why, let me give you some financial consciousness that will help you to at least know why you spent all your money. It doesn't mean it's not going to happen. It just means that you won't be confused and you won't sort of be rope-a-doped out of your resources. So the first is emotional triggers and impulse buying. So according to a study by Kruger in 2016, people often overspend due to emotional triggers such as stress, sadness, or boredom. So retail therapy is pretty common. It's a common coping mechanism for negative emotions. So give me a yes if you've ever gone through that where you were feeling bored, stressed, or sad, and shopping just made you feel better. Let me know if you've gone through that. And the study was called The Influence of Emotions on Compulsive Buying, and it explored how emotional states can drive compulsive buying behaviors and the temporary relief it produces. So it's no different from being stressed out and wanting to have sex, or being stressed out and wanting to go hit the crack pipe or hit the liquor bottle, or just something that's going to release those endorphins and that dopamine is going to, and the thing about it though is that there are healthy ways to do that too. Like some people get stressed out and they go exercise, because you release endorphins when you exercise. Some people get stressed out out and they take a nap or they meditate or they go do something that's not going to, cause them to lose their money or gain a bunch of weight or become a drug addict or catch an STD, right? So to me, everybody has coping mechanisms. I think it's a matter of finding coping mechanisms that are going to benefit you as opposed to those that harm you. Like for example, I would say being addicted to exercise is far more beneficial than being addicted to drugs or even being addicted to work, even though, being a workaholic comes with its ups and downs and its pluses and minuses. At least if you're addicted to work, at least you're going to be very productive as opposed to being addicted to alcohol or gambling or something like that. The second reason that people overspend is social pressure and social influence. Now, there's a study that was done by Bearden and Etzel in 1982. The study was called Social Influences on Consumer Behavior, the Impact of Reference Groups and Peer Pressure. And in this study, they basically found that social pressure and the desire to conform to group norms can lead individuals to make purchases they wouldn't have made otherwise, often resulting in overspending. This is one that I believe Black people have to be really careful about because for Black people, it's all, we talk a lot about being part of the culture, and there's a lot of, there seems to be just a lot of pressure to fit in. Like I have people that will criticize me and say, you don't fit in, you're not part of the culture, you don't relate, so and so doesn't relate to you, or these people don't relate to you, and they don't know I don't give a damn. I'm not trying to relate to anybody except for God and myself and the purpose, right? That's what I want to relate to. I want to relate to my wife. I want to relate to my kids. I don't want to relate to what's trendy on the internet. So no, I'm not interested in doing TikTok dances. I'm not trying to just do things because they're cool. And we are sort of the leaders of cool. Right, we are the leaders in terms of setting trends when it comes to fashion and style and slang, and so there's all this pressure, I think, to kind of fit in. Like you're not really Black, you're not gonna get invited to the barbecue, you're not really, that kind of thing. And I personally think that that's silly because unfortunately that can cause you, let's talk, if you talk specifically about the financial side, it can cause you to overspend on things that you don't really want. So social pressure is a big deal. I think social pressure really hits hard for people that don't know who they are or don't have high self-esteem. And I think that there's something about being Black that impacts your self-esteem from birth. Like a lot of us are raised to believe that you're really nothing until white people acknowledge you. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. There are a lot of us who are trained to believe that if if the world and white folks don't validate you in some way, you're not as important as the people who have been validated by white folks. Look at how many of our so-called heroes are simply Black people that white people put on TV. They're seriously, there are people that are seen as heroes in the Black community, and I think about it, and I would say to my wife, I'd say, what would we think about this guy if some white guy had not chosen to put him on television? People love this lady or this person because they know who they are and they've heard their album or seen their TV show or saw them get a Grammy or an Oscar or a Pulitzer or something. But if you strip all that away, there's nothing left. There's nothing there. So it is that consciousness that exists within those who seek to kind of manage the Black community and develop systems around managing the Black community that causes them to really get to decide who our heroes are going to be, who we're going to look up to. If they could take any random person on the street, like a sexy red or something, boost her up, make her one of the most famous people in America, put a whole lot of money in her pocket, and there will be a segment of the Black community that will look up to that person, that will say, "Oh, wow, you're my hero. I want to be like you when I grow up." Or you could take that same person. You could take it's Sexy Red as this rapper. You don't go look her up. It's gonna make you vomit. But anyway, they could take Sexy Red. Pay attention now. They could take her to any elementary school in the hood right now, and the kids would start screaming. They would be excited to see her in the gymnasium, and they wouldn't be excited if you say brought I don't know, the greatest Black surgeon on the planet, right? Especially if it's somebody like Dr. Ben Carson who happens to be a Republican, like, oh, boo, you're bad, yeah. Or we don't know who you are, or you seem like a nerd, right? But so it's kind of interesting how that's done. Right? If you see it the way I see it, it's like, oh, I get it. Because you've invested billions of dollars, that's money. See, money controls all this, by the way. This is every time we talk, we're always having a financial conversation. I want you to know this because money is like the little demon kind of lurking in the background, this rubbing his hands like Birdman, just controlling everything that's happening in your mind, your body, your community, right? So they put billions of dollars into developing this infrastructure in this thing called media. And so they get their television signals in everybody's home, and then they say, okay, we're going to take this person, we're going to put them in everybody's house, and we're going to put them in everyone's consciousness, and this person's going to be the new it guy for the Black community. And that's what they do. So anyway, so social pressure, I think, is one of those things that really harms us economically. And in fact, studies show that Black people worship celebrities. So Nielsen, when they wrote their report on how to sell things to Black people, they said it's easy, just put a celebrity in the ad, and Black people will buy it. When I went to a party, I went to the NBA All-Star Weekend, and there was a party. I got invited by the guy who ran the Air Jordan brand, and me and my wife went in there, and it was really nice, really fancy, and they had all these really cool places you could grab food and stuff. And so I sat down. I mean, this was like good food. It's like I got like a little version of a steak dinner. So I sat down at this little place, and I was sitting next to this guy, and I knew he was important because he's like a real weird looking European guy. And I said, "Well, what do you do?" And he said, I created the Beats by Dre headphones." And I said, "Wow." I said, "You guys did a really great job with the marketing on that." And he said, "Thank you." And I guess he didn't care what I did, and I didn't care to tell him. But really, when I said you guys did a great job on the marketing, I was really thinking, wow, you really did a great job of manipulating Black people's addiction to celebrities, and the addiction to sort of fitting in and following the crowd. Because what you did was you took some pretty mediocre headphones, and you ran a campaign where you had all their favorite celebrities wearing those headphones. So you used symbolism to really connect to the conscious and subconscious mind of mostly Black people, to basically say, if you have this symbol, this little Beats by Dre symbol in your ear with these headphones, you're gonna be similar to Serena. You're gonna be similar to Lil Wayne. You're gonna be similar to LeBron, right? And that's kind of what I see when they talk about peer pressure and social influence. I think social influence is really something that, if you're going to allow social influence to impact you, then put yourself in an environment where you're going to be influenced by people that are going to make you do the things that you want to do. So if you want to lose weight, get into a group of people that are into losing weight. If you want to be intellectual, make your peer group other intellectuals. Don't try to be an intellectual person when you're surrounded by a group of ignorant people. Like, being that's going to frustrate you, and you're going to be mad, and you're going to be punching at the air, and it's terrible. Like, literally, the most torturous conversations I have is when I try to have a deep conversation with people who ain't trying to be deep. In those conversations, I just need to sit back and just listen and study. I feel like the guy who used to go in the wilderness and study the animals and stuff, and I would just study human nature, and I would just be like, wow, this really ignorant conversation is really interesting to these people, and they're talking about stuff that just doesn't make any sense. And I know the reason you believe that is because you watch too much Fox News, and you believe that because you watch MSNBC, and you believe that because you watch BET. And I'm not judging in a negative way. I try not to do that, but I realize this is not my conversation. This is not a time for me to bring out the other side of Boyce that wants to go super deep on topics, because this is not the crowd to do that with. So find your crowd, find your people. Be intentional about that. I think that consciousness is also connected to intentionality. So if I'm consciously and intentionally selecting who I want in my space, what woman I want by my side, what friends I want in my house, what people I want to talk to, then that allows me to structure an environment that is conducive to me becoming the man that I want to be. I don't want to be a man who's out drinking liquor at the strip club and using drugs. So I'm not really going to want to spend a lot of time around people that are doing that. I want to be a man who's trying to be better, who's trying to pursue his goals, who's trying to be smarter, etc. So when I pick my friends, I pick them specifically and deliberately, because unfortunately there's a culture that kind of wants to push you in a different direction. So use peer pressure to your advantage. Don't let peer pressure cause you to do things that are not going to be good for you. Number three is instant gratification. This is another reason people overspend. That's a big one. So the study was done by Frederick Lowenstein and Donahue in 2002. The research paper was called Delayed Discounting. And economic decision making, a meta analysis. So they said that the tendency to prioritize immediate rewards over long term benefits, known as delayed discounting, meaning that if something's delayed in your mind, you discount it. You just kind of like it's not as meaningful because I got to wait 6 months or whatever. This can lead to overspending. People often choose to buy now rather than save for future needs. So instant gratification is a big problem, and unfortunately, instant gratification is encouraged everywhere. Everywhere, all people talk about is the present, and all they're worried about is right now. The politicians do it. The politicians have screwed up our government financially because every politician is thinking about getting reelected in 2 or 3 years. They're not thinking about what the country's going to look like 50 years from now. Therefore, in 50 years, the country's going to be a mess. Number four, marketing and advertising tactics. Marketing strategies such as limited time offers and flashy advertisements create a sense of urgency and excitement that can trigger impulsive buying and overspending. This research study was done by Kotler, and it said it's called the effectiveness of marketing strategies in influencing consumer behavior. And then so marketing and just kind of pushing different buttons like buy now. If you don't get it by such and such, then whatever. Like these tactics are used regularly when it comes to offering various products and items. And in fact, actually, when they talk about selling luxury goods, one thing that they do is they train them to pretend like they don't really want your business because they know that people tend to want things that they can't have. You see this sometimes maybe in dating. Like, has anybody ever seen somebody who stops liking a person because that person likes them so much, right? Like at first you're interested in that woman, and then she shows a lot of interest in you, and then you're like, okay, you're not, I don't want you anymore because you're not a challenge. Like there are people that do that, or I've seen women do that too, right? You only like the guys who don't want you, and the guy who wants you, you see that as a weakness or there's something wrong with him. And I think this is something that's just ingrained in a lot of us. And I had to tell people, I said, I didn't chase my wife. I did. She didn't play hard to get. I told her, I said, I like you. She said, I like you too. And then we said, great, there's a match. That's it. It wasn't like, I like you. Well, no, I'm not interested. If she had played hard to get, then she wouldn't have got it. I said, my wife had played hard to get. I don't I didn't play those games. No, it's like either you like me or you don't. And if you tell me you don't like me, then that means you don't like me. And I'm not gonna why would I like somebody who doesn't like me? That don't even make no damn sense. That's weird. That's very weird. And because there was another woman years ago, I'm not gonna say her name because in case she watches or something, but I kid you not, and she was I was attracted to her. She was smart. I like the smart women. I don't ladies, don't ever let men make you feel bad about being educated and stuff. Smart women are awesome, and men, don't be intimidated by smart women. If she's a good woman, then she'll make you smarter. Like don't be intimidated by that. There's nothing to be intimidated by. Just treat each other with respect. And remember, everybody can learn from everybody. PhDs, some of us PhDs, we know a lot about one thing, but there's a lot of stuff that we're missing. So never assume you can't learn from someone with less education than you. That's flawed thinking. Education is not the same as knowledge, and knowledge is not the same as wisdom. Wisdom says that your little PhD, your little MD, your little JD, whatever, that means you have a lot of knowledge in one special area. That does not mean you know everything. So don't be that person who thinks they know everything. Okay. So anyway, so yeah, there was another lady, and this is a true story. I never told this story before, but it's funny because it's relevant. So why not share it? And I was probably about 30, and I got into that stage in life where I was ready to, settle down. I didn't want to settle down when I was broke. I'm sorry. It doesn't feel good to like, I was having trouble feeding myself. I didn't want the responsibility to have to feed a bunch of other people. I know that some people say, oh, that stuff shouldn't matter. It mattered to me. I wanted to have a decent income because there's a lot of pressure when you can't provide. So I got my first job. So I was feeling myself. I'm making good money. She was another professor, just like my wife is a professor. I was very attracted to her, and she had a good job. So one my good job with her good job, we had a good income. And I went to this lady, and I just kind of let her know I was interested. I said, "Hey, why don't we have a relationship?" And she starts going, I don't know. I got to think about it. I don't know. I don't think it would work. And she starts telling me all the reasons why it wouldn't work. And I'm kind of disappointed, like, dang, well, I thought we were good. And so 3 weeks later, her friend calls me and goes, well, why, and I'm telling her friend, because here's the thing. When you a young black man with money you 30 years old and you making six figures, there's all there was women lined up around the block. It wasn't hard to meet a new woman. So I met another lady that I liked, and I was telling my friend, I was like, yeah, I met this girl. We're going out and da da da, right? And she goes, well, what about so and so, the girl that rejected me? And I was like, but I said, but I did ask her. I told her. I told her the whole story. I said, yeah. I said, hey, why don't we date? And she was hemming and hawing and saying, no, thank you, I'm not interested, and blah blah blah. And you know what she said? I kid you not. She goes, no, no, no. She likes you. She was just rejecting you to see if you were serious. And I was like, what? I was I was like, no, I am a serious man. If I ask you a serious question, I just expect a serious answer. I don't know how to play those games. I was not trained on I did not grow up believing or being taught that no means yes and yes means no. I didn't. Because that gets guys arrested, by the way. That gets you labeled as a predator, or that gets you a sexual harassment accusation when you assume. And that's my belief that no means no, yes means yes. And I know that there's nuances to this. I believe that with human nature, yeah, there was a time where like that song, remember that song it's cold outside, I really got to be going. Come on, baby, it's freezing out there. No, I shouldn't. I really shouldn't stay. No, come on, baby, you gotta. Right, that. Do y'all know? Y'all remember when that song got labeled as like a Predator song or something in the Me Too movement, where they were saying that they can't play that song anymore because it's predatory sexual harassment, or it's rape culture or something, right? So there was a time where you could have those sort of nuanced experiences with each other. But the world I grew up in was like, no, if you want to be safe, you take people for their word. So when you say no, that means okay, no problem. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the harasser. I'm not the guy. I don't. And also, here's the other thing too. There was a self-esteem dimension to this that says, why in the hell would I want to be somewhere where I'm not wanted? Like, why would I want to be? Why would I want to pursue someone or something that doesn't want me back? And that made me think about how many of us kind of do the opposite. We will literally give our very best to people who give us their worst. And that struggle love, it translates to everything. We do struggle love when it comes to economics. I believe collectively, white America's kind of shown, not that white people are all bad, but systematically, they don't give a damn about you. They don't like you. They're not going to give you any of that money back. They don't respect you. They're not going to support your reparations or anything. But yet you will be so quick to seek out their validation. You will be so quick to give them your money. You will give them your time. You will sell them your children. You will sell your children to the corporate plantation and say, go serve that white man over there. He gonna pay you enough money to pay your rent. Not to get rich. He's gonna give you enough money just to get by. We do that. We are really deeply committed to people, places, and things that are not equally committed to us. And I argue that that is a psychological problem. That is a self-esteem issue. So the same way when I talk about my wife, and I don't play when it comes to that type of stuff. I make it 100% clear. When I told my wife I was interested in her, and she replied and said, I'm interested in you too, that let us know that there was a match. If one of us had played this goofy game of like, I'm gonna pretend like I don't like you to make you like me more, that to me is not a healthy game, nor is it a safe game to play for me as a black man for sure. I'm not here to harass my way into your life, or to beg my way into your life, or to wear you down until you finally agree to let me in, because then I'm setting this terrible standard. I'm gonna have to always meet this standard, and I'm always on thin ice, because the minute I mess up, you're gonna kick me to the curb. No, I have value. She has value. I see her value, she sees mine. And we're clear about that. That's what grown-ups do. And I think the same thing should be true in any area of your life. When you're talking about spending money, let me tell you, one way that they sell luxury items is they act like they don't like you and they don't care if you're there, and they really don't even want you around. Do you know Bernie Madoff? Do you know the way Bernie Madoff? Anybody, give me a guess if you know the name Bernie Madoff. Y'all know Madoff, right? Y'all remember Madoff? He ran the biggest Ponzi scheme in American history to the tune of tens of billions of dollars. Do you know how Madoff got? And he was robbing his own people. He's Jewish, by the way. He was robbing Jewish people in a major way to the tune of like 60, $70 billion. Do you know how Madoff got so many smart people in the Jewish community? See, we y'all think Jewish people are perfect when it comes to money. No, they're not perfect. They're flawed like us. Do you know how he got so many people to invest? He acted like he didn't want their money. He acted like, I got a bunch of other clients. I have a bunch of people who are already offering me millions of dollars. So if you don't give me your money by tomorrow, then I'm not interested. And so people would say, "Oh, well, I really want him to take my money." So I went ahead and hurried up and gave it to him because I was so scared. That's what he did. He played hard to get because he knows that we're raised to be suckers in that way. We're raised to want things that we cannot have. And by people presenting something in a scarce fashion or in a way where they are you get the FOMO, thank you, that's a great term, where you create this space where it's like, look, I don't want nothing to do with you. It does something when you tell people they can't have something, they really really want it. So when white America tells black people all the things that we can't have, and they have all these things sort of locked away that we have to beg our way to get access to, we will literally sacrifice everything to get access to that special space. And what I think is a great mind trick, that because they're doing mind tricks on you, you might as well do mind tricks on yourself. Is a mind trick that I did on Boyce was I said, no, Boyce, you are in the special space. You are the special space. This Stop begging other people to let you to be around them. They should be begging to be around you. And not in a disrespectful way, but where you're sitting right now is the place to be. And I remember saying this when I was sitting in my little apartment. It wasn't a little apartment; it was a little townhouse in Syracuse, and I was doing this work, writing these articles. Nobody was reading, and I didn't. I was doing work nobody paid attention to. I remember saying, "I'm going to work so hard, and I'm going to be so damn good at what I do, that people are going to come looking for me. They're going to say, 'Damn, this guy in Syracuse is doing some amazing stuff. How do I get in touch with him?'" And years later, one day, my assistant calls me and says, "Tyler Perry wants to talk to you." And then I get another call. Farrakhan is on the phone. And then I get another call. Cornell West wants to speak to you. Like, so all these people that I admired, that I looked up to, and I was respectful. I didn't want. I was never arrogant toward them because I love all these people actually. Um, they saw what I was doing. They saw that yeah, there's value over here too. And so what I'm saying to you, and this is a good point to close on, is that you are valuable right where you are. You are as precious as you choose to be. Your community, in my view, our community, that's the sweet spot, man. That's where the gold is buried. The gold is buried in your backyard. You ain't got to pack your bags and go searching the world, looking for love in all the wrong places, chasing people down, begging people to acknowledge you, begging people to tell you that Black Lives Matter, begging people to let you into their institutions. You've got the juice already. You've got that. You just have to see it. You have to see it and you have to refine it. The things you don't invest in are the things that will never grow. So we get so busy when you talk about Black economics, we get so busy watering everybody else's garden that we forget that we've got a garden in our own backyard that isn't getting any water at all. You leave your community every day to go work for other people in other people's businesses and do stuff for other folks and buy stuff from other people. And then when you finally get home, your community's in shambles, your family done fell apart, and everything that could have been amazing in your life has died because you've been trained to invest in everything except for yourself. Your children alone, just your children, I'm not talking about your human capital and your creativity and everything else, just your children are a multi-trillion dollar asset that you're not really investing in properly. We are not investing heavily in our children. If I was 22 years old again and I lived my life again, I would have found a great quality woman at the age of 22, had about 14 kids, and spent all my time investing in those 14 kids and making them into clones of whatever set of ideologies that we believed in as a family. And I would start at the age of 0 to make sure that we were all on the same page, because ultimately I would be building an empire. That to me, that investment will be more important than any job I could get. It would be more important than any stupid award I could win if I was running off to Hollywood. It will be more important than any of the other stuff people are doing. So find the things that matter to you and invest in that. invest in you, invest in the people around you. Like that's where your win is. Your win is not looking for love in all the wrong places or begging white folks to give you a seat at the table. To hell with their table. I don't want their table. I don't want to be at your table. I got a damn table. I'm building a table. And I'm building a better table. My table's made out of gold. Your table's made out of faulty plastic. I'm not integrated into a burning house. I'm building a powerful kingdom. That's the mindset I think that will get us to the next level. In fact, it's the mindset I know that will get us to the next level. So keep building, keep investing in the things around you. That's how you win. All right, I gotta go. It's time for us to finish up for today. I really enjoyed talking to you. We're gonna be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. If you want to get the reminder, just text the word morning to the number 87948, and I'll send you a link. So text morning to 87948. Also tonight, at 8 p.m. I'm meeting the prime students. We're going to talk about making money selling stock options. You're going to like it. It's really a lot of fun. It's really good stuff. Also, in case you didn't know, at drboycebooks.com, my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, is there, along with books from my wife. We have financial flashcards for kids, things like that. I know it's summertime, and if you have kids, your kids are probably sitting around doing nothing. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com and take a look at some of the resources there, and maybe that will help you in your journey. So God bless you guys. It was real, and I'll see you all tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Because at 5 a.m. just hurts. It just hurts to get up that early, especially when you went to sleep like 1 or 12:30. Me and my wife like to stay up and watch Netflix. And so if I said I was in the 5 a.m. club, I would also be in the Liars Club because I'd say 50% of the time, I'm not a 5 a.m. guy, but at least 90% of the time, I'm at least a 6:30 a.m. guy. So I hope that's okay. I just want to make sure I clarify that. And truth be told, though, when her boot camp starts up, she's trying to get me to join her boot camp, which is just, I told you it's traumatizing to me because I don't really want to wake up every morning and have a bunch of white people yelling at me and telling me what to do. But at the same time, I had to really face myself. I had to look myself in the eye and say, Boyce, you say you want to lose weight, but do you really want to lose weight? Or are you just talking? Like, do you really? But I'll be like, but then I'll say, but Boyce, I don't want to be uncomfortable. I don't like being uncomfortable. And then I say, damn it, Boyce, anything that you want in life is going to require discomfort. Most of the time, and this is just true for so many of us. I mean, a lot of us have had these conversations with ourselves where you learn over time. And if you don't know, now you know. Typically, the thing that you want in life, your greatest dream, typically lies right outside of your comfort zone. Like your comfort zone is here, and you're nice, all nice and cuddly and warm and snuggled up in the bed. And the things you desire are like right outside of your house in 6-degree weather that's going to require you to get out of bed and be cold and all this other stuff. And it's hard. It is so hard. And I'm just sort of openly reflecting on this because I really want to encourage you to just sort of acknowledge that and meditate on that. And so each morning when I get up, as tired as I might feel, I do know that there is a tremendous sense of satisfaction when I know that I at least tried, when I at least got up and did a little something, something, got myself moving a little bit. And even if I didn't do everything I planned to do, just moving, just doing something to just know, okay, I'm getting a little closer to my goal. And really there's so many mind games you can play with yourself. Like, so for example, one of the problems I have is that also because I have for most of my life been pretty ambitious. I never wanted to be a loser. I had too many losers in my family. Like some of the older uncles and stuff I looked up to didn't really do reach their potential. Let's just say that. And so I was always real ambitious. And sometimes the curse of ambition is that you're never happy with yourself. Anybody else know what I'm talking about? Where you just kind of everything feels like you came up short, or you didn't finish everything you were supposed to do, or you're mad at yourself because you didn't do everything that you promised yourself you were going to do, and you keep breaking these promises to yourself. And it's really interesting because my wife is not in that category. If my wife says she's gonna do something, oh, she gonna nail it. If she says she must run 10 miles, she will not run 9.2. She will run 10.1. Like or I kid you not, we'll go running on a long run and we'll do like we'll do like 5.9 miles. And she'll be like, no, Boyce, we didn't do 6. We have to keep going. We have to. So she'll run around the whole, like if we're at a hotel or something, she'll run around the hotel 2 or 3 times to get that last point 0.8 miles or 0.08 miles. And I'll be the guy who's like, baby, we did 5.9. Like, that's pretty much six. Like we did good. She was like, no, 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 boys, we have to finish. And really these mandates, these personalized mandates show up in other parts of her life. It shows up in, in how she's been able to do certain things in academia. I told y'all, I brag on my wife because we need to brag on black women and black people that are just pursuing excellence. And I'm gonna tell you, my personal beef is like I hate the fact that media tends to only give attention to black women if they wearing a thong or rapping about their WAP or twerking. I watched the Megan the Stallion concert for a minute, and I said, I said I'm gonna count to 10, and I bet within 10 seconds somebody gonna twerk on that stage. It was her and another rapper named Lotto, and I don't know what they would she twerking with. They didn't even got no boot. I thought, let me stop. All right. Anyway, I'm watching this, and I'm sitting there. I'm kind of irritated that black women can't get recognized unless they're doing something that is, edgy, sexual, degrading, or whatever, because there's so many women in our society that are just killing it, doing amazing things, busting butts, busting their butt and kicking ass at the highest levels. And I think that we got to talk about that, right? So I like to brag about my wife, and I hope that's okay. I hope it doesn't come off as being arrogant or anything like that. I'm just very, very proud of her because I also, men, just a little tip to you, men, like don't be threatened when a woman is successful. Like cheer her on, but I'm gonna tell you, when she wants to run that 6 miles instead of 5.9, I really get a little bit irritated about that, but it does push me to a higher level. So anyway, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. All right. So anyway, I hope everybody's doing good. Feel free. By the way, let me know what cities you all are coming in from, because I know that I don't get a chance to see all the cities you guys are coming in from. Put your city in the chat. I'm just a shout out. I see NYC, Charlene, is that Tennessee, Josephine, Rainwater, Seattle. Oh, poor Seattle. Oh, y'all city took a beating after the pandemic. Bad policy, in my opinion. Errol out of Pompano Beach. Errol, my buddy. Antoinette, Chicago. Gwen Noble, good to see you. I see Puerto Rico, Chicago, Connecticut, DC, Boston, Modesto, California, Greenville, South Carolina, Largo, Florida, Naperville. Wow, not far from me. Mobile, Alabama. Nika, that's a beautiful name. Mneka. Tara out of Cleveland. London in the house. Yes, shout out to Black London. Oh my goodness. And by the way, if you want to join us, I know sometimes we use text lists to be able to stay connected. We have to kind of do that because algorithms and stuff can't be relied upon. And I know sometimes if you're overseas, you can't, like if I say text the word morning to 87948 to join Money in the Morning in our private Zoom. Some of you can't do that overseas. So if you also go to drboyceelevate.com, drboyceelevate.com will email you the link, the direct Zoom link, so you can join us. So you can either join Money in the Morning, our economic elevation financial consciousness training, by either texting the word morning, morning, to 87948. Or you can also go to drboyceelevate.com. All right, so Kevin Brooks, I see you out of Maryland and Odessa, New York City. Roxanne, Apex, North Carolina. ATL for Jay Kelly, L. Hodge, Winston-Salem, Norfolk, Virginia. All right, so I see a lot of your cities in here. All right, so let me hop into a couple of things that are on my mind that will give you something to think about when it comes to your economics. The goal is economic elevation every single day. So let's go ahead and jump into this. Gordon out of Orlando. All right. So, how many of you followed the Nvidia stock split? Did any of you see that Nvidia did a stock split on Friday? How many of you were watching that and kind of paying attention to some of that? Give me a yes. If you don't know, Nvidia just did a stock split. Their stock price has risen astronomically. In fact, I would pull out a screen share, but I'm just going to describe it to you. Nvidia stock has just been rising like at an insane level. And a lot of that's because Nvidia is the company that really pretty much is at the forefront of this AI boom. Now, the upside of Nvidia is that they are pretty much in the sweet spot of what is probably the most emerging, most dominant new industry maybe since electricity or something, right? It's like that extraordinary in terms of how important AI is going to be to the future. It's as big as the internet or a lot of other things. Maybe as big as the automobile. Who knows? It's hard to say. But AI is here. AI is massive. AI is developing every day. There are people that believe that AI in a year or two is going to just be like light volumes ahead of where it is right now. So just be kind of prepared for that. AI is big, and in fact, one of the things I strongly believe in. This is not investing advice. You guys know I don't give investing advice on this channel. However, I will tell you what I'm invested in. I do believe that there are some AI companies that you can invest in that will allow you to benefit from the expected growth in this industry. If you don't have that list, if you'd like for it to be sent to you via text, just pull out your phone, text the word stock, STOCK, to 87948. Text stock to 87948. By the way, when you come to Money in the Morning, you should bring a pen and a pad because I'm going to give you stuff that you can write down, and I want you to have that information. All right. And the other thing too, here's the other thing. Okay, so with Nvidia, let's get back to Nvidia. Okay, so the bright side of Nvidia is, and the reason that I am going to buy more shares of Nvidia, I'll probably buy a couple more shares today, is because I think Nvidia has a great opportunity, does a great possibility that for many years Nvidia is going to lead this industry. Everything that I'm reading, everything that I'm researching, pretty much says that the whole industry, anybody who wants to get in the AI game, has to go through Nvidia, and that's just what's happening. However, the thing about Nvidia is that they're not the only smart kids on the block. They're not the only people that understand how to make a microchip, or understand how all this works. And their margins right now are really high. Part of the reason their stock price has gone up so much is because I think their margins are like 70%. So they have these new chips like the Blackwell and some other stuff that they're selling at a really astronomically high price. And so companies like Facebook and Amazon and Google are all rushing to buy these chips from Nvidia. Elon Musk, for example, is in the news recently because he literally diverted a shipment of Nvidia chips from Tesla. They were supposed to go to Tesla, and he sent them over to X and I think XAI and SpaceX. He sent them to his other companies, and which right there, if I'm a Tesla shareholder, that would just burn me up. But which is a quick little segue. Elon Musk is in the middle of a big dispute with his shareholders because they owe him $56 billion. This was the agreed upon pay package, but people have disputed the pay package because they said it's too high, and the reason it's too high is because you violated corporate governance rules by having a board that was pretty much in your pocket. The job of the company board is to protect the shareholders, and what Elon Musk's shareholders, a lot of them are saying, is that you did not have an appropriate board. The board should be independent, so they're not just giving you a blank check and co-signing on anything that you do as a CEO. So that dispute is still ongoing. I don't know what the final resolution is going to be, but Musk has pretty much hijacked. I almost say he's shaking down his shareholders, in my opinion, because what he's basically saying is that if you don't give me my money, I'm gonna pretty much divert my attention elsewhere. I got other companies going on. I can take my AI technology and I don't have to apply it to Tesla. I'm gonna do my best over here. And it's just like somebody that you're dating, or like I don't know, it's like if you're dating a girl and she says, if you don't marry me, I'm gonna start dating him and him and him, right? Or a guy saying, if you don't give me what I want, then I'm gonna go and spend time other places and I'm not gonna be nice to you anymore, and I'm not gonna start coming to walk you home after school every day, right? So really that's kind of what Musk is doing with Tesla, which to me speaks to why Tesla stock has been dropping and why I would not invest in Tesla. Tesla has a big problem with what they call key man risk. Key man risk is that if that key guy drops, if Musk is gone, that stock drops by 30, 40, 50%. You're losing a ton of money. You're already losing money right now being an investor in Tesla, and because of things that are happening in the EV market, but also you lose even more because your guy's gone. The guy who's he's the white Diddy. He is to Tesla what Diddy is to Bad Boy Records. The difference is that Bad Boy Records couldn't produce, they haven't produced any hits really since Biggie was alive. So they don't really make good music. They don't really make people into stars. But Diddy was an important part of Bad Boy, an important part of Revolt, right? Well, Musk is different. His cars, he actually creates a product that actually works. He's really building rocket ships that are going to Mars. And but really, generally speaking, he's edgy and everything else, and he's connected to the youth. And if something were to happen to him, like if he were to go to jail, or if he were to, because you see with Diddy kind of, being sort of taken down the way he is, it can happen to anybody. Or if he were to die, then guess what? The value of the company tanks. Like Revolt, Diddy's whole company pretty much tanked when Diddy went down. Bad Boy Records. Don't nobody wants. How many y'all? Give me a yes or no. How many of you would be eager to, if you're an artist? How many of you would be very excited about getting a call from Bad Boy Records right now to get your next record deal? Would anybody want to say? Any takers? Anybody want to be the next Bad Boy artist? No, no, nobody, right? So Musk is to Tesla what Diddy was to Bad Boy, in my opinion. Now let's circle back. Let's go back to Nvidia in the stock split. Let's talk about that. So here's the deal about stock splits that you should understand. And this is great for our Money in the Morning economic elevation, financial consciousness discussion, because basically stock splits, for the most part, remind me of the Ghetto Boy song. Y'all know Willie D is my buddy from the Ghetto. He was in my wedding. Like that's my homeboy. And he had this great song called "My Mind Is Playing Tricks on Me." And the thing about it, if you remember that song, it was, I stand alone in my room with a 4-pointed candle, blah blah, right? And it's basically these guys saying that they're seeing things and they're not there, and then they realize it's all just a dream or not real, right? Well, the same thing is true with a stock split. With a stock split, your mind is playing tricks on you because based on the academic research, now remember, if you don't know my background, I'm a financial scientist. That's what I do, a finance PhDs, right? So I've done a lot of research on stock splits, read thousands of research papers on this topic. And one of the things that's pretty conclusive about a stock split is that it has no real impact on the economic value of the company. It's literally just a figment of your freaking imagination. It does nothing to change the value of Nvidia. It does nothing to say that Nvidia is a better company. It does nothing to increase their revenue. It does nothing to reduce their expenses. It does nothing to change the fundamental value of Nvidia, right? Do we get that? Give me a guess if you're following this. Nothing. It's me taking your pizza. Your pizza's chopped into 8 slices. It's me taking that same pizza and chopping it into 20 slices and somehow saying, hey, now you have more pizza. You don't have more pizza. You just have a pizza with this chopped into 20 slices instead of 8. Do you follow me? Okay. Now, but just like the song "My Mind Is Playing Tricks on Me," sometimes something that's not real can have a very real effect on your actions, right? If you remember in the song, Bushwick Bill thought he saw a guy that he wanted to beat up or something, so he jumps, he beats the guy down and he starts punching him and he's hitting him in the face and they're stabbing him and killing him. And then he realizes he's punching the concrete and his knuckles are bloody, right? So he's got real bloody knuckles because he saw something that wasn't there, right? So the effect of what he saw was very real, even though the actual image was not a real image. So a something that was not real had a very real effect. His knuckles really are bloody now because he was so committed to punching on the concrete. If you remember the song, right? And he said, "God damn, homie, my mind is playing tricks on me," right? So what happens with stock splits is that even though stock splits are not real, even though I can tell you all day how it does not change the value of the company, even though it does nothing to add to the true fundamental economic value of Nvidia, it typically, based on research, has a very real impact on the way shareholders respond to that company. It has a very real impact on the price of the stock. It has a very real impact on shareholder sentiment, because shareholder sentiment, meaning their emotion, their enthusiasm, drives stock prices. So what can occur is, and what I don't know, I got to go look to confirm this happened with Nvidia because the stock split just happened on Friday. I want to see what the price does this week. But what typically can occur is that the price moves up because there's a stock split. And people are like, well, why would people have a very real economic reaction to something that was completely fake? Well, there's a couple of theories on this, and the two theories fit into two major camps. One is what they call the clientele effect. The clientele effect says that when your stock is priced at, say, $3,000 a share, you're going to attract a different investing clientele than you will if the stock is priced at $100 a share. So when you do the stock split and you take this big stock price of 3,000 and you drop it to 100, a lot of people are like, hey, I can afford it now, right? Like, for example, let me ask y'all this question. Give me a yes or no in the chat. How many of you feel like Nvidia stock is more affordable now that the price is 105 or something versus when it was over 1,000? How many of you looked at it and said, "Ooh, I can buy me some Nvidia now, y'all"? I'm in. I'm in. Right? How many of you felt that way? How many of you were like, yeah, I'm gonna get me some shares of Nvidia. I get to participate. Right. So that's fine. That's the clientele effect. You're like, oh, I'm gonna buy. So when you are when you feel like when you expand that clientele, then what that does is that can boost the price because you're boosting demand. Any good, of limited supply, if you increase the demand for that thing, then people tend to, then the price tends to go up. Makes sense, right? Here's the problem with the clientele effect. And I hate to break this to you, but I got to go back to my homies with the ghetto boys. Your mind is playing tricks on you. Your mind is playing tricks. There's Nvidia is not more affordable at $100 a share than it was at 1,000. Has anybody ever heard of fractional shares? Does anybody know? Give me a yes if you know what fractional shares are and what that means. Give me a yes. So you could have bought Nvidia even when it was over 1,000, even if you had $20 to spend. You could buy because fractional shares. Now, the clientele effect made sense in like 1985, where you had to buy an entire share. It doesn't make sense in 2024, where you can buy a piece of a share. You can buy $20 worth of Nvidia, and you would get the exact same effect as an investor as you would if you bought 20 shares, $20 worth of Nvidia 6 months ago. It's the same. It doesn't change anything. But, sometimes perception becomes reality. So yeah, so shout out to the ghetto boys. Your mind is playing tricks on you, but it's okay. If that makes you, if that inspires you to invest, if that makes you feel like, okay, I can afford it now, then that's fine. Whatever it takes to get you across the line, I support that. I want everybody in here investing in the stock market because the stock market is the number one wealth generator in the history of this country. And I don't want you to miss that. Don't let things scare you out of it. Yeah, you can lose money. Yeah, things can go wrong. Yeah, there's corrupt people everywhere. But Lord Jesus, why would you just miss out on everything? It's like somebody saying I'll never get in a car because people have car crashes. No, you should cars are good. Just drive them safely. That's what I say. Just drive the car safely and don't get into a race car or a hoopty or somebody who don't let Stevie Wonder drive you around the city and you're gonna be okay. And that's the problem. That's why you see so many financial horror stories all throughout the internet because you have lots of financial influencers who've never been trained, who don't understand how the market works, who are literally Stevie Wonder saying, hey, I'm gonna show you around. And then the car crashes and people die. And then everybody looks back and says, oh my God, the stock market's bad. No, the stock market's not bad. Your driver was bad. The stock market's not bad. That hoopty was bad. The stock market's not bad. The decision making was bad. The way you went about the process was bad, right? Lots of people have been killed in a car, but cars can be wonderful if you know how to drive and if you know what a safe car looks like. If y'all don't know the word hoopty, I'm giving away my age. That's y'all still know what hoopties are, right? Do Gen Zers know what a hoopty is? If you don't, then you should know these things. This is important information, right? A hoopty is like a raggedy car. My first car was a hoopty. It was a my mom and daddy gave me this like Pontiac or something, and I lost it. I lost it. Let me tell you, how I lost my car. I'd never told the story before. I was in the car, and one day I got really mad, and I wasn't emotionally mature because I was 17, and so I just hit the gas and I floored the car, and I was going like 100 miles an hour for like 3 seconds, and then I stopped. I slowed down. The problem was that I was going like about 100 miles an hour in a 35, 45 mile an hour zone. Very, very bad. Very, very bad. And I got pulled over, and I was lucky because my dad was a cop. And the cop did not take me to jail because my dad was a cop. But my father went to court and told them to suspend my license. So, yes, I did have a suspended license and I did lose my car. So, I learned a valuable lesson from that experience. It was a very bad decision on my part. So, that was my first experience with the hoopty. All right. So, anyway, all right. So, let's get back to NVIDIA in the stock split. So, we got to stay focused here, boys. All right. So, here we go. All right. So, NVIDIA, you have the stock split, or you have the clientele effect, which says that because the stock split reduces the price, you attract a different clientele, which can improve the price because people want to now buy your stock. There's another theory, and that is called the signaling effect, and this is quite rational as well. The signaling effect basically says this. It says that investors on the outside, you and I, we don't really know the inner workings of NVIDIA. We don't know what's really happening in that company. We can't see inside the mind of Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, and know what investment prospects he has on the rise or on the horizon. We don't know how close they are to AGI, artificial general intelligence. I think that's what it is. which is kind of the holy grail of AI, by the way. We don't know what's coming up down the pike. He knows, though. He knows. So sometimes you can learn a lot about what a company's prospects are by watching the people that have information. You can look and say, okay, well, he's going this way, so that means that the money must be over here. Do you understand? So maybe that's a like part that could be a financial consciousness exercise. I'm going to tell you that one good way to know where the money is to pay attention to the actions of the people that know where the money is, if you know what I'm saying. Like they even do this, and I saw this African tribe where they had a hard time finding water. So there was this brilliant hunter who had this who knew he knew one thing. He knew that even though we can't find water, the baboons always know where the water is. And so what he did was he tricked the baboon. He got him to he trapped the baboon basically. He did a little trick where the baboon stuck his arm in to get some food and his arm got stuck, and when his arm got stuck, he ran up and he grabbed the baboon and he tied him to a tree. And then here's what he did. So while the baboon was tied to the tree, he fed him like a lot of really salty food that was going to make him really thirsty, right? So the baboon's eating up all the food because that's what animals do. They don't have consciousness. They're just eating it. So he's eating up all the food and he's thinking that the guy's doing a good job, doing something good for him, but he's actually putting him in a rope a dope because now the baboon is super thirsty and the baboon's sitting there like, he really wants some water. So when he gets really thirsty, the hunter releases the baboon. He cuts the wire or the rope from the tree so the baboon can run free. Well, what do you think the baboon does first? As soon as he gets released from the tree, he does what? He runs for the water. He's like, I got to get me some water because I'm thirsty as hell right now. He doesn't care that he's being followed, none of that. So the hunter then follows the baboon so he can learn where the water source is. Do you understand? And that's kind of like the signaling effect. The hunter says, I don't know where the water is, but I do know who knows where the water is, right? So even though I don't know something, I know somebody who knows something. And that's a great way to learn. I don't know everything, but I know people who know stuff and I talk to people who know things and I learn from other people so that I can then know what they know. Do you follow me, right? So he follows the baboon to the water and that's how he gets his water. The signaling effect is the same way. With the signaling effect, which happens during stock splits, according to research, when a company splits its stock, the investors take that as a signal that big things are ahead. They take it as a signal that the reason they split their stock is because, man, this thing is getting too big for its britches. It's like somebody moving into a bigger house, and you're like, oh my gosh, they must be expecting a baby. They must be expecting a pay raise because nobody moves to a bigger house unless they're expecting to have a bigger family and a bigger bank account. Do you see what I mean? Right? So the signaling effect basically is another justification for why the stock might rise. Why, on average, in fact, when a company splits its stock, the stock price tends to go up. It happened with Apple, happened with Microsoft, Amazon, and I suspect it's happening with Nvidia. So if you did participate in invest in as an Nvidia investor before the stock split, I don't blame you because the research does say that this is typically going to be a good investing move. Let me give you the quick dark side of Nvidia, so just so you can kind of be thoughtful and careful about this. Nvidia, by being kind of the the national champion, you know what it is. When you become the champ, everyone is coming to try to punch you in the mouth. Everyone's competing with you. You have a target on your back. With Nvidia being an industry leader and having 70% margins, every company that has money and expertise in this field is looking to get a piece of what Nvidia has. They want a piece of that market. So Amazon is competing with Nvidia. Microsoft is competing with Nvidia. Google is competing with Nvidia. Facebook is competing with Nvidia. They can't compete yet, but Nvidia is in a position where, like a lot of you, just so you know, if you ever become really enormously successful and enormously wealthy, just know you're going to have some real friends and then you're going to have some frenemies. You're going to have people that will submit to you and be supportive of you and be kind to you only because they have to. And the minute they don't have to do it anymore, they're going to cut you off and take your stuff, right? So if you ever get something that people want, like you're dating the prettiest girl in school, or you got more money in your bank account than all your friends, or you're really successful and famous like Beyonce or something, just know, just like Beyonce, you're going to have some haters. But your haters are going to be the people that are close to you, not the people that are far away. Those are easy to deal with because they don't have access to anything. It's the people the guy right next to you that just breaks your heart and traumatizes you. So Nvidia has a lot of frenemies, right? Amazon is spending billions on Nvidia chips, But don't think for a second they're not trying to figure out, well, how do we make these things in-house so we can get a piece of this market and we can stop giving them all our damn money. Google's doing the same thing. Again, Facebook, any company that has the technological expertise to do this is trying to do this. So what I predict, what I believe is that over time, people are going to claw back that competitive advantage that Nvidia has. They have what is almost a damn monopoly in this area. It's not quite a monopoly, but it's pretty close. And I just don't see that being sustainable. I don't see these high margins being sustainable. I see the prices going down, the margins going down, and more competitors jumping into the market, which could have some negative effect on Nvidia stock long term. So how do you respond to that? Well, a couple ways. Number one is I never try to pick the winner in an emerging industry. I don't try to pick the one company that I think is going to dominate 10, 20 years from now. I like to invest in a lot of them. That's what diversification is all about. That's why you spread your money out. And again, if you want that list of AI stocks that I like, the ones I'm invested in, just text the word stock to 87948. If you text stock to 87948, I will send you the list immediately. You can feel free to follow suit if that's of interest to you. Number two, if you have a big win in Nvidia or any other company, just remember the biggest ways to lose money with investing are two emotions, fear and greed. If you are fearful all the time, then you're going to sell too early. And if you're too greedy, you're going to sell too late. So maybe you lock in some of those gains and protect it with stock options or stop loss orders or things like that. So you can still participate in the rise without necessarily betting all your chips on the table. In fact, you shouldn't even use gambling terminology when it comes to investing because a lot of people make the mistake of thinking that investing is gambling. And that's why a lot of day traders get body slammed and end up losing everything because they start to behave like gamblers. That's what they do. And so the market has a lot of risk factors that are in place. And so I encourage you to be extremely careful. If you go into any app, Robinhood, etc., you can find ways to buy fractional shares. You can buy in dollars or you can just buy a certain number of shares. It's totally up to you. Also, if you have a deeper interest in learning how to prepare for these sorts of moves and secure the portfolio in bad times or worry about a stock dropping or something, I did a whole training on this called Storm Proof Investing. A lot of you were there. If you want to go take a look at that, you can go to stormproofinvesting.com. That's stormproofinvesting.com. That training is there. It's very, very good. I know you guys are going to like it, so feel free to take a look at that. All right. So what I'm going to do is answer a couple more questions before we go, because I actually have to run today. I've got like this really full schedule. And those of you that are in the Prime program, I'm going to put together the Moneymaker grid this afternoon, and I'll send that out to you today. If you, Prime is our stock options income class. If you want to participate in that, it's really, really good. It's a great way to earn income from the stocks that you own. You can go to drboyceprime.com, or you can also text the word money to 87948, and I'll send you a training called How to Make Money Without Working, and that'll be an introduction to Prime. So text the word money to 87948. The text for the AI stocks is the text the word stock to 87948. So everything's 87948. So just keep that number written down, and I'll just give you different text words to give you different kinds of information based on what you're interested in knowing. Okay, so put your question in the Q&A section, and I'll answer a few. I wish I could stay longer, but today I got to stay real focused because I have some stuff I gotta finish up today. All right, so Byron says, is a stock split always good, or is it possibly a problem for a company and that's why they do a stock split? I can't think of a negative reason why a company would do a stock split. Typically, they do a split because because the price has gotten out of a certain range and they want to split it. Some companies don't split. Like Warren Buffett has never split his stock, and his stock is in the tens of thousands of dollars or something because he refuses to do stock splits. Because he would make the argument that I was making to you that a stock split doesn't really mean anything. It's just psychological. But believe me, if Warren Buffett split that stock right now, that price would shoot up like crazy. He'd probably make another 10 billion or more just by splitting his stock. I'd be willing to bet. Let's see. What quick investing vehicles can I get in today to be able to invest in Nvidia since I can't buy the stock outright? Well, there are ETFs, exchange traded funds. Again, if you text the word stock to 87948, there is a list of AI stocks on that list, and there's an ETF in there that I really like as well. So that might be a good way to invest. I just, whatever it is, invest in something and be consistent. That's what I want you to do. Can you do a class on or talk on how to invest in $10 stocks? Well, let's see here. We do have a stock market mini class. I don't have the link with me, but if you email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, that's support at theblackbusinessschool.com, they can help you. And also, if you go to, I think is a URL, my stock market investing class, you can do a $1 trial where the first month costs $1. And I believe it's is it drboystockmarket.com? I think it's Dr. Boy. Yeah, drboystockmarket.com. So feel free to do that. or you can go to the blackstockmarketprogram.com. Either one will get you there. All right, so let me see here. Is there a chance that Nvidia stock price will increase after the split? Yeah, Regina, I think that it probably will, but Nvidia has gone up so high that nobody knows for sure if it's going to stay high. Have I read Power versus Force by David Hawkins? No, I have not, Calvin. I have not. It sounds interesting though. What about a reverse split? Asked Stephen. A reverse split is typically bad news because you're increasing your stock price because the price has dropped so much. Barbara, is the $1 for 1 month of Prime still available? I don't think it is. I think that there was a limit on that, Barbara, but you can check with the support team. You can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and they can answer any questions that you have about anything we have going on in the Black Business School. So email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. What is the name of the AI ETF? Asked Gordon. AIQ. That's the ticker symbol, AIQ. What are the African stocks? You know what, Tana? If you text stock to 87948, I think that in the sequence at some point, like in the next week or two, you would get the list sent to you. I don't have the list in front of me, but I did create kind of a list of stocks you can invest in if you want to invest in Africa. I did another one for India also. I also did a list of stocks you can buy for under $10. So eventually all that'll appear in your phone. I try not to send you guys too much information. We try to stream it out slowly but surely to kind of help you in your journey. How do you feel about the Yield Max ETF? I don't know anything about the Yield Max ETF, Sean, and I don't have it in front of me, so I can't look up stocks. But maybe in stock market investing class, that's when I can answer questions about individual stocks. I can pull up my phone and look it up. Let's see. Ann Hall attended my first Prime meeting. I have a lot to learn. I was not expecting using margins because I consider that borrowing money. Let me know if there's a detailed explanation for newbies. Yes, and absolutely. Two things. One, we are going to do a one-on-one, a 101 for Prime students. We do this about once every 6 weeks for anybody that either wants a reboot or is a newbie and wants to start over fresh. Also, every single Prime 101 that we do, we save it and we put the recording right there inside the Prime program. So if you go to drboyceprime.com, you can log in or log in at theblackbusinessschool.com, either one, and you will see Prime 101 in your material. Go through Prime 101. If you're stuck and you can't find something, just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They'll get back to you within 7 or 8 hours max. Sometimes they get back right away, and they will guide you to anything that you need. They're really, really good people. They've been working with us for about 5 or 6 years because we're a great team to work with. We treat everybody with respect. It's like a family thing. Every single person I work with, Micah, Chanel, Amani, etc., Xavier, they've all been with us for years because we have an environment where we respect each other, we respect the students respect us, and it creates a healthy ecosystem, and that's how we operate. So they'll talk to you, they'll be patient with you and work with you on stuff. How many days is Prime? We meet for Prime class about once every couple of weeks, and also there's a lot of material in there. So if you want to go in there every day, you can. Also, like today, I'm going to release what I call the Moneymaker Grid, where there are certain stocks. A lot of people don't know this, but there are stocks that you can own where you can create income from owning the stocks. So if you're a person who's been saving and investing consistently, you can do a strategy that's relatively low risk that allows you to have consistent income, just like you would from a job. The difference is that you don't have to work for the money. So right now, my wife and I are selling a condo that we own, and we're going to take the money and we're literally going to take that same money, buy some shares in a couple companies, maybe like Meta, etc. And the amount of income we will make from selling the options will double the amount of money we were making from owning the condo. And the best part though is that we don't like being landlords. It's not fun. It's not. I don't like evicting people. I don't like getting a phone call and having to spend half the day trying to go get a plumber if something breaks down, or figuring out what the property manager's been doing wrong, or the HOA, and just all this other stuff that you have to keep up with. And then also one thing about real estate that you have to be really thoughtful about. I'm not saying real estate's bad. I'm just saying that you have to remember, a lot of people forget this. And I read a whole Wall Street Journal article about this where they were kind of breaking this down. And I like the fact that they're talking about this is when you make an investment, you have to think about the liquidity of the investment. A lot of people don't think about the fact that many investments are very easy to get into, but some of them are hard to get out of. So you have to plan your exit strategy. You can't just think about it like a bad relationship, where you're like excited because you get to, maybe you want to get some on the first date, or maybe you because somebody charms you off your feet. And then you realize though that you might be going into a relationship with a Diddy type person where getting in is easy, but getting out is very, very hard. A lot of a lot of investments are like that, where people pour their money into stuff And then when you need your money, you can't access it. You put your life savings into your cousin's bakery, and then you go back and you say, "Hey, cuz, I need some money. I need my money." And your cousin's like, "Well, the bakery's not profitable yet, or we're only making $500 a week." Well, where are you going to get your 20,000, $30,000 back? It's hard to do. So the public markets are great in the sense that there is liquidity there. Real estate's liquidity is so-so, but it's not very good. It takes a long time to sell a property. We're selling our property right now. We got to call the that's going to help us sell it. We got to do the showings. We got to, make sure that we're not violating the rights of the tenant and all these other things. Whereas if that money's in the stock market, I could sell it in 30 seconds and just be out and go on about my life. I like convenience. And one of the things that I enjoy drilling into that I don't think is discussed enough when you talk about money is I love helping us to consciously understand all the things that are more important than money and how that relates to money, right? As I mentioned to you all the time, that money is only valuable to the extent that it gives you access to things that money can't buy. Money cannot buy your peace of mind. Money cannot buy more time for you. Money it can. And there's certain circumstances it can, but most circumstances it can. It can't make you young again. It can't make you healthy again. And so really I encourage you as you invest to really connect to your feelings, and if your feelings are, this is good money, but I just don't want to do it because it sucks. Find a better way to make the money. All money ain't good money because some money requires you to deplete your morals. And then also sometimes money requires you to deplete all the things that really matter to you. Do you know how many wealthy people I know who make millions of dollars a year who are miserable because their families fell apart, their health is bad, their mental health is just in the toilet? And I think about that. I know I brought up Diddy before, kind of as a joke, but this is a true story. I knew a young lady one time who went to not Spelman or Clark or one of the HBCUs, and she went there and she said I didn't really study my first 2 years in college. And I said, well, why not? She said, because I knew that I was going to be in the music industry and I would go and meet Diddy or Jay-Z, and they would sign me and give me a job, and then I would drop out of school. And I was like, was that your plan? Like, how much hip hop music did you have to listen to for you to think that plan was going to work? And she did meet Jay-Z. She met Jay-Z in a club, and she handed Jay-Z her resume in the club, and he just looked at it really weirdly and handed it to somebody else, and she never heard from anybody. And then I think about that and I say, gosh, well, what would have happened if you had gotten your dream? Like, what would have happened if Diddy really had hired you? It wouldn't have ended well for you. Maybe you'd have some story. Maybe you'd be filing lawsuits now over what happened to you. And that's actually what happened to her. She got into the industry a little bit just by working with some of the big radio stations like in the South. And she saw what they were doing to women in that industry. She saw that. She saw this way back in the early 2000s, and she said, I don't want to be around this. So what I would say to you is that all money isn't good money, and the idea of chasing money at any cost typically does not end well for anybody. So when you're stepping into money, just kind of think of it the same way you would anything else. Just, does this fit in terms of what I want for peace of mind? So let me see. Somebody mentioned the movie Hustle and Flow, which was a great movie, by the way. But that's another example of like this, these weird false dreams. Like if you don't know Hustle and Flow, it was a great movie with Terrence Howard. He was the star. He didn't make very much money from that movie, but it helped his career a lot. So I think it was a good win for him. But anyway, he was in Hustle and Flow, and also I think Taraji might have been in it. Maybe it wasn't Taraji. I think it was Taraji. And they just, I mean, brilliant movie. And he was this pimp that wanted to go legit and become a rapper, and so he became a rapper, and they were making this really great music. Whoop that trick, get a whoop that trick, and then he has this big night where he meets this famous rapper named Skinny Black. Skinny Black was played by Ludacris. So he's excited to meet Skinny Black. He uses his pimp skills to kind of become friendly with Skinny Black. Skinny Black promises him he's going to help him out and get him to the next level, which never happens, by the way. So, people think if they meet, if I'm a rapper and I meet Megan the Stallion or somebody else, they're going to make me famous or whatever. And it doesn't happen like that. If you understand business, you'll know that the artists, they don't have the ability or even the time to make you successful and famous. They're trying to keep themselves successful and famous. But anyway, so he ends up beating up Skinny Black, right? Because Skinny Black basically broke his heart because he took his little demo tape and threw it in the toilet or something. So after he beats up Skinny Black, he's the talk of the city. It's like, oh, you punch Skinny Black. That's a big deal, right? So it's kind of like beating up Drake or Jay-Z or Kendrick Lamar or something, right? So he then gets his song ends up on the radio. And what was interesting about this movie, and this is something that I think you should think about from a financial consciousness standpoint, is that the movie ends with a feel-good moment where he basically like hears himself on the radio while he's in jail because he went to jail because he beat up Skinny Black. And when he hears his song on the radio, it's like this moment, like, I made it. Like this moment of tremendous satisfaction that says, he's hit the top of the mountain. Now you live happily ever after. And I can just tell you that all of that is a bunch of crap. Like take and I get it. I understand why people feel that way. When I was on the faculty at Syracuse, I remember thinking to myself that if I get on national TV one time, I'll be insta famous. This is me 20 years ago. My thinking 20 years ago was if I just get on national TV once, then my whole life is going to change. And I remember that feeling. I remember uh being on national TV, and I also remember a particular time where I was on, quite frankly, with Stephen A. Smith, and it was on ESPN. I was on there with Method Man and some other guy. And after that was done, I'm riding in this limo and I'm just talking to my dad. I'm really feeling like, wow, I've really done something. And in hindsight, I almost laugh at myself because that wasn't the pinnacle of anything. That was really just the beginning. That my life didn't change. I had to go back to work. I had to keep grinding. I had to keep building and developing things. There's no like one magical moment where suddenly your song's on the radio and now you're a rich celebrity. The process continues. The marathon continues, as Nipsey Hussle used to say. So I would encourage you to when you're talking about building a dream. I'm gonna end on this note because I do have to run. When you talk about building a dream cannot be built on a faulty foundation. A dream cannot be built with shallow, simple-minded, one-dimensional material. You can't build a dream off of one moment or one introduction or one instance or somebody giving you one opportunity. Very rarely is your real dream going to be built on that. And then also, when it appears to be built on that, like you meet Clive Davis and now suddenly you're the next Whitney Houston, you have to understand that that's a very fragile situation that you're in. Sure, your dreams may be coming true, but there's a lot of risk lurking in the background, a lot of little demons lurking back there that pretty much says that you need to walk on eggshells, because if you get out of line one time, or if they get tired of you, or if they or suddenly you're just not their favorite child anymore, you're done. You're done. And two examples I think about. One is I knew this lady who was an actress in Hollywood and who was a beautiful young black woman with a lot of talent. And she met this agent, and this agent wanted to kind of woo her into signing with her. And so he impressed her by taking her to the Grammys and the Oscars. And he put Halle Berry on the phone. He's like, hey, this is Halle. And she's freaking out, like, oh my God, I love you. You're my hero. Right. And all these things happen, right? And he's flying her around the world and making all these promises. Like, one day you can do this and you can do that. And then when they're in the office one day, this is true story. He pulls his penis out. He just pulls it out. He's like, okay, now that you've seen what I can do for you, let me tell you what I just need you to do for me. And that this is real. And what was interesting was she described the story, and she was like, I just thought he was doing this to be nice, or because he saw my talent. And I hated to say it, but I was like, I don't know if things work like that in Hollywood. And so my point is to say that's kind of what happens when you get that like fast money, that fast success. Everybody's looking for the fast option. Everybody wants the fast money, they want the fast come up, they want stuff to happen overnight. And usually when it happens overnight, you don't have a sturdy situation. That's because empires are not built overnight. Do you hear me? Do you understand what I'm saying? Real empires are not built overnight. They're just not. And when if you want to talk specifically about the entertainment industry, I'm gonna tell you a rapper I just think is great, that I just love. My wife and I played his song at our wedding. It's E40, and E40 is this extraordinary rap. Since we're talking about rappers and Skinny Black and all that, let's talk about E40 for a minute. Why I admire a certain part of E40, and I watched these rappers as they've evolved and stuff like that. E40 has this song, and if you're into hip hop, you should listen to it. It's called "To Whom It May Concern." And what he was writing was he was giving advice to young rappers, and basically saying to them that yeah, I know that you blew up overnight. I know that you're shining right now. I know that you just got an award. I know you're on TV. I know you're the man. I know you think I'm washed up. You think I don't matter anymore. I get it. But let me tell you how these record labels operate. Let me tell you how fragile your success is. And he basically in the chorus is they'll find a new nigga next year. That was the chorus, right? He's like, they're gonna find that they'll cycle through you like toilet paper. They're not, there's nobody invested in your long-term success. You ain't really built nothing. You don't understand the difference between real power and having proximity to power. The understanding between having a real empire that was really built with years and years and years and thousands of hours of blood, sweat, and tears versus somebody just propping you up as as a mascot to help them to sustain whatever they've built. And this is true in so many other examples. I could keep going, but I'm not gonna over talk this. But the point is to say that I just encourage you to just know typically it's the long money that's the sturdy money. It's the consistent effort. It's the long-term effort that over a long period of time that really builds stable institutions. Anything that's like instantaneous and overnight and quick and dirty is typically not going to last very long. It's very flimsy. It's like a piece of paper in the wind. As soon as the wind blows, it's gone. But when you built that sucker with 10,000 bricks, where you've just brick by brick laid out your infrastructure, then a tornado can come along and you're still going to be okay. And so many of our people that achieve wealth and whatever, what happens is they end up getting very comfortable thinking that things are always going to be good and they have no infrastructure. And then when one thing goes wrong, boom, it all crumbles. In fact, I'll point to one example and then I'm done. Does anybody know which part of the Black community had the highest rate of foreclosures in the 2007-2008 financial crisis? Which part of the country, which county had the highest foreclosure rate in America? Or one of the top five anyway. I think it was number one. Can anybody guess? Prince George's County, Maryland. Now, if you know anything about Prince George's County is known for having the most successful highfalutin Negroes in America. They got the highest incomes. They drive in the Benzes. They got the big houses. How in the hell could they have the highest foreclosure rate? Well, because the foundation wasn't sturdy. You lose that job or you lose that one income stream, you're done. And so really this is why we do these financial consciousness discussions. We do this every single morning, by the way. And I hope you guys will feel free to join. This is something that doesn't cost you a nickel to be here. I just want you to pay attention. I want you to pay money. I want you to pay attention. Um, you have to know the difference between wealth and income. You have to know the difference between something that is real versus something that is fake. You have to know the difference between things that are sturdy and things that are weak. And because you live in a world where everything's flashy, everybody wants to pretend like they're doing well. Everybody wants to look good instead of doing the actual work required to be good. Everybody wants to take Ozempic, but don't nobody want to go to the gym. And I get it. That's fine. It ain't nothing wrong with Ozempic. If you take Ozempic, I'm not judging you at all, right? But taking Ozempic does not build the same character as going to the gym. But take it from somebody who sat there with my wife saying, maybe I should try Ozempic. I want to lose weight. I want to lose 30 pounds too. Right? So I get it. I get it. The fast and flashy stuff feels good, but it don't mean you're good. And also remember this too. You can still have substance and still be flashy if you want to. I'm not judging your flash. I'm not judging people that want to look good, people who want to be fly, people that want to drive the fancy car or have the fancy watch or stay in the nice hotel. I'm not judging none of that. Those things are wonderful, but I really want you to make sure that you also remember the importance of having the substance that lies beneath all these things. Because if you have substance without any, excuse me, if you have flash with no substance, that's like a birthday cake that's nothing but icing. You cannot have a birthday cake that's all icing with no cake. So create your cake and then put some icing on it so the damn thing tastes good. And then I think that that's a recipe for a wonderful life. So have your flash, have your swag, look good, do whatever it is you want to do. Just make sure you understand that there's no substitute in many cases for hard work, consistent work, the commitment of time, and all the effort. If you put all that in, then you build something sturdy, and the sturdy things are the things that will sustain you. Okay. All right. So anyway, I gotta go, guys. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. God bless you. And also, a quick reminder: if you want to get a copy of my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, you can go to drboycebooks.com. In fact, if you go to drboycebooks.com and you want to get a 30% discount on anything in the store, our financial flashcards for children, my wife's financial anxiety workbooks, we have a whole apparel, a whole Black Wealth apparel section. It's a really great store. It's an awesome Black-owned bookstore that I hope you guys will take a look at. Just use the code word book club, all one word, book club, and that will give you 30% off anything that you want to purchase in the store. And also tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, we're going to meet for economic consciousness or economic awareness training. That's what we do every single morning. I call it different things. I call it money in the morning, economic elevation, financial consciousness. And basically the goal is to make you aware of economics so that you can elevate and elevate. And when you elevate, you're going to celebrate, because then you will know what it feels like to be at the top of the mountain for real, instead of having people tell you at the top of the mountain when you really feel like you're at the bottom. Then that's the part that I want us to get rid of. I want us to know the difference between what's real and what's fake, and that's how we do things over here. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. If you want to be invited to our economic awareness training tomorrow morning, just text the word morning to the number 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I will send you an invitation myself, and I will be back here tomorrow every single day with you at 7 a.m. See you guys later. Have a wonderful day. Peace.
She's an LCSW, and I'm like, how are you authorized to teach me about investing as a social worker? So then I dug into her and I found out she's like one of the people who does their a lot of financial training around like from a very holistic social work sort of lens, right? You know, taking in consideration that biopsychosocial. So like
Mm.
I say the difference between like social work psychology and psychiatry sort of, and this is like very like minimizing it. So don't take this as a, you know what I mean? Psychiatrists, I feel like are more, it's a lot of interest in prescribing medication, things like that. And I'm kind of reduced, it's kind of reductionist, but also with psychologists, it's more cognitive, like what's going on in between your ears, as opposed to social work, which is, you know, what's going on between your ears, but then what's going on at work, what's going on at home, what's going on, you know, in all these facets of your life. That's why we talk about a sort of biopsychosocial framework. So think about learning about personal finance or recovering from financial trauma, but doing it in sort of like a therapist sort of environment, a therapeutic environment, you know, where somebody's not judging you, somebody's there. And so how I got here, so I'm certified in financial social work. And that's why I shared the story about the LinkedIn learning, because I didn't know it was a thing. That's when I learned about it. So I dug into some programs. I found that there's actually a center for financial social work. And then there's a certificate you can get also at the University of Maryland. I think it's College Park. They offer it too, but it's only offered like certain times during the year, and they don't always offer it if there's low enrollment. So, but anyways, I went to the Center for Financial Social Work, got the training there, and it's just been fantastic to be able to help people in this context because I'm all about personal finance, just because of my personal situation and things that I'm going through right now, and I'm sort of training myself to be the therapist that I wish I could have had going through all this hardship. Um, you know, so trying
Mm.
to be that person for.
Okay, so a financial social worker. I now never heard that term before. I've heard of financial therapist. Now, tell me about is there a difference between a financial therapist and a financial social worker? And also, because my wife is a therapist and a social worker, also, right? So is there a difference? And then also, tell me more about financial social work. Like, how would you define that? Like in a couple minutes, kind of thing.
So if I was to make a distinction between a social worker and a therapist, so social workers can be therapists. In fact, most of the therapists in the country are social workers. They provide the most mental health counseling.
Mm.
They're the most accessible also, but and there are more of us. But you don't have to be a therapist if you're a social worker. You could be a macro practitioner. You can go work in Harrisburg or wherever state capital you're at, and you can do a bunch of other things. You can be a medical social worker at a hospital, that sort of thing. So, what is financial social work? So, financial social work is, in a way, for me, a way to help people who are traumatized in the workplace and who may be looking for entrepreneurial opportunities.
Mhm.
People who are working through complex family issues. You know what I mean? So there's a couple I'm working with now where an uncle is being a holdout for and doesn't want and wants to sell a house that everybody else wants to keep in the family just to be spiteful. So there's a lot to navigate there, and there's a lot of group and family therapy that's involved in a situation like that as well. And also just breaking generational curses. You know what I mean? What does it mean to not sell grandma's house? You know what I mean? What does it mean
Mhm.
to have to and supporting people who are doing like estate planning for uh loved ones, people who are caring for aging parents. That's another group of people who are like really not supported. And these each of these have financial implications with all of them. Some people just aren't ready to care for aging parents and then understanding like what it means from a financial standpoint, because there's a huge burden and unforeseen expenses that come up, a lot of paperwork that needs to be handled, and a lot of resources that you can connect your parents to that people may not know about. You don't know what you don't know. And so that's also being a liaison to connect people with resources in the community that could be helpful for them. So
Mhm.
financial social work is it's not just the therapy piece and helping with like, the stress, the anxiety, um, and the depression around, with the onset of like not having enough money or not being as financially just not being as efficient as you can could be uh, financially, and this causes stress. So a lot of times we also do things like optimization, and everybody isn't always a good wouldn't be necessarily need therapy to take part with these services, but they could also do coaching. So I do coaching.
It's interesting because it's almost like like you go through so many things that it's almost like people should be trained and prepared for this stuff and they're not. Like you get to that point in your life where I know they have that thing, I think that was called the sandwich generation. Like people in a certain age group where you're taking care of kids and but you're also taking care of aging parents. And when people are not financially prepared or emotionally prepared, they just don't it's hard. It's really, really hard, because on one hand the kids need you like crazy. Maybe you're even married and your spouse needs you and your boss needs you, and then your parents need you, right? So you kind of got all this stuff hitting you, and that's all super expensive, and so it seems to me that there should be more conversations about that because you're right. People, I mean, that financial burden, it just body slams a lot of people. And if you're in your say 40s and 50s and you're supposed to be saving for retirement and all that, but you got all these immediate needs that are just draining all your resources, it just becomes a really difficult thing to resolve, right?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And so, all these things hit you all at one time at like a ton of bricks. And it can be a very isolating experience for a lot of people, especially those who are like an only child. Fortunately, I have my sister, and
Mhm.
we're really tight. She helps me. But our parents need a lot of support, you know what I mean? So I don't know what I would do if I didn't have her, you know what I mean? But also
Mhm.
to speak to another point, something else you just said, Dr. Boyce, I think this should be something that people learn, and that's why, like you said, we have to be the solution to our issues. If this is a problem and people need to be educated on it, then it's up to us to do that for our community, right? So I do a personal finance training for or workshop for one for middle school and high school students, and one of my slides, I talk about the reasons why personal finance isn't taught in schools, right? And there's a laundry list of reasons. All of them are horrendous, right? They don't make any sense to anybody who's a rational thinking person. But
Mhm.
the reason why they don't teach it because it's that's the intention. They want us in debt. They want us to be, employees,
Mhm.
for life. You know what I mean? They want us to be in debt. And you need these type of people to make a capitalist system like this work, or laissez-faire capitalist system like this work. Where
Right.
it's exploitation, and theft of labor value, as opposed to
Mm.
being efficient in in that way. So I'll
Yeah,
leave
I
it.
no, well, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, I think that it's almost like I think that we somehow make the mistake of believing that the government cares about us. You know, that's a really bad assumption for anybody to make, especially Black people. There's not a lot of evidence to say that they do. And to some extent, it's I think that we have to really think about what it means. I mean, what one thing we do every morning is we do what we call economic consciousness exercises, or just awareness, right? And almost like meditating on certain realities, right? So one reality I would encourage everybody to meditate on is the fact that there is when you are a commodity in a society, like I think Black people definitely are, really human beings are. In a capitalist society, you're not seen so much as a human being, you're seen really as a commodity, an asset, something that can be moved around and traded, and kind of where value can be extracted from your existence. Whether you're talking about a young kid in the prison system, or you're talking about a worker who gets up and goes to work for their boss every day, or a consumer who is manipulated into buying things at the store so other people can get rich. So when you're a commodity, you have to understand just sort of how you're viewed by the people that are at the top of the economic food chain. And so if I am taking care of you and you're happy that I'm taking care of you, but you're talking about the people at the top of the food chain, it becomes one of these things where you have to be really careful because they're taking care of you in a specific way for a specific purpose. So, for example, if I'm a chicken on a farm and the goal of the farmer is to pack up all the chickens and take us to KFC so that they can eat us up or sell us, um, then yeah, they're gonna feed me good. My life is gonna be nice and easy. And I'm gonna say, wow, this farmer is really, he's really looking out for my best interest. He's hooking me up, and but he's hooking me up for not because he cares about my well-being. He's hooking me up because he needs me to be fat and ready to be fed to somebody else. That's different from, say, the way my mother might take care of me. My mother wants me to just be good. She wants me to be healthy, safe, and prosperous. The farmer just needs me to be fat so that he can sell me and make money for me. The minute I don't fit that agenda anymore, I become useless to him. And so the public school system to me kind of operates in the same way, that they give you this thing called education, and we say thank you so much for this education, but that education really is, it's a training slash indoctrination that prepares you to fulfill a specific purpose, to fit into a specific system. So if you make the mistake of believing that they're giving you this education because they really care about you and they want you to live this wonderful life, that's a very bad assumption. The only people that are going to really want you to live a good life and care about you on that level is you. Maybe if you're lucky, you have some people in your family they care about you at that level, but that's it. So I think there should be like sort of two views of education. There's the education that the government gives us, that's training slash indoctrination, where there can be some benefit to that for sure. But then there's like the real education, where the goal of that education is maximizing my life, putting me in a good position where I'm going to be able to get what I need, and care, and that benefits the people, myself and the people around me. So that might include some of the things that you're talking about, like being trained on just how to have enough resources so I can make sure I take care of my aging mother and the children, and be a good husband and father, and be a wealth builder. Ain't none of that in public school. None of that. Those are easy classes. You could really literally teach it. I imagine if every Black boy got a class on how to be a good husband, or how to be a good dad. Every Black girl got a class on how to be a good mother, how to be a great wife, how to keep the family together, conflict resolution skills, emotional intelligence. That would go a long way, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely, Dr. Boyce. And that's why I try to follow your example and, create our own institutions where we can do this work. You know what I mean? Because I'm not a proponent of neoliberalism. In fact, I say neoliberalism is where movements go to die. So I
Mm.
cannot do the work that I do as part of another institution where I'm getting paid. You know what I mean? I just
Yeah.
can't do that. So we have to create our own spaces to do these things to educate our people. So, and like
Yes.
you said, maybe brag a little bit. I don't want to go too ham, but I started it's on its way to a nonprofit. You might have saw it when I was off screen, but it was called the Dynamic Justice Collective. I'll send you guys a link. But in with that organization, we do a lot of trainings around uh, financial therapy or finances, personal finance for mostly for young people. We target with that. Just because we want to get them started early, how to write a check, what is interest, what is bank, why is it important to have a bank account as opposed to going into, because a lot of them, they got their first little job and they want to go to check cash and pays. Okay, well, here's why you need to have a bank account. You know what I mean? Getting into the habit of banking, credit unions instead of using check cashing places and things like that. Just simple things. And also we do community and organizational processes. So our whole goal is to uh, remove ourselves from oppressive systems. So if people in the community have a dispute, instead of calling the police, instead of having the courts involved or the cops involved or the judges and jails and prisons involved, how about we sit around and have a circle, a restorative justice circle, and we can work this out ourselves where nobody has to leave the community, nobody else is harmed, but the person who caused the harm gets to, the person who was harmed and the person who causes harm get to sit in the same space, and then they get to share it, how their point of views and how things affect how the conflict impacted them. So that restorative justice, the trainings, we do youth cohorts in schools and things like that. And we just kicked off a project called Project Equity. Now, Project Equity, this is about keeping the most vulnerable among our people in their homes. So we're talking about elderly people, we're talking about families, because there are a lot of developers here in Philly, and there are a lot of also predatory lenders who go around and get people who got people, a lot of people into subprime mortgages way back in 2007, 2008. And I was one of the people that did a lot of the housing counseling to get people's mortgages remodified with Harrisburg. So because of that work, that influences the work I do now. And also just trying to, there's so many of the older people I meet, they don't even have homestead exemption because they don't know about it. You know what I mean? So somebody has to be out here getting them connected to those resources and things like that. So it has to be us. So like I said, just following your example, Dr. Boyce, just like creating our own institutions. I started a consultancy as well, but that's an LLC, and that's for collecting reparations. So I target like bigger, for that.
Okay. Well,
My community work, the community always gets me through Dynamic Justice Collective. That's not about money. That's just about being of service.
all right. Well, everybody, this is Ken Peoples, and Ken Peoples has a background in social work, financial social work, and he's our guest for today. And so one of the things I wanted to mention or bring up, Ken, was I'd like to ask you about this. I'm going to read a list of 5 signs of emotional intelligence, and I think this is something that we can meditate on in terms of knowing if we're emotionally intelligent. In fact, give me a yes or no in the chat. Yes or no. Do you consider yourself to be an emotionally intelligent person? Yes or no? How many of you consider yourselves to be emotionally intelligent? How many of y'all feel like, God is still working on you? You got a ways to go. I know that emotional intelligence, I feel like it's a journey. Not all of us are where we want to be. A lot of us make bad decisions because of emotions. Maybe we get really mad at somebody that we care about and we say something that we regret. All of us have done that. I'm sure at some point. Maybe financially, you go and you buy something that you regret buying later on. You got some buyer's remorse. Maybe you didn't have. Maybe emotionally, you were invested in a stock and you saw your stocks drop, so you got scared and you sold too early. So I think emotional intelligence is a journey for everybody. So I don't think anybody's perfect there, but there are varying degrees of this, and I think this should be discussed more. So I'm going to give 5 signs of emotional intelligence. I want you to process this, and then Ken, I'd like for you to comment on this list. Um, Number one is empathy for others' feelings, and then I want to ask you as I say this. Do you think that we have a society where empathy is really encouraged? Like, do you think that we have a society where you're encouraged to consider how other people feel? And also, do you feel that this would make you better in your outcomes in life, your relationships, the way you do business, everything else? Putting yourself in somebody else's shoes. What do you think? Do you think our country would be better if we had more of that empathy? Number two, self-awareness of emotions, knowing how you feel, processing that, understanding why you feel that way, right? I'm really mad right now because and I'm kind of hurt because, well, again, do we encourage that kind of depth, or do we live kind of on the shallow surface? I think the world's a little bit shallow in that area. I don't think self-awareness is as great as it should be. Number three, effective stress management. Ways to manage stress that are effective and also healthy, right? Instead of turning to the crack pipe or the liquor bottle or overindulging in food or sex or whatever it is that helps me to relieve stress, maybe finding some healthy ways to deal with that, healthy coping mechanisms like meditation, deep breathing, exercise, things like that. Number four, constructive conflict resolution. Can you imagine how great our world would be if people sought first to reconstruct relationships as opposed to destroy them? Like, I have a conflict with you, rather than me beating you up, escalating it, and cussing you out and going off on you. My goal is to actually resolve the conflict and be constructive in our conversation. And the fifth sign of emotional intelligence would be great interpersonal relationships. So, what if every time I talk to you, my goal was to make your life better and to be a good friend to you, to be a good relative to you, as opposed to what you see a lot in the society, which is a lot of narcissism and it's all about me, stuff like that. So, Ken, I read that list. It's not exhaustive. Give me your commentary, your thoughts on some of that.
Okay, so in terms of empathy, I think empathy is a superpower.
Mm,
And not only that, but I believe that because I think your question around empathy was, do you feel like that there's an air of aura of empathy? I'll say yes and no. Yes, in my community with my ALites, but in terms of America in general, absolutely not. I think it's just a
mm,
rugged individualism, dog eat dog, and love. That's why it's really important for us to build community amongst one another. In terms of self-awareness, yes. Looking within, taking that time to step away, being in tune with yourself, being in tune with your thoughts, understanding yourself, understanding your motivations, taking the time to sit and process and understand where certain feelings might be coming from, where certain thoughts might be coming from, and just understanding what it is you want and moving intentionally, right?
mm.
So that's what I think about when I think of self-awareness. In terms of effective stress management, listen, I think Dr. Boyce said everything you need to say with that one. Just healthy coping skills. So like meditation. Um, also eating good, eating healthy, eating nutritious food. You know what I mean? Staying away from all the sugar, staying away from all the fat. Um, exercising regularly. And Dr. Boyce also said deep breathing, which uh, uh, I can't recommend enough. It's something that I implement into my everyday life. Actually, I use the Dr. Will 478 breathing technique. I do it twice a day.
Mm.
Um, in terms of constructive conflict resolution, this is what I work around. A lot of the young people I work with. It's all about conflict resolution. We can't get anywhere if we can't resolve conflict because conflict is going to happen no matter what. It's inevitable. So but it's how we handle it and how we move on from it, how we repair that matters, right? So a lot of times I like to talk to people about, just like the upstairs brain, the downstairs brain, and then just like what it means to behave impulsively and what it means to have delayed gratification and then just wait and just see how things play out. You know what I mean? But to not be impulsive and to just, it can be hard. And like I said, it's a sliding scale in terms of emotional intelligence. So everybody may not have the slider all the way up to 100 where you're just like 100% zen, emotionally intelligent, like, you know what I mean? But something that you have to keep working on. And then in terms of interpersonal relationships, so again, I think a lot of this feeds into that last one. So if you're an empathetic person, if you are in tune with yourself, you have really healthy coping skills, really good emotional self-regulation skills. You're good at uh, uh, navigating conflict and healing and repair. I think interpersonal relationships would be something that really comes easy for you.
Yeah, and it helps you do basic things like make more money.
Right.
I mean, I like to keep things simple, Ken, and I see that list and I say, okay, I get it. It's those five things that we mentioned are um it's basically training on how to not be an asshole.
Right.
If you're not an asshole, then people will want to be around you. They'll want to work with you. They'll want to partner with you. They'll want to marry you. They'll want to do business with you. They'll seek you out. And when you see people that are off balance, like somebody who lacks empathy, who wants to be around somebody who doesn't care how anybody else feels except for themselves?
Right. I
Nobody like
wouldn't
that.
enter a business deal with you if that's the type of person you
Yeah, I'm not gonna do a business deal with you.
are.
I'm sure as hell not gonna date you. And I don't want to be your friend. And this goes back to childhood. I still remember I had a friend who was just spoiled. His mama used to buy him everything and he was also a good athlete and stuff. And he just kind of he was like a jerk and a bully and just dismissive of everyone. And we could not stand this dude. Like he was. I feel like every friend group, when you're like 8 years old, every friend group has those one or two people where you're like, dude, we don't even like you, but you're just with us. We all get on our bikes and ride together. But if you wasn't here, everything the world would be a better place. Almost like that Eric Cartman character. And so to me, it's like though I love that list because it also another thing that came to mind was when you talk about the wealth destruction through just the deterioration of the community through things like urban violence, and you think about what Philly is dealing with in that area. Chicago, we're similar. I think that part about conflict resolution so essential, not just in terms of preserving life and preserving freedom, keeping brothers from going to prison, but you're also talking about wealth preservation as well. It's hard to build wealth when a lot of your young people are getting shot up and going to jail. What any
Right.
thoughts on that in terms of your experience in dealing with that? Because I know you're in Philly, which is I keep up with Philly, man. There's so many terrible things happening there, and but a lot of good things too. But some
Right.
things that are disturbing. You have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the the issues that we have in the city, and it's not just Philly, it's urban centers all over the country, right? Where I mean, there's people may look at it. I mean, there's a lot of pathology, there's a lot of violence, there's a lot of struggling economically. There aren't enough jobs going around. And I just think in things are gonna get really I think before things get better, probably gonna be it's probably gonna be rough for a little while and just in the states as a whole, just looking at what's going on geopolitically. But in terms of what you were saying, in terms of like people going like anytime you remove somebody from the community, um, that's one person that could be earning an income for their family. That's one man that could be earning some, helping his family out. But instead, he's going to prison to engage in labor activities and get paid a pittance for whatever corporation, right? So that labor value goes away from our community and then goes and helps the state, which created conditions to get this young man put in jail in the first place. You know what I mean? So I think it's just the system is really working as it is intended, and us being in these spaces and having these conversations is basically it is us brainstorming ways that we can intervene and like do something to intervene and do something about this because I just feel like in terms of like our community and in terms of like wealth building, you know, we have such a counterinsurgency like inside of our community. We don't own and control a lot of our own resources, like our cultural resources. We don't, and a lot of times we've been shut out of opportunities to build generational wealth. And at the same time, we're also, there's a lot of trauma around that. And so some people can self-medicate, some people, and so I'm sorry, Dr. Boyce, I kind of lost your question. So I'm kind of rambling, but
No, it's
I'm
okay.
just kind of just talking right now. I probably need to get your question again. I'm sorry.
Oh no, don't worry about the question. I forgot it too. In fact, actually, that's what I do sometimes every morning. I'll just ramble. It's a stream of consciousness. I'll just go and I'll just start talking about whatever comes to mind next, and I think that's okay. I think that that's leaning on your subconscious mind to guide you to the things that you are passionate about. And actually, as you were speaking, one thing that I thought about too, when you talk about just that drain when you're losing your young people and people are getting killed going to prison, and then remember this too, that not only are you losing wealth from the person who dies. You lose wealth from the person who goes to prison, but then also you're traumatizing the people who are connected to those individuals or that incident, right? If I sit here and I watch my older brother get shot in the head, I'm not right. So now I become whatever asset to the community or to my family I was going to be, that's in jeopardy because now I can't really function properly because I've got this undiagnosed, untreated trauma because I'm just told to man up and get over it, but I'm freaking out and engaging in all these unhealthy coping mechanisms to deal with that. So there's it's like a virus. It really becomes like a virus, and I want everybody to kind of visualize what it looks like when you have the opposite of the virus. All right, let me tell you about this true story. Just yesterday, last night, I sat with a student and who did a consultation with me, and we were going through her portfolio. She has about $1 million in wealth, and I wanted to hear her story. And she told me about her father who died about 20 years ago, and her father was a very hardworking man who had a farm, and he bought all this land, and he trained his kids. He said, "Don't ever sell this land." He had a bunch of heads of cattle, and that's how he built his wealth. And also, he set up family trusts and incorporation. And all. Again, an average man wasn't a PhD or an attorney or like even a college graduate, but he was a hardworking man that loved his family, who was in a position mentally to visualize. He had a consciousness level to literally tell his children, "I'm gonna take care of you from the grave." And she said, and that's what we're doing. She said, "My daddy is taking care of us from the grave. We make money 20 years after his death because he was sort of built in that sturdy sort of way where he made the long-term plan and he executed the long-term plan. He set up he worked with the lawyer to set up the trust and incorporation, and he put all the land in the trust. And she said, oh yeah, when he passed, we paid about $500 in taxes on hundreds of thousands of dollars in assets that my father worked hard and left for us. And he also used to tell us about how many families lose their wealth because they don't make a plan. And this was not a guy who ever took a finance class. He didn't have a college degree, but he understood the basics, and so I want everybody to imagine what if he was on crack, right? What if this man had been shot in a drive-by? What if he was just so messed up in the head through trauma and whatever that he just didn't function? What if he just was a professional baby daddy who just splattered a bunch of kids all around the country and didn't take care of any of them? Imagine where his daughter would be now. Do you understand? So what I want you to see is I want you to see the extremes. And then Ken, you can jump in and comment on that however you like, but because I'm not even gonna frame it as a question because we're just talking here. We're just two brothers talking. But I want everybody to see those extremes. Like what happens when you take someone or something. Every boy, every child, every girl in our community has the potential to be a tremendous asset to others. Every single child that is born in our community is a multi-million-dollar opportunity for the community. Now, and I'm not even just talking about the money. I'm talking about all the other things too, right? Every single time. And when you have millions of your kids that get lost or those opportunities are wasted, that's how you get a poor community. Because poor stands for what? Passing over opportunities repeatedly. So every time you give birth to a black baby, that is your opportunity to do something amazing. But you got to pour into that baby as much as you pouring into your boss. We got to invest in these kids as much as you investing in that shitty ass excuse my French, that damn corporation that you're invested in. You got to invest in your children as much as you investing in the landlord, invest in your kids as much as you investing in the car dealer. If you do that, then your children will become the assets that God meant for them to be instead of having this wasteland of missing opportunities. I'm done. I said too much. Ken, please.
Okay. Dr. Boyce, you said so much. There's so much I want to comment on. So the first thing I'll say, I'll preface this by saying, talking because you said something about, therapy, and especially for our community in general. I do another workshop on like ancestral trauma, and just I encourage all my people to please go to therapy. Even if you don't think you need to go or you don't think you'll get anything out of it, just go, just see what it's like. You know what I mean? And also do a workshop on destigmatizing therapy. Listen, 1965 rolled around, and we had another great migration, people looking for family members, right? we didn't have any therapists, any social workers, anybody there to help us deal with the trauma that we had just been through. You know what I mean? We're still passing that down and carrying that generation after generation. And we still have like contemporary stress and trauma that we have to deal with, racial trauma that we have to deal with today. You know what I mean? On top of the ancestral trauma. So please, I encourage
Hmm.
everybody to do what you have, do what you can to heal. You know what I mean? Because we have to. Second, God bless this man that you just told me about, Dr. Boyce, who set up everything. And I love trust. I just learned about these in 2020 because I had to out of necessity. And I love trust 100%. And I think that dovetails nicely into you mentioned estate planning. And this part is so incredibly important because I see so many times, and in the work that I'm doing now, I see a lot of times where families, somebody passes away who owned the home, but nobody then changes title to another person, or things like that. And a lot of things, which is why I'm really into trust, is what I'm trying to train our community to do is like stop going to probate. Do not go to probate. We have to make plans to transfer resources from one generation to the next, or just from one person to the next. And you can do that with the trust or a holding company, however you want to do it. There's a bunch of ways around it. Get a lawyer for that. I didn't pass the bar, but um, we lose so much wealth by not protecting it. And I'll give you a personal anecdote. I feel like my grandparents or the grands in my family did so well to accumulate property, right? But the generation after them, their children, didn't do anything to maintain or they maintained, but they didn't do anything in terms of legally to keep it in our names legally, right? Or to keep it out of heirs property legally. So my generation is now having to go back and fix everything, and we weren't able to save everything. You know what I mean? And it's heartbreaking for a lot of things because it's just if someone just stepped up and did this one thing back then. But we also, like you said, to speak to your other point, Dr. Brooks, we didn't always have somebody who was in position to do that because it could have been drug abuse. It could have been somebody was arrested. It could have been some other thing that somebody got put up into where that particular thing was not handled. And so now it falls to us. So now we're the ones who are breaking generational curses. And we're happy to do it. We'll do it again if we have to. But um, again, it's about preventing this from ever having to happen and then leaving your kids in a better position than you were in. You know what I mean? Making sure your kids don't have to go through, having to set up a trust, having to educate themselves on this stuff. I mean, it'd be good to educate themselves on this, but like not out of a place of necessity, but out of a place they can take their time to learn this as opposed to like I'm stressed. I'm really stressed because I have to get this paperwork in. I have to fix this stuff. You know what I mean? It's
Mm-hmm.
much better to do it instead of doing it under, I don't want to say duress, but it's much better to do it to learn these things, in a more nurturing educational environment as opposed to the stress of like a probate or trying to transfer resources so that they can be saved and not be sold because there might be something, going on in the background. You know what I mean? So I don't know, Dr. Boyce. I think I said enough about what you spoke on there.
Yeah, well, you're right about estate planning and trust, because when things go through, I talked to an estate planning attorney one time who basically said that the 80% of her law firm's income comes from families that don't prepare. She said if families all prepared for death, that we would not have a law firm because we make all of our money cleaning up messes in families where nobody thought anybody was ever going to die, so nobody had any plans in place. Yeah, when you go through probate, you're talking about tremendous legal fees, a lot of court costs. You have fees. You have to pay the executor of the estate. You got administrative costs. You have a big time delays. You lose a lot of time. So that means the bills have to be paid during that time can't be paid. You also lose your privacy because they can publicly disclose all the information from your estate to anybody who wants to look it up. And then also the IRS then shows up after that. And once the IRS shows up, next thing you know, everything that you work for your whole entire life is gone. So it's very important to think about these things. And I encourage everybody, again, another economic consciousness exercise. Remember, when we do money consciousness every morning, I always remind you, I always want you to be conscious of what it means to be conscious, right? So consciousness means being able to elevate and vibrate on a frequency where you can see far what's ahead. You can see what's out there. Like an airplane that goes above the traffic, you can see things that people in the traffic can't see. So what I want you to be able to do, and I want you to do this, is just meditate and imagine that you died today. Like imagine you died like right now, right after this class, you're gone. You can't go back and change anything. You can't go back and share passwords. You can't go back and fix anything. It's like golf. I remember hearing Cat Williams describe playing golf, and he's, how he talks. He talks real slow and methodical. He's a genius. He's really smart. And he was like, golf is a sport where you get one shot to hit the ball, and you have to live with that shot, and then you can only move forward to the next shot. And death is kind of like that too. It makes me think about death because, like just like in golf, when you hit a bad shot, it's in the weeds of the woods. You have to live with it. You can't go back and do it again, right? So when death happens, when the Grim Reaper shows up, and if he takes you unexpectedly, you can't go back and be like, oh wait, let me go back and make sure that my baby daddy knows where the passwords are so he can get access to the money to pay the rent Tuesday. No, you get no do-overs. So I would encourage you to just sort of imagine what it would mean to be able to have influence beyond the grave, to be able to make sure everything's handled. And just so imagine if you were gone and just say, okay, would my spouse be able to pay the mortgage? Would they know how to even get to the bank account? Would they know? And these are real stories. I told you all about the story about the guy. I told a story one day, Ken, about this is a real story about a guy who was in his 50s, and he was kind of a player, and he had this young girlfriend about 32, and he said, don't worry, I'll pay the bills and everything. So he took good care of her. But the problem was that the girlfriend, because she was so much younger than him, she had a bad relationship with his daughter because his daughter was the same age as his girlfriend. So the daughter couldn't stand the girlfriend, but it didn't matter because that's what the dad wanted, and he took care of her, and she lived with him and all that. Well, one day he just has a stroke. He just, guy, men will talk all day about women dying alone. Well, men die alone too. And so anyway, this guy he has a stroke, but he didn't die. He was in a coma. So all the time he was in a coma, her dilemma was, how do I pay the bills with him in a coma? Because he's got all the money. So she broke in his phone, put his face up or whatever, and got into the bank account and took the money out. Now you could say she was stealing from him because it was against he didn't give consent, but if he were alive, he would have given her the money, because he was paying all the bills anyway. So she pulls the money out to pay all the bills, and then after a few weeks, he dies. He literally just dies. And then there's something about death that's so interesting because that's when the state and the government it jumps into your life. At that point, everything becomes like official and illegal, right? So now that he's gone, given that he didn't make any plans for his death, he didn't make any plans for this woman. Again, I believe if somebody loves you, they're gonna make a plan for you. If I don't make a plan for you, then I can't say I care about you. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't offend anybody, but I hope you'll consider what I just said. So he didn't he didn't have any plans because he was gonna be there forever because he's the man. He ain't never gonna die, right? Like a lot of us men think that way. Well, now he's gone. So because he didn't make any plans, guess who inherits everything that he owns? It
Has
ain't
to be
it ain't the girlfriend. It's the
daughter.
daughter.
Yeah, it
The
has to be.
daughter. And the daughter, she's been heated over this relationship for years. So she comes in, and first thing she does is she evicts the girlfriend out of the house. Now you're homeless. She's like, now you're homeless, you bitch. That's what she's thinking because she did not like this lady. So she puts her out, and then she goes in and investigates and finds out that this lady was taking all this money out of
Nothing
her
to say
daddy's
nothing.
account. Oh, now you're about to be arrested. And all this happened, and he would, if he were alive, he would be vehemently against it. But because he made no plan,
Right.
now all hell's broken loose. The daughter owns everything now, and the girlfriend's just out there. So these are the things that can happen with death. And I hope everybody will just kind of hear these stories and just don't let yourself be the next story. Don't have your kids on GoFundMe. That's not cool. So anyway, I want to say thank you, Ken, for hanging out with us today. I appreciate it. Ken, how can people get in touch with you? Where can they go to follow you and participate in what you got going on?
So you can reach me at dynamicjusticecollective.org. I also put my email in the chat. I'll put the link to that to that organization in the chat. The consultancy, the site is live, not live yet. It's password protected, but it will be up soon. Hopefully, Dr. Boyce, you can share the link once that's up. And
Sure will.
yeah, so it was great. Thanks for having me, everybody. I really appreciate it. I saw the comments going. I mean, you guys are a mile a minute. This chat is live. It's wild over here. But it was great to have. It was great to be with you guys to hang out this morning. And thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. Thanks for letting me into your space.
Yeah, yeah. This is the space of intelligent black people, and I'm gonna tell you these are the black leaders, in my opinion. The B1 people, people who love the community, who are action oriented, and also who want to grow. That's what's going to get us to the next level. It ain't going to be no celebrities or athletes or rappers or whatever. It's going to be people like that. It's not even going to be the educated class. That's the thing. When it comes to wealth, educated black people actually in many cases have a negative net worth. So it's not all educated black people, but those who have not sort of hit that switch to understand like what wealth is and why it matters and how to obtain it, they're not even adding to our ability to overcome the racial wealth gap. So the people in this room are serious, man. These are just some of the baddest black folks ever, and I think that black leadership should be done by committee. I think all of us, every one of us, is a black leader. Everybody who has a space of influence, everybody that has a family, if you got kids looking up to you, wherever you're at, you're a leader because we literally push forward to address cutting edge economic thinking that allows us to really not just catch up, but we taking the lead, man. We are taking the damn lead, and it's just gonna take some time. But we getting that Ferrari's moving down the road 150 miles an hour, and it ain't stopping. So thank you so much, Ken. Ken, so everybody got Ken's contact information. Give
Well,
that website one more time, brother.
people are missing the link in the chat. So I'm gonna put it again here. So hopefully, and Dr. Boyce, I'll just send it to you too, so you could
Okay.
probably just
Yeah, dynamicjusticecollective.org. Was that what it was?
yes.
Okay, I'm gonna type it in. Dynamicjusticecollective.org. Okay. Dynamicjusticecollective.org. Okay. All right. There we go. Dynamicjusticecollective.org. His name is Kim Peebles. So go look the brother up. And I don't know if you have Instagram and all that, Ken. You on the gram?
I'm on the ground. I got a personal one. It's just my travel pictures. I like to travel, but it's only for people I know personally. So you can follow me, Dr. Boyce. And maybe when I come back to the B1 every weekend, I can open it up for everybody.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The thing is that like people when I thought about like doing stuff on social media, I never thought of life as a separation between the professional me and the real me. I always
Yeah.
want the real, I don't want to have to live that life of pretending to be something different. And sometimes it's confusing and it can distract from the brand a little bit. Like sometimes people get confused and they're like, I thought you were a finance professor. Why are you talking about the NFL? I'm like, because I'm a human being first. That's
And
it.
it's all money related anyway. So
It is. It is. Well, yeah, when you think about most things deep enough, you can eventually find the economic connection because money drives America. But I also just said from the very beginning, I said I don't want to be Mr. Professional all the time on social media. I want to have fun too. I want to share a joke. I don't want to be Mr. Serious and Mr. Work, work, work. Like I live life. I'm a dad. I'm a husband. I'm a human being. And after we get to know each other as human beings, now let's talk about wealth. Let's talk about all these other things. I mean, the credentials are there. You can go check them. But beyond that, though, I'd really like to connect with you and be your friend and let you know that I care about you. And then we can talk about some other stuff after that, right? So I would encourage you to, consider have, on your page, whether you create a new platform or not, let people get to know you. I think that we live in an age of authenticity. I don't think you have to pretend at all or hide and in fact, if you really get to where you're just really hiding like the real you or whatever too much, it eventually gets out anyway. It's just, so
yeah, I think you're right. So I don't think that's what's happening. It's just that uh like I have a personal Instagram and I need to make one for Dynamic Justice Collective. I need to make one for the consultancy. but I just shit post about geopolitics all day. I'm not a good follow, trust me.
Well, you'd be surprised, brother. You'd be surprised, man. So, well, I'm gonna say thank you very much, Ken. Ken Peebles, that's our guest for today. Thank you so much for coming in today, and also everybody. We're gonna be back every morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, for our economic elevation, financial consciousness training. If you'd like to be invited into the private Zoom, and if you are not, don't get an invitation yet, just pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I will send you an invite, and we'll be back tomorrow morning, guys. So have a great day. And thank you all for filling out the survey. If you haven't filled out the survey, the satisfaction survey, please do that, because that will really help us to zoom in on how to make this a perfect class. And bring your family and friends. It's free to join the live training, and I can tell from the survey results already that that your overwhelming majority of you are elevating economically because you're here. And we're also going to work on that one little piece. I need everybody up in here invested in the stock market. That's the one mandate I'm gonna give you, because it's too important for us to miss. So God bless you. Thank you again, Ken. It's great to see you, my brother. And everybody, you have a wonderful day. We'll see you soon. Bye bye. So far, and I hope you're doing well. What's my largest holding? Great question, Errol. Errol's so smart. I love talking to Errol. Errol, you're one of my favorite people. Period. I just want you to know that. That you know what? I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it's Amazon. I got to double check, but I think Amazon is where I have my biggest holding. I gotta look. I can't remember. I buy so much stuff. I don't always remember everything that represents my biggest holdings. But then again, it's a style, it's a preference, right? Some people invest in a way where they know exactly what they hold in every area all the time. What I do is I look for evidence that tells me that there's a possible catalyst that could push a stock price up, and I add good stocks to my portfolio. And in fact, in a little bit, I'll give you guys a couple of stocks that I identified that I like, that I bought. I just bought shares of these companies, and that can kind of help you guys. Also, if you are interested in weed, in what's going on with the weed industry, not smoking weed. I'm not going to smoke with you, but I will invest with you. I want you smoking. I want you to be smoking the kind of weed where you make your weed out of the dollar bills. You crush your dollar bills up and you smoke them. I'm joking. I'm being stupid. But anyway, that's what I'll smoke with you. And so I have a list of cannabis stocks that I pulled together. That if you did not get that list yet, let me know if you all got the list. I sent it out via text. And what I'll do is I'm going to grab the link again today and put that back in the chat so you guys can have that list of cannabis stocks. And y'all got to forgive me. I'm looking all over my computer screen. I got stuff everywhere. But yeah, I call them canna stocks. That's because I just make names up and stuff. But yeah, so the list of canna stocks, it's in here somewhere. I'm going to find it. And when I find it, I'm going to share it. Don't let me forget to share it, because in the mornings when I have all my stuff out everywhere, sometimes I get a little bit lost with stuff. All right, so with that being said, and the reason that I'm really interested in cannabis is because I just really believe it's going to be legalized. I don't think that the world we live in now can persist. I think that when you talk about cannabis and crypto, those are just two areas where there's too much legal ambiguity, and so I think that there will be more clarity, regulatory clarity, when it comes to crypto, which will benefit a lot of cryptos. In fact, right now, there's an Ethereum ETF that is pretty much approved or close to it. And I think that that's a good reason to be invested with Ethereum. Also with Bitcoin, we've been talking about Bitcoin for a while, and I mentioned to you all that I'm a big fan of Bitcoin. And so there's a lot of opportunities out here. And so let me share this list of the cannabis stocks. I'm gonna put it in the chat, and you guys can grab that if that's of interest to you. Give me 1 second here. Hold on. All right, let's see. Here we go. Okay. Sheesh, I tell you, it's like there's so much information to keep up with. It's kind of hard to. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, thank you, Sonia. Sonia already shared it, so looks like Sonia's on her game. What would I do without Sonia? All right. So anyway, so there's the list right there inside the chat as well. So Sonia also provides her link as well. So let's see here. What else am I noticing? All right. So in terms of opportunities, I do believe that, and I heard an analysis by Kathy Wood, who is interesting. She's super smart, but sometimes she's just wrong. And I don't know if she's wrong about this or not, but I know that it did make sense. She was saying that based on certain historical data, that there's evidence to say that companies that small cap stocks tend to do well in this kind of environment. They don't do well right now, like they're undervalued. And that what's happening right now in the market is that everybody's flocking toward these everybody's flocking toward these big companies, these big tech companies. And what tends to happen is that whatever everybody else is flocking toward, that's not really the place you want to be long term. Like everything that's overperforming right now is going to underperform at some point in the near future, and everything that's underperforming now is going to do well later on. So there are some small cap companies that I took a look at that I actually invested in. And again, this is not investing advice, but I'll mention them to you. One is a company called Magnite, Magnite, and the ticker symbol is MGNI. I invested in this company solely for the reason for the fact that when I did my research on it, the analysts like it, and also it's a small cap company that should have some possibilities later on down the line as the market evolves. So again, if you want to go take a look at that company, it's MGMI, and the name of the company is Magnite. And so feel free to take a look at that. Again, this is not investing advice, though. Now, what else is happening in the markets? I'll just kind of give you a quick summary. A couple of things going on right now. Basically, the economy is holding pretty steady. There are some risks and catalysts in the economy, particularly in the areas like commercial real estate. A lot of people are concerned about commercial real estate. In addition to that, if you want to look at sectors that seem to be a little bit overvalued, tech is a little overvalued. So all the big tech stocks that everybody loves, a lot of people believe that they're priced so high that even though these are great companies, they may not be great investments. Because remember, a great company does not make for a great investment. And a bad company does not mean it's a bad investment. Also, the Federal Reserve is expected to maintain interest rates higher for longer, which means that these rate cuts that they've been talking about that would have been positive catalysts for your stocks, they're probably not coming for a while. They may do a rate cut in the summer, but for the most part, they're not going to likely do the rate cuts that everyone expected to see, right? And also, some people believe that GDP is going to slow down a little bit in the third quarter of 2024. They're not predicting a recession, but there could be. I mean, they're supposed to be. The economy's done so well that at some point you've got to slow down. You've got, that which goes up has to eventually come down. And so you can expect some sort of economic downturn to occur in the near future. All right. So what I want to do is look at some of your questions here. Let's see. The first question I see comes from Genia Ardrey. She says, I have P&G stock with a holding company. Should I leave it there or move it to another platform to build in order to buy, sell options? Well, if you're talking about buying and selling options, Procter & Gamble is not a stock that we talk about much in the Prime program. Right? So, in terms of options, you'd have to have a lot of shares of Procter & Gamble stock, I expect, to be able to generate a decent income from options. However, if you wanted to move assets over to pursue a particular strategy, you can. But what I do is I sell my options and stuff like that, and that's how I generate my income. But I don't put more than, say, 20%, 15, 20% of my portfolio in that direction. Because you got to remember that every type of investment involves risk. The stocks that give you the most income tend to also have the most volatility. That's why the options market is so active. So in my view, I wouldn't sort of get overly enthusiastic when you see the money come out. I mean, it can be nice though, if you're able to kind of stomach it and just kind of ignore the things that should be ignored, then it does work. I sat with a student this morning who every week he generates about $3,000 a week on his options. And but he was a saver. He saved up over $100,000. And so he's able to put that money in that portfolio and just use that as his income driver. So he doesn't have to work if he doesn't want to. So this is an easy out. And those that are interested, if you don't know about the Prime program, a lot of people like it. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com if you want to take a look at that. It's a really great way to make money. Let's see. Jennifer says, did Dr. Boyce host a private Q&A for Prime members this morning at 10 a.m. Central? No, I did not. Was that did that pop up on the schedule or something? Did you get a notification or something? Because sometimes Zoom does weird stuff like that. It'll send out stuff announcing that I'm going to do something, and know nothing about it. So if that happens, we've got a great support team. You can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and they will take care of you. They'll make sure that, that everything that should be a certain way is done a certain way. So yeah, so email support@theblackbusinessschool.com if you see anything like that, because sometimes I don't catch everything, and so I would love your help in terms of figuring out how we can do things better in the Black Business School. I keep trying to help everybody understand that we are a university, right? A lot of people don't believe a Black man can actually run a university, but my PhD is just as real as the white guys. So we are getting it done, and we educate people on Black wealth better than any institution in the country. There's no HBCU, there's no white university, Harvard, Yale, Stanford. None of these schools do what we do the way we do it because we are kind of the Black wealth surgeon. So that's our specialty. That's what we selected, and that's where we're going to stay, right? So if basically if you want to see how we can help you, just email the support team, support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Thank you, Rianne, by the way. I see you in the chat. Rianne is on our team. She's in the chat right now. She can answer questions and help you out. Yeah, and the ticker symbol for the stock I mentioned earlier is MGNI. MGMI, I just bought shares of that stock this morning, and this is how I want you to get into the habit of buying stock. I want you to not make it a big deal. Don't overthink it. Just get in there and buy consistently. And when you see stocks that appear to be good opportunities, just buy it. Just do it. Just like you go to the store and you buy bread, or you go and you buy a pair of socks. When you buy a pair of socks, you don't sit and spend 6 weeks wondering if you should own socks or not. You just do it. So buy stocks the way you buy socks. Man, look at me. I got bars today. So buy stocks the way you buy socks. And that is literally my best advice for you and I don't give it investing advice. So let me just take that word back, but you get what I'm saying, that this is how I do it. Just you find stuff that you think is a good buy and you invest it. Because here's the deal. Look, Magnite, the company I mentioned earlier, they provide technology solutions to automate the purchase and sale of digital advertising inventory for buyers and sellers. It features applications and services for digital advertising sellers, including websites, mobile applications, and other digital media properties. Okay, so Magnite, the ticker symbol is MGNI, Mary, Gary, Nancy, Ignition. Basically, think about this. So this stock is $12.60. Okay, now here's the thing. I'm going to tell you right now that I bought this stock this morning. I bought a couple $1,000s worth of this stock. If you ask me 2 months from now, hey Boyce, do you own Magnite? Did you buy any shares of Magnite? I won't remember. I'm going to literally be like, I don't know. Let me check, because I buy anything that looks good. And here's why I don't overthink it, why I don't let it stress me out. So let's say that you buy few shares of the stock, and let's say that it doesn't go up at all. Let's say that it drops by 40%. Well, what else were you going to do with that money anyway? I mean, maybe you could have bought a different stock, but you don't know. You can't predict stock prices. There's a whole theory called the random walk hypothesis, and I've told you all about this, that says you really can't predict what a stock is going to do. You can make a guess. You can kind of look at sectors and kind of figure some things out, figure out what the risk profile is, but you really don't know. You don't know. So stop trying to know things that you can't know. And stop listening to people who tell you they know things that are really unknowable. This again, I'm not a financial influencer. I'm a financial scientist. So I can tell you that the financial science, the research says you can't predict. So stop stressing yourself over things that you can't control and things you can't possibly know. Here's what you do know, though. You lean on what you do know. Here's what you do know is that people who consistently buy stock have more money than people who don't buy stock. Do we agree on that? Give me a yes if I've convinced you of that, if you understand this, if you believe me. This is what the research says. Again, I'm not a financial influencer, I'm a financial scientist. This is what the science says. That's what you do know. So, and what else do you know? Well, you do know that if you save your money or put it into some sort of asset, you're going to have more to show for it than if you take it to the mall and buy a bunch of clothes. Do we agree on that? That if I buy this stock at $12.60 per share and I put my money in this stock, even if the stock goes south 5 years from now, and let's say it drops from $12.60 to $9 a share, at least I'll still have some money left over. What happens if I go to the mall with that money? And this is the thing. People will avoid investing because they're scared of losing a little bit of money, but will go take that same money and go shopping, which means you're going to lose all your damn money.
There ain't hardly nothing you bought in 2017 that you're still using right now. You're not, ain't probably not even your car. So why not try? And here's the third thing. Here's another thing you do know. I can name 20 things that you do know, and then I can name a bunch of stuff you don't know. But here's another thing that you do know. Um, you do know that keeping your money is better than giving it away, right? We do know these things, right? We do know that if I keep my money, I'm going to have more money than if I give my money away. So when you buy stock, what you're really doing is you're putting your money into what they call a store of value. A store of value is like putting my money in a bucket. And if I put my money in a bucket, another thing I know, this is another thing you add to the list, is I know that if I buy this stock, sure, it might go down. But also, if I buy this stock, it might go up. And I know that I don't know if it's going to go up, but at least I know that if I'm in the game, I have a chance to win. If I'm not in the game at all, I have no chance at all. So I buy this stock not because I know it's going to go up, but because I have reason to believe that there's a good chance it could go up. I also know that if I save my money, I'm going to have more than if I give my money away. Um, and then also I know that this stock might double or triple or something. And then because I'm in the game, that's how you win the game. Do you understand? Like when I show you all this stuff, let me show you. This is exciting. I saw INSM, and it's fun. Like investing, the fun side of investing, it's okay to have fun, is when you get these like Christmases in July kind of thing, or these like really exciting surprises. So let me show you the big surprise for today that really just is going to make my wife want to give me extra kisses today on her birthday. Today's her birthday, and I love my wife a lot, and she's just sexy as hell. She's 50 years old. She wears the same size she wore in college. How about that for a miracle? And she ain't on Ozempic, and she don't smoke crack or nothing. So she actually did it the right way. She actually went to the gym and busted her butt. So shout out to all the hardworking Black women in the world. You deserve the best of us. So here's what happened today that is going to make my wife give me extra kisses when she wakes up. Look at this stock. This is INSMED. The ticker symbol is INSM. It's a pharmaceutical company. I bought these shares because I felt that there was some possibility this stock would go up. It was what I call a pregnant stock. And by pregnant, I mean that the number one driver of stock prices is information. Information is everything. That's why Martha Stewart is doing TV shows with Snoop Dogg, because she traded on inside information. And y'all remember what happened to Martha Stewart? Does everybody know that? Let me know if you remember what happened to Martha Stewart. Martha Stewart went to prison because she traded on inside information. And basically, the idea is that to maintain fair and orderly markets, you have to make sure everybody has the same information, so that when that information gets released, it moves prices. And it's not fair if somebody knows what's going to happen before it actually happens. So here, with this stock, based on the volatility characteristics of this stock, I said, okay, I don't know if this stock is going to give birth to a boy or a girl. I don't know if it's going to give birth to a pretty baby or an ugly baby, but you can look at the options activity of a stock and figure out if that stock is pregnant. So INSMED was a stock I pointed out because it looked pregnant. I sold some call options on the stock, made a few $1,000s on that, but I gave up a lot of my upside, and the stock just did a kapoof, right? It went from $22 or something to $46.82, and that it doubled in price overnight, pretty much. And this happened. Now, did I know this was going to occur? No, I did not. It's not. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to be some sort of financial magician that can predict these things. You can't predict these things, but because if it was predictable, the stock wouldn't have been trading at 22, it would have been trading at 46 all along. But I knew there was a chance, and I knew that in order to get a chance to win, you have to be in the game. So I quietly, sort of slowly, consistently bought shares of this stock. And I did mention it to you guys. I mentioned the stock to you. And actually, I think in the moneymakers list, or actually, I sent something out to you guys on Prime about this. So here with this stock, it's up here. Now, here's what I did at this point. What I did now was, because of my particular style of investing, my goal is to not be greedy. I don't need to make every single nickel. I'd rather protect a dollar than risk a dollar to go try to make a dollar, especially when I'm already way ahead. So just like a basketball game, if you notice, a basketball coach plays a different strategy when he's winning than he does when he's losing. So because I'm the coach that's 30 points ahead in the game, I'm not trying to shoot a lot of 3-pointers. I'm not trying to get 60 points ahead. I want to protect the lead. So, but at the same time, I want that upside. I want it just in case the stock keeps on running. I want to be a part of that. I want to still be in the game so I can have a chance to win. So what I did was I was gonna sell some call options on the stock at this price, but the stock moved so much that when I looked for the price of the calls, there was no market for the calls on the stock. Now that might have changed, but when I looked this morning, I literally looked. The current price is 46.74. From what I understand, yeah, you can't, at least not on Robinhood anyway. Maybe on the other apps it's different, but you can't sell a call option on this stock with a strike price above 40, which is just interesting to me because I'm curious to see when that's going to change. The other thing that I did was I didn't buy puts, but what I did is I did a trailing stop loss order. I sold a little bit of my position just to get out, and then I did a trailing stop loss, and that basically means that I gave instructions that say that if this stock keeps going up, then keep holding it. But if it drops 10% above its previous high, get me out. I'm out. I don't want to keep losing money because there's nothing that's really connecting me to this company. There's no reason that I see to want to be a long-term investor. I've done well. I'm happy. I want to put my money into other stable securities. Also, with the market being so strong, I'm stockpiling cash because I told you guys, as I always tell you, winter is coming. Winter is coming. Sunny days don't last forever. Winter is coming. There's going to come a day where you're going to start seeing a change in the headlines. You're going to start seeing all these announcements that the market is going south and it drops again. The Dow has the biggest drop, 2-day drop in history, whatever. You're going to see that bad news. But the good news about bad news is that bad news really ain't bad news unless you want it to be bad. The good news about the bad news is that bad news can actually be good. So it can be bad, not bad meaning bad, but bad meaning good. Shout out to Run DMC. So basically, when you start seeing those negative headlines, if you are prepared and you have the cash available, then you can go ahead and take advantage of those opportunities because there are people like the Warren Buffetts of the world who just sit back and they stockpile cash. They're just loading up the gun. They're just loading up the gunpowder, putting the bullets in the holster. Or, well, you know what I mean. Don't put bullets in a holster, but you get the point. And they're just kind of getting ready. They're ready to cock and squeeze whenever the market dips. Warren Buffett's sitting on $170 billion in cash, and he's not using it because he doesn't see anything worth buying. But I guarantee you that if the market starts to dip, you're going to see Warren Buffett make some major acquisitions. Now, here's one thing I wanted to mention. I see your question, Anthony, on doing a class on how to do trailing stops. There is one training I did. I did that class. I did a special training on that, and I called it Stormproof Investing. And so if you go to stormproofinvesting.com, stormproofinvesting.com is a training. It doesn't cost that much, and it's yours for life. And I literally went through 6 or 7 different strategies that you can follow to prepare yourself for an economic storm. And so the trailing stop was part of it, but then there's other strategies that we lay out. So feel free to go to stormproofinvesting.com. And not only do we allow you to share anything that you do in the Black Business School with your family, you can share your membership with other people in your family. Just try to be respectful if you can of what we're doing. And not only do we allow you, but we encourage you to do that. So each one teach one. So feel free to do that. Do you do contract trading? You mean for stock options? If that's the case, then yeah, that's drboyceprime.com. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. Or if you want an introduction, you can text the word money to 87948. And I have a training called How to Make Money Without Working. It really does work. It's very effective. And so if you want to take a look at that, you can just text the word money to the number 87948. Now, one other company I want to show you that was really interesting too. Just this one gives me, this is like, sometimes you think about an old girlfriend and you kind of smile to yourself, but I don't do that too often because I'm married now, so I'm a good boy. But still, this stock is like a beautiful old girlfriend or something from 20 years ago, and it's Madrigal Pharmaceuticals. And let me show you this. This happened in class. This is pretty cool. This stock was trading about 60 something, and one of the students in the prime class came to me. James Wilson was actually teaching his whole entire church how to trade stock options, which not trade stock options, but generate income from stock options. That's very different from trading. There will be 3 categories of investing, in my opinion. There are long-term investors, there are traders, which it's very stressful, very tough to make consistent income. And then there are income generators. Income generators are more on the conservative side. You're not buying risk, you're selling risk. So he's teaching his whole church how to increase their income with stock options, because you have all these people in the church that have, that 40, 50, $80,000 or whatever in home equity or in their 401k, and they want to activate some of that money and generate income from it. Maybe they want to quit their job. And so he's showing the whole church how to do it. And I just love that. So anyway, James came to me with this company and he saw that the options premiums were really high. And I said, okay, so you got a pregnant stock on your hands. Something big is about to happen. So what I did with this stock was I bought a bunch of shares. I not only told him that I like it, but if I like something, I'll invest right along with you, right? I'm in the same game you are. So I bought a bunch of the shares. I sold options on some of the shares, but I didn't sell the options on all the shares because I said, if this stock does take off, I want to be a part of that. I want to be a part of the party. So this stock literally went from $67 per share up to 290, and it did that like overnight, just like that. And so it was like Christmas in July. I don't know how much money James and his wife made, but I'm willing to bet you it was quite a bit because it was how they were positioned. But I don't mean to talk about anybody's personal business. And I made some money too. And so sometimes these things happen. But the thing about it, though, in my opinion, is that in terms of investing strategy, you don't want to think of the market as a casino. Some people, the company is Madrigal Pharmaceuticals. Good question, Stephanie. You don't want to think of the market as a casino. A lot of people sort of invest where they're hoping to hit it big, almost with a lottery kind of mindset. And I don't think that that's a healthy way to invest because you usually don't hit it big like that. And then sometimes you can hit it bad. And really, the reason we created a whole department called Black Financial Therapy is because sometimes when we hit it bad, we don't know how to handle that. And so really, I want to encourage you all to make sure that you understand that emotions are a big part of investing. You can feel the euphoria when you make money, but euphoria is very dangerous. Euphoria can get you in trouble. So even when I made this money today, my first thought was, wow, all right, this is awesome. Then my next thought was, okay, calm down, Boyce. Let's protect what we have. Because once you get wealth, remember, I've mentioned to you all the 4 steps of wealth, right? Let's go through that really quickly. Number 1 is you have to know where the wealth is located. That's financial consciousness. We do financial consciousness training every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern because a lot of people, they'll never be the money because they can't see the money. They don't know where the money is. Money can literally walk right past them and they will literally wave at it and go in the other direction. So how are you ever going to have the money if you don't understand the money, if you don't know where the money is, you don't know why some people get wealthy and some people don't? That is an awareness that you have to have. And if you ever want to be wealthy, and you'd be amazed how many people talk about, I want to make money, get money, ride or die for money, money over bros and hoes. And, like I die for money. I love money. Well, if you love money so much, then why don't you understand it? Why aren't you studying money? You should be studying the thing that you love. I love my wife. I study my wife. I watch her. I pay attention to what she likes, what she doesn't like. I understand who she is as a person. So the things you love are the things you're going to study. So if you ain't studying money, then you really don't like money the way you say you do. You don't really want financial security. You just want to talk about it. It just sounds good, right? Just like I would talk about wanting to lose weight, but I didn't really want to lose weight because I didn't go to the gym. So that's the first thing is consciousness, awareness, knowing where the money's at. Then once you know where the money is, then you have to have a plan. You got to make a little strategy, lay out the plan. What's the plan to go get the money? How are we going to connect ourselves to the money? The third thing you got to do is you got to execute. You have to follow through on the plan. So you know where the money's at. You made a plan to get the money. Now you got to get up and do the work. So again, we talked this morning in financial consciousness about level 1 versus level 2. Most people are at level 1. Level 1 means everything is one day. One day I'm going to do this. One day I'm going to do that. One day I'm going to have money. One day I'm going to be successful. One day I'm going to work hard. One day I'm going to lose weight. But to me, my question is not what are you going to do one day? My question is what are you going to do today? Level 2. So today I'm going to invest. Today I'm going to learn. Today I'm going to go to the gym. Today I'm going to execute my plan, right? So that execution is really, really important, critical. Put that on your list. Number 4, fourth step in wealth building is once you have done those first 3 steps, you will probably be wealthy. Once you have economic awareness, you've made a plan, and you've executed the plan and you've allowed time to grow your wealth, because when you are executing the plan, you're planting little seeds, and when you plant seeds and you let them grow, they grow into big sycamore trees. So now you're sitting on money, you're sitting on success, you're sitting on all these things. Well, the 4th thing you have to do is you must protect that. You must protect that because remember, especially when you're Black, this is really true when you're Black. I hate to say it, but it's true. When you get money, you're sitting in the middle of a space sometimes where nobody has money except for you, where most people don't have the success you have. They don't have the prosperity you have. They're not doing as well as you, right? You know what I mean? And so what happens is you kind of end up becoming vulnerable to those who want what you got. When I started making money and I was a single man, I suddenly became very handsome. I didn't know how handsome I was until I had money. My jokes were funnier. I was the most interesting man in the world. I got attention from women that didn't pay me any attention when I was a broke student in grad school, and that was new. I didn't know. I was like, I'm the same guy. Why am I being treated so different? This is weird. But now as I read books about it, it's natural. It happens, right? So same thing happens with when you have money, you get more friends. Everybody wants to be friends with the rich guy, right? And so what I would say to you is that protection of the wealth, it really sticks out in a lot of different ways. And I'm not going to go through all the different ways because it would take all day. Because remember, I spent a lot of time studying risk management, which is basically an awareness of all the vulnerabilities and threats that exist around you. That's what that is. And I studied risk management under a guy named Renee Stoltz, who is probably one of the top 3 leading experts on the planet in risk management. He would travel all around the world and teach banks how to manage their risk, right? So I edited a textbook for him when I was in graduate school. So I spent a lot of time thinking about risk and vulnerability and how to protect yourself. And that there's a long list of ways you have to sort of know how to protect what you have, because if you don't protect your wealth, you're going to lose it. 70% of all wealthy families lose all their wealth in one generation. 90% of all wealthy families lose all their wealth in 2 generations. So why in the hell would you work your ass off for 20, 30 years, bust your butt, grind into the ground to build all this wealth, and then you hand it to your kids and they just literally take the ball and throw it out of bounds, like a basketball game. You work really hard to get the ball down the court and you pass it to your teammate and they throw the ball out of bounds. Or you are a football team and you work really hard and you grind it to run the offense and get all the way down to the 18-yard line, and you set the kicker up for a great field goal and he just kicks it he goes wide right. Like, that's got to just make these guys so mad because they work so hard to get to that point. And that's what I see when I see families that work hard and grind and push and do everything you got to do. You make a plan, you execute the plan, and then you pass the ball to your kids, and your kids are not trained to protect the ball, so you lose everything. So in this case, that doesn't just exist on a macro level, it exists on a micro level. So on a micro level, when I had this win, when the stock doubled overnight, I'm like, woohoo, this is great. My next thought was, how do I protect this? How do I protect this? And that's when you go into defense mode. Now I went from playing offense. We got down the field. Now we're going to play some defense. So you got to defend your positions. And so what I would encourage you to do is this. Right now, the market's doing really well. Right now, it's raining money in the stock market. And if you've missed this, I feel bad. I hate that. I hope I can convince you to go take a look, because the money is everywhere. But it ain't going to always be everywhere. Winter is coming. Bad things are going to happen. So what you do is you buy your umbrellas when the sun is out. You never buy umbrellas in the rain, because when the rain comes down, everybody's buying umbrellas. So the price of umbrellas goes way up. So you buy your umbrellas in the sun. So when I'm in the middle of the sun and I'm feeling good about this win, first thing I do is try to protect that win by shaving some shares off the top, maybe looking at some put options, maybe some stop loss orders, all that other stuff. Okay. So again, if you want to take a look at that training where we spent the whole day going through that, it's free. Well, it's not free. I'm sorry. It's a very low cost and it's yours for life though. Just go to stormproofinvesting.com. That's stormproofinvesting.com and share it with your whole family. You don't have to just, it's not just yours. It's anybody in your family you want to share it with. Also, someone was asking about the options training. Yeah. If you go to drboyceprime.com, that'll get you there. So Rianne, I see someone mentioned that the links aren't working. Can you talk to that student for me, Rianne? So I see Rianne also put text the word money to 87948 for the training. So it's about an hour-long presentation I did on how to make money without working. I know you're gonna like it. So feel free to text the word money to 87948, and you can also go to drboyceprime.com. Okay, I think you're in there. Is Rianne, are you still in there? I assume Rianne is in there. So let's see here. Okay, thank you, Rianne. Yeah, it looks like Kevin has a question too. So maybe y'all can even talk offline or get an email address and share information that way too. So help each other out. All right, so let's answer some more questions here. Kevin says, it's the method that Boyce uses to pick his stocks. which he presents in Stock Market Tuesdays, more oriented toward fundamental analysis or technical analysis. You know what, Kevin? I use fundamental analysis. Technical analysis is not really so encouraged amongst financial scientists. If you go to academic finance, when I was working on my doctorate, if I said that I believe in technical analysis, there's a good chance I might have got kicked out of my program. But there are some caveats to that. There are some exceptions for sure. There are some areas of technical analysis that actually do hold true. Which technical analysis, in case you all don't know, it's kind of like when you're looking at charts and you're looking at these bands of trading and and resistance levels and stuff like that. And I'm just going to tell you, if you went to MIT, with some of the best financial scientists on the planet, and you said that's how I trade stocks, there's a good chance that a lot of them would not take that seriously. But I don't think that that's completely accurate. Just because that's what they believe doesn't mean that's 100% true. Part of my dissertation was actually on a type of technical analysis that focused on reversals and momentum. So sometimes it makes sense if you think about how human beings operate. It kind of means, when the prices go up, there's a good chance they're going to kind of get pulled down because people take their wins and they make adjustments, they sell their shares and stuff like that. But I'm more of a fundamental analysis person. And really fundamental analysis long term, in my opinion, is more effective as an investing strategy for one basic reason. It's very rare that you're going to find a good company with good fundamentals that knows how to make money, where that investment in that company isn't going to lead you to make more money over the long term. If you look at almost any company that has growing revenues, growing net income, growing market share, just a good, solid, quality business, quality management, all that, and you invest in that company over, say, a 5 or 10-year period, you're usually not going to lose, right? And definitely not if you do it in a portfolio, right? Most investing really should be done in a portfolio. You should not be, according to financial science, you should not be focused on any individual stock. Okay, so I don't really get caught up in individual stocks. I look at them as collectives, as groups. So that style of looking at stocks, that fundamental analysis, is consistent with how Warren Buffett invests. If you listen to Warren Buffett talk, which I think everybody should, I like that guy a lot. He's accumulated his $200 billion in cash pretty much by investing in quality businesses. He's not into the technical analysis, none of that. He just tries to figure out, do you have good management? Do you have good product? Do your customers like you? Is your revenue growing? Your income growing? That kind of thing. That's what Buffett does, and it works. And why? Well, because Buffett is a buy and hold investor. He's not a trader, right? But that doesn't mean he knows everything, though. There's been many occasions where he's missed out on lots of money because he didn't try to time the market, or he didn't participate in a market frenzy or whatever. So Buffett ain't perfect, but I like Buffett's style because it's solid. It's conservative. He learned how to invest from a book by two people named Graham and Dodd called Value Investing that was written like literally in 1932 or 33. But him and Charlie Munger are pretty old. So they're probably teenagers or something. I guess for them, that was the hot, hip, cool new book that was out there. Okay, so has Boyce bought anything so far? Yeah, MGMNI. There we go. Thank you, Joni and Margaret. Okay, there we go. So yeah, it's MGNI. That was the stock I mentioned earlier. There's another stock that I actually bought today. Let me see here. What was the ticker symbol was RCKT, and it was a pharmaceuticals company. Let me see. I'm going to read about the company and tell you guys more about it. Okay. And these are more long-term investments. So just so you know, these are investments that I believe will do well in the next 5 to 10 years. I'm not talking about stuff that's going to do well tomorrow. Okay. So let's not get caught up in that casino mindset. So yeah, Rocket Pharmaceuticals, it's a clinical stage biotech company which engages in the development of gene therapy treatment options for rare and devastating pediatric diseases. So just based on my research, that's a company I decided I want to take some ownership in. So there we go. All right. So let me answer more questions. And by the way, that list of cannabis stocks that I mentioned, or I call them canna stocks because you say that other word too much. Um, I don't know if I put it in an email or something, they'll think I'm selling drugs. But yeah, I like those canna stocks. I'll share that link again for those of you that didn't get it. I can't even find the freaking link. So yeah, just get on the text list. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948. Or you can also email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support at theblackbusinessschool.com, and they can get you the list because I can't. I got too many screens open and I'm confusing myself. So, all right. So, yeah, and I know y'all didn't come here to listen to me be confused. Okay. So, Jennifer says, what are the pros and cons of using margin to buy stocks? The pros of margin, Jennifer, is that margin is debt. Debt is an economic accelerator. Debt is something that will push you faster in whichever direction you're going. So if you're going in a good direction, debt will make more good things happen for you. If you're going in a bad direction, debt will accelerate the pain and the badness of your situation. So debt is like driving a super fast car and it's going to get you to your destination faster. But if you drive it sloppily, it can crash and get you killed. So I'm a fan of debt, especially if it's used responsibly. Most millionaires and billionaires have used debt to get to where they are. If Elon Musk did not have access to debt, then he would not be the guy that he is right now. He would not be the billionaire that he is today. So debt can be a good thing. Don't let anybody tell you that debt is always bad. But at the same time, um, people that tell you that you're a sucker if you don't use debt or you're stupid if you don't leverage to the hilt, those are people that have a gambling mindset who've never experienced the kind of devastating losses that can occur if you go too deep in debt. So debt is something that has to be used very carefully. But I do trade on margin because I like margin because margin is basically access to capital. Access to capital is sometimes more important than actually having capital. If you gave me a choice and you said, Boyce, which would you rather have? $10 million right now or the ability to control Warren Buffett's money for 6 hours? I would rather be able to control Warren Buffett's money for 6 hours because I could make far more than $10 million in 6 hours with Warren Buffett's money. Or maybe it might take a day or something, but still, it would be far more than $10 million. The ability. So this is why I mentioned to you all, say it in the chat for me, please, because I have to keep repeating this to make sure we know this. What's the most important thing that a young person can have that's more important than a college degree? Somebody answer in the chat. I know some of y'all know. I know Errol knows the answer. What's the most important thing that you can give your children that will set them up for life? More important than a college degree, more important than a good job, more important than a nice car or a $20,000 prom. Right? It's a capital base. It's a capital base. And I need everybody to understand what a capital base is. A capital base is a collection of assets that you have that are available to you that allow you to generate the income you need to live your life. And because if everybody had a capital base, you wouldn't have to go to work every day. You wouldn't have to go get a job. The reason you have to get a job is because you don't have a capital base. Which means that you have to depend on someone who does have a capital base for you to get the income you need. So you have to ask them to help you because no one made a plan for you. And so what the Black Wealth Master Plan does is it positions everyone who cares enough about their future, their family, and their children to just exactly a direct path to building a capital base. So that when you drop that 22-year-old off in the game of life and they're out here in this economic struggle, they're not going out here butt naked. If they go out here butt naked with no, financially speaking, of course, if they go out here butt naked with no support and no capital base, they're going to have to beg a capitalist to pay their bills. They're going to have to sell themselves into slavery. And this is the biggest problem people have. The biggest stressor that Black people have is who they work for every day and having to get up and do something they don't want to do. That's not connected to your passion. That's eating up all your time, taking you away from your kids, make you do things you don't want to do. Even medical doctors are in a trap too. We think that, if I go and become a doctor or a lawyer, then that's going to liberate me in a certain way. Well, no. I mean, if you go to school for 12 or 13 years so you can make the income of a surgeon, which let's say that's $500,000 a year, a capital base will be better than that. If your parents saved up for you and got you 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock, you could sell options on Coinbase stock at the age of 21 and make more money than a surgeon. So, so what would that take to build the capital base? Well, 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock only costs about $240,000, and Robinhood will loan you half of that money. So you come up with 120 grand, which is far less than what a house would cost. You can make almost as much money as a surgeon without a college degree. So I'm telling you all, I don't think that I have not seen a single person anywhere say this. Like, when I started doing this stuff back in 2006, 2007, there are things I started saying back then that no one was saying then, and everyone's saying them now, talking about generational wealth and all that. Well, this is the thing I'm saying in 2024 that no one else is saying now, but everyone's going to be saying this by the year 2030 because I'm going to repeat it until I'm dead. The most important thing you can give your kids is a capital base, not a degree, not a good job. None of those things are as good as having a capital base because when you have your own capital, you have your own life. You have literally bought yourself out of slavery and you can really get to the business of living. Donald Trump was 28 years old, not chasing corporate jobs. He was not paying off student loans. He was not struggling to pay for an apartment. He was 28 years old, purchasing a $400 million building. I don't like this man at all. I'm not putting him on a pedestal. I don't care what your politics are. But shit, when rich people are doing stuff on that level, when they're playing above the rim, I would encourage you to pay very close attention to how they got to that level. So get past your emotions. Get past this Democrat Republican nonsense. Figure out how they did it. Reverse engineer that. So capital base. There you go. I hope that sunk in. All right. And if you want to get started on that, I should give you, just to give you the resource, go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. It's free. It's the $5 a day plan. That'll help you build that capital base for your child. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. All right. So let's keep going. Okay. What are your thoughts on APLS? I got it when you mentioned it. Okay. APLS. Let's look at that stock. I think I still own it somewhere. APLS is Apellis Pharmaceuticals. Okay, it's had a rough month, 16% decline. I think it's a great company for long-term ownership. If you're trying to do an option strategy with it, it doesn't work so well for options, but I do like it as a long-term investment. And remember, when I pick the stocks on what Dr. Boyce is buying, these are stocks that are expected to do well. Like you got to hold them for a while. They're not, it's not like instant microwave food. It's the kind of stuff you got to leave in the crock pot for a while to really make it work. So some of these stocks may not show their strength for a year or two or three. So don't buy a stock now and then try to see how it's doing 2 weeks later. That's not really how investing ends up working out. You make these investments long term. And by the way, if you want to take a look at I do the stock picks for what Dr. Boyce is buying. If you want to go take a look at some of that, I think you can go to drboycestocks.com, drboycestocks.com. So every week I research and curate a list of about 5 stocks that I like as long-term investments. So go to drboycestocks.com if you want to take a look at that. All right, so let's see. ASGG says, what do you recommend for beginners like me, single mother with 2 kids under 7? Blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's a great place to start. So there you go. That's the $5 a day plan. And anybody can do it, even if you don't have a high income. $5 can't even buy you a value meal at McDonald's, but they are coming out with the $5 value meal again, though. And the franchisees are complaining because they said we can't possibly sell our product for $5 because that's not enough profit margin. And so literally I set the $5 a day plan because I had a lot of people that I got tired of hearing their criticism. I call them the Negro naysayers. These are the people that create a problem for every solution. They don't know what they're talking about, and they'll sit down and argue with a PhD all day instead of hearing what I have to say. And a lot of these people have never taken a class in finance. They don't know. They're living in their mama's basement, and they'll say things like Black people can't afford to invest, and investing is only for rich people and white people and all this other stuff. And so to break that myth, I created the $5 a day plan. And I said, so if you think Black people can't afford to invest, I just asked, can Black people afford to buy chicken? And of course, the answer is yes, because we buy all the chicken. And so I said, okay. So because I said, look, if I took a Popeyes chicken restaurant and put it in the poorest, most depleted neighborhood in America, there would be a line out the door, around the corner, and down the block by that afternoon, full of people that shouldn't even be eating fried chicken, but they're going to go get it. So if we can afford chicken, then we can afford to invest. So I did $5 a day. And if you don't know, some of y'all know this, but repetition is important because I want this to become part of the culture. So basically, after 10 years of taking $5 a day or $35 a week, or you could do $150 a month, whatever pace you are comfortable with, you do that in the S&P 500 based on historical averages, you have roughly $29,000 liquid. That means you're not poor anymore. So after 1 decade, you're not poor. You're out of poverty in a decade. A decade is not very long. A lot of y'all been in bad relationships for a decade. You know, there's a lot of things. I know people that have been thugging in the streets for a decade. I know people that did a decade in prison. People that have had horrible jobs for a decade. So a decade is not a long time to sacrifice. So you're out of poverty in a decade. After 20 years, you have $100,000 liquid, roughly, give or take a few thousand. After 30 years, you have close to $250,000. After 40 years, you have close to $750,000. So you do this for your child on the day that they're born. By the time they are 40 years old, you've broken every generational curse. You officially have a wealthy family because most families don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars liquid, right? So so once I created the $5 a day plan, I didn't. Those criticisms pretty much went away. There was nobody who would ever come into my face and tell me that Black people can't afford to invest because they know that I could easily shoot it down with that simple argument. And so what I've also done though is I challenge those of you that can do more than $5 a day or more than $150 a month to really, really push yourself. Like it doesn't make any sense to me if you're only investing $100 a month, but you're spending $500 a month on a car note. I'm not judging you for that. I'm not trying to make you feel bad, but I think you should judge yourself. I think you should say, dang, why would I give more money to the car dealer than I give to the future of my own family, and still feel good about that. The reason that you do that is because you were trained to do that. That's what you were taught that Black people do. We're supposed to give more to other people than we give to ourselves. And I'm not telling you not to get the car. I want you to if you want to get the Mercedes, get you a Benz. I want you looking nice when you're driving around the city, but I want you to handle your business first. So in my view, one perspective is if I'm a good parent, I'm not going to spend more money on the car dealer's kids than I invest in my own. So if I'm spending $600 a month on my Benz every month, I'm gonna put $600 a month in my stock portfolio every month. And that is not just my children's wealth, that's our family wealth. We are connected. We are connected. If I do for you, I'm doing for myself. That's an ecosystem. Stop thinking that it's either me or them. That's nonsense. That's very anti-family. It's very anti-wealth. It's very anti-community to say, well, if I take care of you, I'm not taking care of me. And that feeds into the crabs in the barrel competition that we see that ends up destroying us so much. If we are an ecosystem, then when I pass you the ball, I'm passing the ball back to myself. When I take care of you, I'm taking care of me. So when I'm putting this money in this account, it's not like I'm only doing this so that my children can do well 30 years from now and I'm going to be depleted and live a horrible life. No, that's your money. You're investing your money and your money becomes their money. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do y'all get what I'm saying? I need y'all to really meditate on this point. That wealth is a team sport. So when I'm helping the team, I'm helping myself. Stop thinking that if I help the team, I'm putting myself last and all that. You got all these people doing these stupid internet conversations. Well, I got to put me first, and I had to value me and know my worth because me. If there's a we, and I'm taking care of we, and I'm taking care of us, then I'm also taking care of me. You understand? Like it doesn't have to be one or the other. Stop thinking that way. If I take care of my wife and my kids, I'm taking care of Boyce too. Boyce ain't gonna be depleted. Boyce is gonna live good. So when you're building that wealth in the $5 a day plan, that is your money. I don't even think you should put it in the name of your kids until they are ready. That is your money. That is the family's money. And your job as the steward of the family's money and the family's wealth and the family's protection and the family's freedom, your job as the steward is you must protect the family legacy. That's your job. Like, okay, I have responsibility. It's like if we have a big corporation and let's say I'm the fifth Disney to be able to run the Disney corporation, my job is to take this thing that's kind of mine, but really it's not totally mine. It's really ours. So while I'm in charge, it's like we're all in the same damn car and I'm the one who's driving. In a little while, my brother's going to drive. After a while, my kids are going to drive. But right now, when I'm driving the car, I got to make sure I don't crash the car. That's it. So it is your car, but it's not your car. But it's not your car, but it is. Do you understand? So you get to enjoy the car, even though it's not your car. Do you follow? Does that make sense? And I think that if we think about it that way as a group, then we get around all this selfish bullshit that you see all over the internet. Like if I get married, it's like, well, I can't do this, and I'm not gonna sacrifice that and all that. Everybody has to sacrifice, but everybody wins from everyone's sacrifices. We all sacrifice for each other. That's how you succeed as a team. The Chinese get that, by the way. The Chinese get that. I showed you all that video the other day of the little Chinese kids dribbling basketballs together where they had like 50 of them sharing the ball, and then they would dribble for a second, then they would move, and they would go to the next ball and the next one. And literally if one kid messes up, the whole thing falls apart. And what they're doing is they're training them to understand that we are a collective. We are one. Everybody has a job. Everybody does their job, and then the whole team wins. China wins, not just you, but China. But then you win because China's winning, because you are one of us. Let me stop. I hope that helped. I didn't mean to go off on the tangent, but it's very important to understand these things. So invest for yourself, but just know that if you invest for yourself, you're taking care of your kids. When you take care of you, you're taking care of them because they are you. I hope that makes sense. Okay. Margaret says a link is not working. So I don't know what link Martha is referring to, or Margaret is. I said Martha. I'm sorry, Margaret. Can you talk to Margaret, Rianne? Because I'm not sure what link Margaret is referencing. So if there's a link that's not working, let me know. Or if you want to email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, they can help you with that because I'm not sure which link you're referencing. My apologies. Okay, so let's see. Eugene says, do you have Ethereum? Yes, I do. By small cap, do you mean small capital? These are smaller companies in the S&P 500 or even in the NASDAQ. These are just companies that have smaller valuations. And because there are so many big companies in America, it's crazy. Like small cap is like $1 billion in market value. You'll have like a $2 or $3 billion company, and they'll be like, oh yeah, that's a little small, tiny business. So this really reflects the racial disparity in access to capital. So when we have a company that grows to say 20 million or 50 million, it's a very big deal for us. But in the whole scope of things, in the white community, if a company is $100 million company, nobody cares, nobody pays attention. They look at that almost like a small business. So this is why conversations about things like reparations are so important, in my opinion. Can you repeat the stocks? I lost connection for a few minutes. Sure, Lawanda. The stocks that I mentioned earlier are MGNI. I can give you the tickers. MGNI. If somebody could type these into the chat, I'd appreciate it. MGNI. That's Mary, Garrett, Nancy, India. And then the second is RCKT, and that's Robert, Cat, Kitten, and Tiger. In case you're wondering why I don't remember the phonetic alphabet as much as I took a break from flying. I was doing my flying lessons up until about October and November last year, and then the convention kind of got me caught up, and I haven't flown since then. I feel kind of bad about it, but at some point I want to go back out there. All right, so let's see. Ricky says, Dr. Boyce, when selling options, if the option isn't used, the seller of the options makes money on the premium purchase from the option. Yeah. So Ricky, that question is more so for options class. So today I want to focus more so on stocks. If you want to see examples on kind of how to handle different situations, if you log in at drboyceprime.com, you'll see that I've done a ton of trainings on it, and you can take a look at some of those. And then also you can leave questions for me. And I'd rather kind of separate the two because I don't want to talk over anybody's head for those that don't understand how options work. So that's a little bit of a detailed sort of question, but I'd be more than happy to answer it during Prime class. Okay, so Jania says, to make sure I understand, P&G isn't good for options, so it's not necessary to move from a holding company to accumulate 100 shares to trade options. Yeah, I don't think P&G is great for options. It's a great long-term investment, but not so great for options, in my opinion. Donna Stroud, what is the recommended trading platform to use for someone new to options? We use Robinhood in class, but there's others out there. There's Tasty Trade. You can do stuff on Schwab and E-Trade, stuff like that too. Let's see. Is buying stocks and holding a good plan? Yes, it is a great plan. In fact, that is a plan everybody should follow 100%. Let's see. Are you still in development on the investment course for baby boomers? Gerald says, yes, we're actually almost done with an estate planning, legacy building training. And I mentioned to you all, we do money in the morning. And because some of you had specific questions about specific areas, I said, okay, well, let's create something. We created something called Money in a Minute. And Money in a Minute basically solves one problem that I was thinking about, is that sometimes when we want to go study something, it requires a lot of time and a lot of work. You got to sit down for 30 minutes or an hour. And sometimes that causes us to delay or even procrastinate on these things. So I said, okay, so in Money in a Minute, maybe what we can do is have something that you can sign up for at a reasonable cost that we'll text you the lesson out every day. So we'll give you like a 90-second bite-sized lesson on some concept related to that topic that will allow you to learn within the flow of your day. So Money in a Minute is what we're creating. And it happens that Money in a Minute, the acronym is Miami. So I think the URL is going to be something like drboycemiami.com, which is kind of cool, right? So yeah, so Money in a Minute, one of the first programs we're going to do options. And we're also going to do legacy building, estate planning. So this is more so for boomers because boomers actually are part of the greatest wealth transfer in American history. They're passing trillions of dollars mostly to their wives. The men are giving it to their wives because women live longer than men. So this is going to be very empowering for women in that space because women are going to just have a ton of money. So we got to be nice to the ladies. And then in a few years, the women will pass on and pass the wealth to their children. So the Gen Xers are going to be the richest in America in about probably a decade or so. But yeah, we'll be Gen Xers because a lot of the boomers, I hate to say it, but time passes and you know what happens when time passes. But we love y'all. We want you here forever. All right. So Kuana says, if you had $5K to invest today, which stocks do you like best for trading options? Yeah, I like those stocks, Riot, Marathon. Yeah, those are good ones. Those are ones that I actually trade on myself. Chet, give us that name again, the risk management guy. His name is Renee Stultz, ReneStultz. Renee Stultz, Stulz. Feel free to look him up. Smart guy. Let's see. I sold call options on INSM. Now this jump. Do I have to wait until it expires? No, you don't have to. Well, you don't really have to do anything. You could wait till it expires, or you could buy the option back, but they're going to be very expensive to buy back. But that's only if you are under the assumption that the price is going to keep on going up. So it's up to you to decide how to respond to that. Let's see, Michael, if you sell 10,000 in stock options or 1,000 contracts with $10 stock, how do you buy puts to protect it? Is it put option contracts or put contracts? How many would you buy? If I have 1,000 contract or 1,000 shares, I would buy 1,000 puts. 1,000 contracts is actually 100,000 shares. So I think you mean 1,000 shares, which is 100 contracts. Or sorry, 10 contracts. Sorry about that. So 10 contracts is 100 shares because every contract is 100 shares. Sorry, let me say that again because I think I said it wrong. 10 contracts is 1,000 shares because each contract is 100 shares. So you have 10 of those, and that's what you would do with that. Kevin, is it a good or bad idea to buy a bond fund on a day when the stock market is going up? Can you explain why or why not? I think bond funds, stock, or really any kind of fund like that, I would think of it more longer term. I don't really, sure, if the prices drop that day, that it could be a buying opportunity. But if you're a long-term investor, 5 years from now, you won't remember what happened on May 28th, 2024. You won't care. You won't, because there's hundreds of other days, thousands of other days that will occur between now and then. So rather than reacting to what happened that day, I would just look at the fundamentals of whether or not you feel long-term that this is a good investment for you. That should be, in my view, the driving method behind how you choose your stocks. If you want to take a look at something that may help you with this, we did a Black Stock Market weekend where we spent the whole weekend going through 11 steps to deciding if a stock should be in your portfolio. We actually branded it. It's called the Dr. Boyce Method. So if you go to the drboycemethod.com, you can get access to that training. It's yours for life. I think it's like $60 or $70 or something like that, but it's really, really good. So you can go to the drboycemethod.com. So feel free to take a look at that. Are there any REITs you would recommend? I think REITs from companies like Vanguard and BlackRock are pretty good. They tend to know what to do with money. So you can just search for REITs, and there's plenty in there that are really good. What do you think about SDGR? Okay, SDGR. Let me see here. SDGR. Schrodinger. Okay, I've never heard of this company. They engage in the provision of chemical simulation software solutions. Okay, for pharmaceutical companies. Let me see. I don't like it. It doesn't. It looks like the company's having some problems. And if you were a holder in this stock the last 5 years, you would have lost 15% of your money. There's nothing about it that really jumps out at me. So that's my opinion. But it's not a fact. Nobody knows what's going to happen in the future. Kevin, a couple of weeks ago, you shared a list of energy stocks. Is that info still available? It should be. If you go to what Dr. Boyce is buying, or if you go to drboycestocks.com, you can get access to any list that I've ever released. If I sent it out as a special release for that week or something, that's hard to go get. But if you're on the text list, you'll get stuff from me. So make sure you're on the text list. You can text the word. Another word you can text is the word stock to 87948, and I'll send you a bunch of stuff that way. So feel free to text stock to 87948. The thing I would warn you about, though, is if you get on multiple lists, you'll get a lot of messages from me because we send out a lot of information from the Black Business School. So if you don't mind me being in your inbox every day, then feel free to do that. But if you don't like it, then if you just stop responding or stop clicking the links, it'll take you off the list, okay, eventually. So I don't want to bother anybody, but I have a lot of stuff that is happening and a lot of things that we'd like to do to help you. So and the way in case you want to know how we run the Black Business School, is we believe everything is an ecosystem. So within this ecosystem, our belief is that if we show you value and we give you lots of support, lots of free stuff, that when we come along and we have something that does have a fee attached, you'll consider supporting us the way we support other businesses, the way we support white-owned companies and we buy things from them. We have to make money. We have a team, we have to pay. We are an independent entity. We're not like an HBCU that gets money from the government because we don't want money from the government. We don't get a bunch of corporate sponsors. We're not looking for that. We don't want that. We have to maintain our independence, and freedom is not free. So I hope that you'll understand that when we mention something that we're doing in the school and we say that there is a fee attached. And I hope you'll compare it to what you would have to pay if you were at a university and signing up for a class, or the amount of money that we spent going to college and getting absolutely nothing of any value. Everything that we offer you gives you value. And if you don't feel like it gives you value, then we don't want your money. And in fact, we'll give you your money back. If you do something and you're like, gosh, this isn't helping me, then no, that's not the deal. But if we're giving you value and you feel that participating in what we're doing is making your life better, then we hope that you'll also, say, okay, they supported me, they helped me level up, we're going to help them level up. And this is how you build strong institutions. If you look at, say, the Anti-Defamation League in the Jewish community, they go to the community. They say, give us money because we need money in order to build this institution that's here for everybody, right? So that's why we have to ask for money. And it's a little weird, it's awkward because there's one guy on Twitter who said, why are you always trying to sell something? And I was like, I'm not trying to sell stuff. I'm offering things. And some things I offer are free. Some things I offer have a fee. You don't have to pick any of that. But if you see the value, then why not invest in things that are actually going to help you? And also, one thing that we do really well is we're really good at educating your children. And in our Black Business School for Children, it's called Black Millionaires of Tomorrow. Our kids, when they go through our program, they have a financial literacy level that is higher than the average college educated adult. This is how good we are at what we do. And so if you want to take a look at that for your kids, you can get started at blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. That's blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. So what we just ask people is we say, look, we don't need you. We don't want anything that we don't earn and we don't deserve, or we're willing to prove our worth before we ask for anything. But at the same time, we just want you to support us as much as you supported that big white university that took $100,000 out of your family's pocket. Support us 1/10 as much as you support them. Because I know that those people at the University of Iowa didn't care anything about your family. They don't care anything about your community. A lot of them didn't even want you on the campus, but yet you gave them $100,000. Well, why not support a Black-owned institution that really does care about what happens in this community? And we have the track record to prove it. So there we go. There's my little spin on what the Black Business School believes and why we exist. So I hope that helps and it makes sense for you. All right, so let's see here. Next question is, how do you determine the percentage on the trailing stop order? There's no rule with that. It's just a matter of feel. So I picked 10% just because it felt right. But if it hadn't felt right, I would have picked 5% or 15%. So I would say, feelings are a big part of investing. We talk a lot about investing with emotions and stuff like that. And it's okay to have your emotions work in your favor. As long as your emotions help you, then it's okay. Right. So, when we talk about risk management, I always tell the students in the Prime program, ask yourself, what am I afraid of? Am I afraid that the stock is going to take off on me? Then you can hedge against that. Am I afraid the stock is going to collapse on me? Well, you can hedge against that too. So the question is, ask yourself, what are you afraid of? And that's how you can figure out what the right move is. Jennifer, do you think it would be wise for a beginner to buy stocks and write options using margin? It could be wise to learn, but I would be really careful. I'd be extremely conservative about the approach. And I do a few one-on-ones if you ever wanted to schedule something like that. If you email the support team, support@theblackbusinessschool.com, we could do that. Or also we have small group sessions. And in addition to that, I did create my first mastermind I think we're almost filled up though, but it's more so for those that are more advanced. They have a little more of a capital base. And so if you want to take a look at any of those things, just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Okay, a couple more questions and then we're going to bounce out for today. When selling options, is it better your shares are called or the contract expires without execution? You know what, Lawanda, it's not so much about one thing being better than the other. Typically, if you're selling out of the money call options, if the price goes up, that's better for you. That's better for everybody. You just may not get all the money, but it's better than if the stock collapses on you. But the benefit obviously is that if the stock doesn't hit the strike price, then you can sell that same contract and keep generating that income every week without making any adjustments. So there's a win no matter what. And the thing about investing, in my opinion, is the goal in becoming a good investor is not so much just sort of knowing how to win all the time. It's sort of knowing how to find the bright side of any situation. If the market goes up, that's a bright side. The stuff you own is doing really well. The market goes down, that's a bright side. You can buy stuff really, really cheap. So, and then also sort of knowing how to manage your risk so that when things happen, you're not going to get surprised or broadsided. You know, it's so knowing investing is about knowing what you're getting into, not being able to predict everything because that's pretty much impossible. It's just sort of knowing what you're getting into and knowing how you want to be positioned based on what you think personally is going to happen. Let's see, how do I feel about LVMH, Moet Hennessy? That company is owned by Bernard Arnault, who I believe is the richest man on earth. And Bernard Arnault, he does exactly what we talk about in the Black Business School. He has all of his kids that they're all going to run his company. Like it's funny, you got LVMH, the Moet Hennessy company, where all these Black people love it. Rappers rap about it. And what they're doing is they're sitting around constantly plotting and planning for the next generation. And why can't I find it? Why doesn't it pop up in Robinhood? Let me see here. Maybe I don't know. That's kind of strange. Let me see. It's on the NASDAQ. Okay. So let me see here. I like the company as a good long-term investment. And if you had it over the last 5 years, you would have made a return of 114%. So your money basically would have doubled. So in that regard, I like the company as a long-term investment. Now, if you talk about, let's talk about LVMH and Bernard Arnault. And let me do some quick research on this because I think it's really interesting how he runs his family. And I really encourage those of you that are generational wealth builders to really kind of understand this. Hold on. Because he has his kids running parts of his business. And he meets his kids. He has a monthly meeting with them and they all sit around and he talks about different parts of the business. So he understands his role as a wealth builder and a generational wealth builder to be the teacher of his own children. He teaches them, how to run the company and how to do things. So let me tell you about some of his kids. So he has a kid named Delphine, or daughter. She runs Christian Dior. And so she has a lot of experience. He meets with all these kids every single month to make sure that they're ready. His other son, Antoine, runs communication and environmental issues for LVMH. Like he's also the CEO of Berluti, one of his brands. Alexandra she now has a big role at Tiffany. Frederic is the CEO of Tag Heuer, Tagheuer, which is their watch division. And then there's Jean Arnault, who oversees marketing and product development for Louis Vuitton's watch division. So what he did was he sent his kids to business school and all that, I believe. But once they came home, he said, I don't need you out here serving other people. I need you serving the family business. And he did what the Rothschilds did. I talked to you all about the Rothschild family. And the biggest thing the Rothschild family did was they taught their children how to operate on a code of conduct. He taught them what was important. He said, this family is what matters. This name is what matters. This is what you protect. This is what you defend. This is where you bring your best energy and your best resources. Now, I want you to compare that to the Black community. Most of us, unfortunately, are trained to say, go to school and then you can get a good job and then you can go represent a white guy. That's it. That's what we do. We all go find separate white people to go work for. And maybe I don't know if it sounds racist to people when I say it or radical, but that's what happens. But there's not even a conversation about like, okay, well, how can we pour into this family as much as we're pouring into everybody else? So when you're pouring into everybody else and you're not pouring into yourself, why would you be surprised when your wealth is depleted? Your best and brightest, your best resources, your best everything go somewhere else. The minute you get a Jackie Robinson, you sell him to the major leagues. But the right mindset is that when you get a Jackie Robinson, you hold on to him for dear life. You fight for control of that asset. You don't give it away. You don't sell it as soon as has a certain value. You maintain ownership. That's what you do. That's what the Negro League should have done. They should have said, no, we won't sell this guy for $1 billion. This is the tentpole for this league and future growth of this league. If you want to do business with us or with Jackie, you're going to have to deal with us as an independent entity. Maybe we arrange games. We'll go play the Dodgers and the Dodgers can come play us. You share your audience with us. We share our audience with you. We do a partnership. We're not going to do an acquisition, because when you do an acquisition over a partnership, what you're doing, if you're the Negro Leagues, is you're selling not just the assets in your possession, you're selling the rights to those assets. You're selling all your options too. Just like if I have if I see, and it's about vision. This is why we do economic consciousness training. I have to keep reminding this so you'll understand why the class has such a weird name. There's no other economic or financial consciousness class I've ever seen anywhere, but it's important because your consciousness, your vision determines how you make economic decisions. So if I look at a 7-year-old girl and all I see is a 7-year-old girl, then I don't have any vision. If I have vision, then I see what that 7-year-old girl is going to be when she's 17, 27, 37 to 47. I see this child and what they're going to be when they become a parent, when they become a grandparent, and they have, 70 great grandkids or something, or 30 or whatever, right? That's what you should be able to see. You should see everything that something's going to become, not just what it is. Because if people saw the Negro Leagues and could see in a crystal ball of what the Negro Leagues would be in the year 2024, if they continue to maintain ownership and invest in it, there's no way they would have sold their Jackie Robinson. There's no way they would have let that go. There's no way. I think we let go of things when we cannot see the value. And that's where consciousness comes into play, because consciousness requires you to really be able to use your imagination and see things that don't exist yet. See potential. Do you follow me? Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. So I like the story. I like Bernard Arnault. I like the way he runs his family. I like the way he understands the importance of investing in the future of the family name. I like the fact that even though he's worth over $200 billion, it seems to me like he can see what his company is going to look like 100 years from today. He sees what his grandkids and great grandkids are going to be able to contribute. And that company is going to be $1 trillion company in about probably a couple of decades, maybe less. No, not $1 trillion company. I'm sorry. His family wealth will be over $1 trillion. I bet his company is probably close to $1 trillion already. So just have some vision, man. If you have no vision, then all you see is what's in front of you. And if I look at the Black community, and if all I can see in the Black community is what I see right now, just all the chaos and brokenness and everything else, then I'm going to get depressed and I'm going to give up. The thing that gets me up every morning is because I'm not seeing what everybody else sees. I am a legit crazy person because I see things that are not there. The reason I get up every morning is because I see what B1 people are going to be when our grandkids are running things and they're living off of and they're building off the foundation that we're setting for them today. That's what I see. I don't see this shit. I don't even look at it. It's an abomination sometimes. It's an embarrassment. It's not worthy of who we are meant to be, in my opinion. So let me keep going. All right, Sybil, Dr. B, is it okay to just buy stocks and hold them instead of selling options? Absolutely, 100%. Yes. So don't feel like options are a requirement. Options are just an extra. It's like adding spice to your food. Like, just because you get chicken or whatever, you don't have to put seasoning on it. You could just eat the food without the salt or without the pepper or whatever, right? So options are a type of seasoning that just adds a little spice, but it's perfectly okay to eat the hot dog without the ketchup or whatever analogy you want to use. Should we hold or sell Uber amidst the lawsuits? Asked Stephanie. I don't have an opinion one way or the other. I think Uber is just such a fascinating company because they've been able to lose money at an insane rate for a very long time and stay in business. This is again another type of white privilege people don't talk about, and it comes down to access to capital. Because if it wasn't for the bank, Uber would be dead. Uber would not even be a thing if they didn't have the ability to access money like they can. Let's see, a couple more questions. Then I just got a note from one of my team members that I do have a meeting in 3 minutes. What should a 15 and 16-year-old do with their $1,000 check? Mutual funds, I think, will be fun, or maybe buy shares of some great American companies. Maybe make it fun, make it educational. So ask them to pick some of their favorite brands and own shares of those brands and explain what that means. I taught my 16-year-old daughter's best friend how to invest in 5 minutes. And I said, okay, let me show you on my phone. And I said, what's a company that you like? She said, Chipotle. I said, okay, well, let me show you this. Here's the share price. Here's how you buy. I punch buy. And I said, let's buy shares of Chipotle. And I bought it. And I said, okay, the order just went through. So now our family owns a percentage of Chipotle. And I got the best reaction. She said, whoa, that was so cool. And I loved hearing that. That made me feel good because, when you get old, you be trying to be cool. And it never works. We always look old. And so to be cool, like to be the cool dad was kind of fun for me. So the point is to say that when you teach these things to your kids, make it part of the flow of just your regular life. So you're in line at the drive-thru at Starbucks, impress your kids and show them how you can buy ownership in Starbucks while you're in the drive-thru line. They're never going to forget that. I didn't see this type of stuff when I was 16, and when you show them that and then tell them a few of the things that I've shared with you, this is not light stuff. Like the stuff I'm breaking down for you and we're talking about every day. This is really cutting edge stuff. You're not going to learn this in college. So give it to your kids and they won't forget it. Everybody wants money. Everybody needs money. And if they don't need it now, they're going to need it at some point. And so they're going to remember the things that you tell them. So remember, I don't teach any students. I refuse to teach any students. I will only teach you if you agree to be a teacher. I will teach teachers. That's it. Because we have to multiply the knowledge base because we got so much working against us, so many people that want to keep us in the dark. We got to give everything we've got to fight against that. All right, so let's see here. Let's see. Renee says, thank you for all that you do. When's the next prime class? We did a prime class on Sunday, or was it Saturday? Or I think it was Sunday. Yeah, Sunday we just did one. I don't know the dates. If you go to drboyceprime.com and log in, the dates are in there. I don't have the dates in front of me. My apologies for that. I want to say maybe around the 6th or something like that. And we're also going to do another Prime 101. We do a Prime 101 about once every 6 weeks for those that are beginners, or maybe you're trying to figure out how to make that first move. And so if you're a Prime member, Prime 101 is free. If you're not a Prime member, there is a small fee, but it's worth it. You'll 10x the amount that you invested to learn the process. So if you want to get an introduction to what we do in Prime, pull out your phone, text the word money to the number 87948. And I guarantee you that presentation will blow your mind. You're going to love it. And it's going to rock your whole world. And you're going to, I just know these things, some things I do know. I don't know everything, but some things I know. All right. So let's see. Jania, or is that Jinja? I think it's Jania. Okay. What Dr. Boyce is buying, shares stocks to hold for long-term, not buy, sell options. Yeah. What Dr. Boyce is buying, those are long-term investments, at least 3 years or more. The Dr. Boyce money makers, that's in the Prime program, that's specifically for options. So if you think about it, it's almost like remember when you would date when you were younger and you had the times where you would date somebody that you thought might be your husband or your wife, or maybe you had somebody else that wasn't going to be your husband or your wife. I'm not here to judge, but maybe you saw somebody, you're like, you would be a great one-night stand, or you would be a great person for me to date until I meet my spouse, right? I'm not saying you should do that. It's bad, right? Kind of bad, right? But as long as you kind of communicate that, right? Don't make any promises you don't want to keep, but y'all know what it is, right? There's some people that you're going to be attracted to for a while, but you're still like, no, he's not daddy husband material, but he looks good, or she's pretty, or whatever, right? So same thing is true with stocks. My option stocks, those are my exciting money makers. Those are the ones where I can sell the options and get that cash flow and use the cash to do all kinds of stuff. It's very cool, but those are not always my long-term investments. My long-term stocks are a little more boring. but they have sustainability. They're not going to give me the same volatility. And so really, when I form a relationship with a stock, that's what I do. I categorize it. I put it in different categories based on what that stock can do, because every investment can be valuable for somebody based on what they're seeking to accomplish. You see what I mean? So this is where your preferences come into play, your risk tolerance, things like that. All right, so I'm gonna have to go. I know there's a couple more questions. I'm sorry I can't answer them all, but I promised someone that I do something at this time, so I'm gonna have to get on out of here. If you're not on the text list, make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948, and you'll get an invitation for financial consciousness training tomorrow. So the number is 87948. You can text the word morning. Also, if you want to take a look at what Dr. Boyce is buying, you can go to drboycestocks.com and you can take a look at that and see if that's something that works for you. Last but not least, if the options thing is of interest to you, you can go to drboyceprime.com and see what we do in the Prime program. I think you're going to like it a lot. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I will see you all tomorrow morning.
I'm not really here to discredit or to make anybody feel bad about that. But I said, I'm going to tell you, I think that some of it may relate to the fact that in our society, we're not trained to prepare. And I said, the thing about having the life that you want, and I said, look, I don't care. I'm not here to tell you all what profession you should want to be in. I'm not here to tell you whether or not you should want to where you want to live or what kind of person you want to be. I said, I assume you just want to be happy. Like, and I don't think you're going to disagree with me on that. I said, so the thing about happiness and getting what you want out of life and being where you want to be is that typically that doesn't happen by accident, right? Typically that happiness, that fulfillment, wealth, whatever it is you want, whether you want to have a great relationship, you want to be in great shape, you want to catch the bus on time to get to school, whatever it is, it usually comes down to preparation. And I said, so I guarantee you that 99% of the time, when you run into situations in life where there's something you want and you can't get it, I guarantee you that more preparation will get you where you want to get to. I said, so for example, I'm not a broke man. Now, remember, I'm not the dad. I'm the bonus dad, and I'm a proud bonus dad. I love being the bonus dad to these kids. I said, but think about it. I said, I got money, your daddy got money, and your mama got money. A lot of black people ain't got no money. A lot of black people don't have a lot of money. I said, now, if you want to know the secret for how all of us got money, it's because we prepared. It's just simple preparation. I said, when we were in our 20s, all of us were saving, we were investing, we were preparing because we knew that one day we'd get a little bit older and we'd want to have resources. We'd want to have what we need to be able to provide for you and to do the things we think that we're supposed to do. So what I was really talking a lot about was just these basic ideas of preparation, temporary sacrifice for long-term gain. Some people may call this delayed gratification. That's another term that might be used for this. And I don't believe that any of this is encouraged in society. I don't believe that in our society we really challenge people to really prepare for the future or to do the things that are preventative. An ounce of prevention is usually worth a pound of cure. For example, I always found it really interesting how because we try so hard not to judge people or make them feel bad about their choices, someone will go to the doctor and be clearly doing things that are killing themselves, like clearly eating the wrong food, clearly not taking their medication, clearly coming in, morbidly obese, in horrible shape. And the doctor is not, I don't think they're even allowed to even say, I think you really need to change this, or if you keep doing this, bad things are going to happen. We just sort of deal with the issue and don't say anything that might remotely make them feel bad about their choice. And I kind of feel that's wrong. I feel like challenging people a little bit is a good way to go. And so that's what I was doing with the kids. I was challenging them, and hopefully that went through. They probably ignored me. They probably sat in the back laughing about how I was like the preachy dad or something. But I don't care. I said, y'all gonna take this message today because y'all got me out here driving y'all to school because y'all didn't get ready and get up on time. All right. So anyway, all right. So let me just say hello to Tonia Patillo, the wonderful Patillo family. Good to see you. Let's see here. I see Gregory and Charlene and Sharon. Good to see you. April West, Olivia, George Calhoun, Ralph out of the Bronx, Winston Butler, David Francis. Good to see you. Karen Dorsey, Eric Bennett, Antonio Fuller, L. Nicholas, Carolyn Thomas, Gina Mills. I see all of you here. So very good to see all of you. And let's jump in. Now, one thing I want to mention quickly is that if you want to get you always talk about the $5 a day investing plan. There is an ebook attached to that. If you would like to pick up a copy of the ebook, there's a URL. You can feel free to write this down. It's b1investing.com. That's b the number one investing.com. And so there's some free resources there if you want to pick up something that can help you to implement the $5 a day plan. That's the thing that we've been talking about a lot. It's part of the Black Wealth Master Plan. So b the number one b1investing.com. So feel free to take a look at that. Secondly, I wanted to talk a little bit about something that was on my mind this morning as it pertained to student loans. I was listening to an interview. The guys at Earn Your Leisure were interviewing Robert Smith, I think that's his name, the billionaire. And I never met Robert Smith, but he said something really interesting about the student loan forgiveness thing that happened when they were at Morehouse. Does anybody remember that? Give me a yes if you remember that. When Robert Smith gave the speech at Morehouse, the commencement address. And in the speech, he surprised everybody by saying that I'm going to pay off all your student loans. Anybody remember that? And I thought it was remarkable and wonderful and beautiful and extraordinary. And I was incredibly happy that he did that. I thought it was a great thing for him to do. Now here's where I'm going to sort of lay out some nuances. And Robert mentioned some of these nuances. So this is not just coming from me. This is also him. He talked about a couple of things that were interesting. First thing he mentioned was more from a practical standpoint. He talked about the tax implications of giving and receiving gifts. So if you receive a gift like that, there could be a tax bill attached to that. And he said that that was one thing that they had to deal with when they were paying off people's loans because they didn't want to put them in a different kind of debt with the IRS. And that was made sense. It was interesting. And then he mentioned something that I'd seen in stats, but it really popped out in my consciousness when I heard him talk about it. And he mentioned that 60% of Black wealth goes toward paying student loans. 60%. Now I knew the number was big. I'd seen some data on it. I didn't know that it was 60%. I did not know that 60% of the inheritance, your children's birthright, 60% of the wealth, the very scarce, rare wealth in the Black community goes toward paying student loans. And I understand exactly how the economic trap works. The trap is very simple. You tell Black people, hey, the way to get better in life is to go and give all your money to these big universities run by white people, and they're going to give you these skills that are going to help you get better jobs, which is going to somehow miraculously lead to you becoming wealthier. And it doesn't work like that because jobs are not a pathway to wealth. It's hard to really work your way to wealth because most Americans cannot operate at enough of an economic surplus to actually engage in the wealth building process. To actually build wealth, you have to have a surplus, which means that your income has to exceed your expenses by enough that that extra money can become part of your nest egg, part of your stock, your nuts you stored for the winter that you then are able to deploy to various forms of investing to let your wealth grow. Now, I'm going to add to what Robert said and mention something that you may have heard me mention before, that half of all Black college graduates default on their student loans. So when you default on the student loans, not only is a big chunk of your wealth drained, but also it means that your ability to build wealth has been inhibited. So it's almost like you're in a race and you're running, and two things happen. Number one, you ran 8 miles, but they take away 4 of those miles. And then number two, they not only take away 4 of the 8 miles that you ran, they also break both of your legs at the same time. So now you're not running 100 miles an hour or whatever speed you were going before. Now you're just on two little nubs trying to wiggle your way down the street because you can't run on nubs. You can't win the 100-meter dash when you have no legs. So effectively, by sort of dealing with the default on the student loans, that takes you out of the wealth building game. if you're not in the game, you cannot win the game. If you're not, if it's one thing to be losing the game. It's one thing to be struggling in the game. It's one thing to be trying to figure out the game. But a lot of us are not even in the game. We're not in the game of stock market participation. We're not in the game of real estate. We're not in the game of building businesses. We're in the game where we're not doing the powernomics. We're doing the strugglenomics. We're doing the survivornomics. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you're struggling to survive, it's very hard for you to even process what it means to thrive. It's very difficult. How can you thrive when you're just barely trying to get by? So you see your friends and you say, "Hey man, how you been doing, man?" "Oh, nothing, man. Just making it, just surviving." Anybody ever hear conversations like that? You know, those struggle conversations. And I'm not making fun of it. A lot of us have those conversations. Sometimes I would pretend to have those conversations just so I could fit in. But then I was like, I don't really want to fit into like a culture that's not really winning. But I would do that. You know, I'd see my friends and I'd feel a little bit guilty because I was like doing kind of good. And I had, you know, I'd been busting my butt. And I'm talking about when I was like 29, 30 years old. And I'm making six figures or whatever. I was doing better because I'd been busting my butt, working really hard. And, you know, and I was raising this weird family where we were big, really big on like personal responsibility. I'm not gonna, I'm not making fun of anybody else's family, but me and my sister reflected on that. I said, yeah, our parents kind of just told us like everything is your responsibility, even if it's not. Everything is your fault, even if it's not. Everything is your doing, even if it's not. That you are the number one driver of your position in life. So we never really grew up hearing that that there were limitations because of racism or that somehow the government was going to save us or anything like that. It was more like, yeah, white people can be mean. Some of them are crazy. A lot of black people are too, and don't nobody really love you. So you better get out here and you better bust your butt and you better go make something happen. Because if you don't make something happen, then nothing will occur, right? And again, not making fun of anybody else, but that's what I kind of heard. So long story short, I remember I would still though try to fit in and have these struggle conversations. How you doing, man? You know, man, just making it, bro. Just trying to get by. And I really think that just from a spiritual standpoint, number one, those conversations are just not very empowering. They're not very uplifting. Also, I heard brother Nuri Muhammad, who is just a brilliant man. Y'all know Nuri? How many? Give me a yes if you know Nuri Muhammad. If you don't know Nuri Muhammad, give me a yes. How many of y'all know Nuri? Nuri is just one of the great thinkers of all time. He's one of the greatest men on this planet. I am honored to say he is my friend because this brother is so sharp. He is such a great product of the nation and Farrakhan and just again, you don't have to love Farrakhan to at least appreciate some of what he's able to do, right? Even if you don't love him, there's got to be something in there that you can find to appreciate. And Nuri just brings the best of that together. And so Nuri was talking about religion, and he was explaining how there's some religions that what's the word? Some religions that empower you to say, because you got the power of God, you can go do anything, right? Don't be scared because God's got your back. As long as you're connected to God, you become a piece of God or what, And so if you think you're a God and you're out here doing things because you really feel like you're connected to a higher power, you're gonna go, you ain't scared of nothing, right? That's to me, that's powerful. That's faith. Faith is a wonderful thing. I love faith. I live on faith. I've been living on faith for my entire life. But then there's like some religions, he said, some spaces in religion where it's not something that empowers you. It's kind of just a coping mechanism. Do you understand what I'm saying? It becomes, oh, as Nietzsche was a great philosopher, and he said, he actually described it in a very cynical way. He described religion as opium for the masses, just something that will help you get through the day, like just a pill that you take to survive your otherwise miserable life, to remind you that you are nothing without, without coming to church and giving your money to the pastor. You're just a nobody. You can't get out of bed. You can't do nothing on your own. You have no power whatsoever. And that doesn't necessarily make you feel confident enough to go out here with a sword and a shield and take on the world. And so, in fact, it reminds me of this song. My wife has a song that she loves. There's a singer. I'm trying to remember his name. He sings really well. Anthony Hamilton. I think that's his name. Yeah, we went to an Anthony Hamilton concert. Now, mind you, I would never go to an Anthony Hamilton concert on my own. I went there because my wife is gorgeous and I would have pretty much followed her anywhere. And so we went to this Anthony Hamilton concert, who, by the way, is a great singer. I said, man, this guy can sing. And he had this song that was like a religious song. It's like, if you catch me sleeping, don't wait me till I'm done. Anybody know that song? Just leave me be. I'm waiting till my savior comes. And I was listening to the lyrics, and it's a great song. And my wife plays it all the time. And I said to her, I said, I love this song. It sounds really good, but I'm kind of depressed with this song because it seems like it's kind of telling me, like, just stay asleep, just sit there, and I'm not gonna do nothing. Don't wake me up. Don't, I'm just gonna wait for Jesus to fix it. And I can't do nothing on my own, and my life is terrible, and I'm sad. I said if I listen to this song every day, I'm gonna be kind of depressed. I don't know. Again, I maybe go find the song and read the lyrics. Like I listen to the lyrics, like especially with hip hop and all that, because hip hop really taps in. Like I think they're deliberately tapping into your subconscious, right? So hip hop, when they have the 808 beat and the rhythm and the repetition, that's definitely brainwashing. That's textbook brainwashing, right? So hip hop, I pay attention to lyrics, but then also even with gospel music, and I was listening to the song and I said, so it's kind of just telling me that I shouldn't be proactive at all in my life, that I should just lay there, stay asleep, and just wait until Jesus comes and fixes it. And that to me comes from slavery, right? It's a great song though. It's nothing against the song, nothing against religion, nothing against any of that, but it's just something to kind of process and think about whether or not we feel that we are on a regular basis being given ideas that are going to really make us feel powerful. Are we really given ideas that are really going to make us feel like, okay, you know what? If the white man ain't gonna fix it, I can fix it myself. And I really think that that's critically important because when you circle back to some of these challenges, some of these issues, I said, I really believe that a lot of our problems, our financial problems, are quite solvable. The question is, do we have the willpower and the discipline and the desire to actually do it? Do we have the confidence to do it? A lot of accomplishment comes down to believing that you can do it, being willing to make the sacrifice to do it, having the discipline to be consistent enough to put in the work or whatever is required in order to make it happen. If you have these things, and then you have some strategic planning on top of that, you plan where you want to go, you commit to the journey, you put in the work on a regular basis, and you're very consistent, then you can accomplish things. But you have to have a level of belief that you're even capable of doing it. And I think that Black self-esteem is deliberately kept very, very low to the point where there are things that we believe happen around us that we truly believe we have no say in any of this. And it shows up actually a lot in a lot of the depression and anxiety statistics. There's a friend of mine, I can't remember her name because I haven't talked to her in a decade, but she was a very nice lady. She wrote a book, Terry Williams. She wrote a book called Black Pain. And basically, it was all about all the Black women that are suffering from clinical depression, and it's not diagnosed, it's not being treated, it's not even being acknowledged because we all have that strong Black woman stereotype that is um that is just sort of that sort of overwhelms all that. It's like, okay, you're a strong Black woman, you can handle all that. So in their strength, and I do believe Black women are strong, and I think I see that as a compliment, but at the same time, obviously it can be a problem if you're not acknowledging and dealing with the pain. And so really, if you study like where depression might come from, one of the ways to end up feeling very depressed is when you feel like you have no say over your situation. When something terrible is happening to you, they did this study with rats in a lab. They shocked them. They would put them in a lot of pain, and they gave them no way out. And the ones that had no way out and no solution were the ones who were the most depressed. They could measure how depressed a rat was by the amount of serotonin in his brain. So they said that the rats where they gave them no out, no options, those rats were very depressed. The rats that were given a solution, the rats that were given a process where they could go hit a button and make the pain stop, those rats had far less depression than the rats who were just being hit randomly with all this pain and had nothing they could do about it. So translate that to people. I believe that, especially when you talk about things like economic pain, let's go back to the economics of it all, because money is power. Money is used as a way to control people. Money is used as a weapon. It's used as a tool. It's used as a defense mechanism, whatever it is. Well, so when you look at the economic pain that Black people are in, um, I really suspect that we are put in situations where we're deliberately exposed only to ideas where someone else is always in control of our economic fate and our economic destiny. We are led to believe, even though those of us who are the most educated and the most capable, literally feel that if we want to be economically successful, someone has to kind of give that to us. Someone has to give us a job, or someone has to give us an opportunity, right? Instead of seeing opportunities as something that people actually create, or jobs are something that can actually be developed and given to other people. But your training from the very beginning is sit down, shut up, be well behaved, make sure you're very well trained so that someone will give you an opportunity. And then what happens is that when you are, say, like I was a big mouth black man. I've been a big mouth since I was in my 20s. You can go check the record. I used to write articles at the University of Kentucky. They used to get me death threats and everything when I was 24 years old. And at that time, I had a lot of well-intended black people who warned me. They said, if you keep talking like this, you'll never get a job. And they were like, we're only telling you this because we care about you, Boyce. And if you keep talking about this pro-black stuff, then you're going to end up being in a situation where you won't be employable. And I said, but it's true. I said, we're being mistreated. I can't sit here and allow this to happen. I'm not going to let somebody talk to me like this and just put me at the bottom of the barrel. And they're like, yeah, we agree with you, Boyce. We get it. We get it. But you can't keep talking like this. And they would send people to talk to me. I kid you not. Because I didn't even realize how much power I had at the time because I was a 24-year-old kid. But they would send the white administrators would send. One time they had me meet this black man who was a former quarterback at the University of Kentucky, and they sent him to talk to me because they figured that because we're both black, he could talk me down and calm me down, so I wouldn't like criticize the administration and the white people in charge. And even at 24, I saw right through it. I remember thinking, wow, they sent the black guy to talk to me, the one resident black guy to come and talk to me. And he was a nice guy, and I talked to him, but I remember walking away thinking, I'm not going to change who I am. So we just had a good conversation. And so generally speaking, I think that there's a big chunk of our soul that gets lost that we end up selling and giving away because we end up being stuck and committed to this very false idea that the people that are in charge of our set of opportunities and possibilities are going to be unhappy with us if we let that part of who we are out of the closet, right? So effectively a lot of young black children go crazy. They go crazy because they get in this system where they're forced to constantly code switch. Y'all know, anybody heard that term code switching? How many of y'all have heard us, people talk about how we have to learn how to really code switch, almost be bilingual in order to survive in corporate America and in just these awkward situations where who you are is not good enough. So you have to engage in the fundamentally horrific task of living your life as somebody that you're actually not. You have to learn how to live a lie and live that lie very well just so you can survive economically, just so you can pay the bills, just so you can have some semblance of financial security, but really you're not secure because the minute they discover that you're really black or that you're sitting and listening to people like Boyce Watkins or Dr. Claude Anderson or even God forbid a Farrakhan, they're gonna come punish you for that. And I would just dare to say that they have no right to do that. They don't have a right to tell you who you're allowed to be, but also you have an obligation to defend who you want to be. You have an obligation to understand from an economic consciousness standpoint that when you get to the point where you start to be big and bad and grown and define your own path, you have to have the economic intelligence and economic security to defend that path. Do you understand? Freedom, there's no group, and this is the thing that we want to get into this conversation to say, well, it's because we're black, they're not letting us do this, and because we're black, they won't let us do that. And I would just say a free man or a free woman does not really talk like that. A free man or free woman understands ain't nobody gonna let you do nothing. Ain't nobody gonna let you conquer nothing. Ain't nobody gonna let you have your freedom. Ain't nobody gonna let you have nothing. You have to be able to fight for it and defend it. There's no country on the planet, there's no free country on earth that did not have to have a lot of money spent on a military just to defend their freedom. There's no country. You find me a country that has resources, especially the ones that have resources, like you got oil or whatever. If you can't defend what you have, then someone's going to beat you up and take it from you. That's just it. And black people have a lot. We have a lot of amazing things that are very profitable for other people. Our culture has made billions for other people. Our music has made billions for other people. We have style. We have the best athletes on the planet. So of course they're gonna come in and colonize and take things like Kendrick Lamar in his battle with Drake. In case you don't keep up with this, it's been really interesting to watch two big rappers kind of going back and forth. I think Kendrick might have won, but Kendrick made this verse where he said, "You're not a colleague, you're a colonizer." And somebody made a really interesting point, and they said and everybody's like, "Yeah, that's right. You tell them on, Kendrick. You won because you told him he's a colonizer. And somebody said that's not a compliment to you, though. That's not really the flex that you think it is. When you call someone a colonizer, you're basically saying that they were able to come into your space, take all your stuff, and all you can do is sit and complain about it. All you can do is say, you're a colonizer. I figured it out. You stole everything from me. You took all my stuff. You came in and you took from us. We don't got nothing because you took it all. Well, you're kind of bragging, like you're kind of letting them know how powerful they are. Like you're really just saying to them, I'm weak and worthless. I can't, because I'm gonna tell you this. Look, give me a yes or no. Do you think that if I wanted to go colonize Chinatown, and let's say I wanted to go in and take over all the Chinese restaurants in Chinatown, how successful do you think I would be if I tried to go economically colonize Chinatown? What do you think? You think they'd sit back and let me just take what I want and take all their money, all their renminbi, that's the Chinese currency, and destroy all their businesses and put them out of business and make them all come work for me? You think they would just that would just be an easy task? No, I would probably end up at the bottom of the river. Like I would, I would, and I certainly wouldn't have any customers in Chinatown. They wouldn't even that the Korean community is so gangster about their economics. They won't even let a black man take over the hair care industry. If you are black and you try to go into the hair care industry, there are countless stories of black people who tried to do black hair. They weren't even trying to do white hair or Asian hair. They were just trying to do hair that was already on their head and get the supplies or whatever, and they would freeze them out. They'd be out of business because people would engage in these underhanded tactics to make sure that your business is not going to grow. My fofo going to make sure all your money don't grow. That's what they're like. No, we don't let black people actually run the industry. We'll allow them to shop with us and give us their money, but you're not taking our money. That's not a pro. That who made you think that you? Who do you think you are? So ultimately, anything that when you talk about things like freedom and power, you really have to understand what game you're playing and what you're really dealing with. You're dealing with highly competitive situations that require tremendous amounts of strategic thinking, discipline, and preparation and sacrifice. And I would just dare to say that I don't see very many elements in the culture other than sports, other than like basketball and football, where elements of discipline and sacrifice are readily discussed. I certainly don't see it in education. I just don't. I don't see the level of educational excellence that I think that we're capable of. I definitely don't see it when it comes to economics. Again, the Black Wealth Master Plan, where I was explaining to you guys, every black child should know how to start a business by the age of 12. Every black child should own stock by the age of 5. Every black child should be in a position to put money on a property by the time they're 21. Most people are not at that level. And I deliberately said it to be aspirational for us to sort of reset our expectations for ourselves, to understand the competitive game that you're in. So I would just encourage you to kind of think about things this way. And so that student loan conversation was kind of where we started with this. And to make it clear, just as because I have to keep saying this because I get misinterpreted a lot, is I've never said people should not go to college. I've never said you're a fool because you went and got a bachelor's degree. I would never say that. I'm a college professor. But what I am saying is that student loans are without a doubt the one of if not the greatest drain on black wealth. So if your goal is to close the racial wealth gap, assuming that white folks don't decide to write a big gigantic reparations check, then closing the racial wealth gap means looking at that gigantic economic leak called student loans and saying, how do we do this better? So this does not mean student loans are only for suckers or there's something you should never do. It means sort of rethinking our relationship with college. It means saying, okay, maybe if your goal is to go to college and just go to parties and step shows and major in English literature, maybe there's a better way for you to proceed than for you to go $200,000 in debt for a degree that won't even make you $40,000 a year. Maybe that's not the strategy for you. Now, if you're going to be a dentist and make six figures, then go for it. If you're going to be a medical doctor or any sort of professional license, an attorney, I get it. Student loans can make sense in that context. So I would never say student loans are bad. What I am saying is that the high default rate, the fact that half of all Black college graduates, these are our talented 10th. The ones that went to college were the good ones. I'm not talking about the ones who didn't go. I'm talking about the ones who went to college. Those are the ones that you're hoping will pull you out of the mess. So your greatest economic athletes are showing up with a pulled hamstring, a broken toe, and a missing leg. And you're thinking these people are going to be the ones that are going to get you to the next level. They can't get you to the next level because they can't even survive. Your best swimmers that are supposed to come and save everybody are drowning. How are you going to elevate a community when your best swimmers can't even swim? they can't, because when you have a college degree or a master's or whatever we have, and you are saddled with so much debt that you can't hardly move, and that you default on that debt, so your credit score is now in the garbage, and then on top of that, you have no ability, no understanding of how to even elevate your economic situation through things like entrepreneurship, real estate ownership, or stock market investing. It's hard to say that you're somebody who's going to save everybody, because your ability to even save yourself is limited, right? So I'm not making fun of anybody, because Lord knows, no, Lord knows I would not do that, because I know that there are a lot of us in this room who have fallen for that trap. And I'm not here to beat up on you about that. Please don't think that I'm making you, I don't want to make you feel bad. I want you to be aware, and I want you to just understand, so we can sort of repair that and fix that and adjust the culture, so we don't keep making the same mistake over and over again. Someone can benefit from the mistake that you made. You just have to use your mouth and explain this to them, so that we don't get caught up in the simple-minded message that college is for everybody, or anybody who's smart should be in college, or that college is the only pathway to success, or that student loans are a necessity for everybody. That's just not true. And then also on top of that, here's another thing too. For those of you that were able to pay back the loans, that didn't borrow too much money, one area where you're limited is that you don't have that Swiss Army knife of options when it comes to how you make your money. A job, again, should be one way to make money. That should be one out of about maybe 8 or 9 different ways that you have to go make money. So this is where the Black Wealth Master Plan kicks in, where every child learns how to start a business by the age of 12. Because I know plenty of highly educated Black people who are making six figures, who absolutely hate their job and really would rather just quit right now. But they can't quit right now because you got bills, and the ability to figure out how to make money is not quite where you want it to be. I sat down with a bunch of my relatives, and we were having a family financial meeting, and we were talking about all the different ways to make money. And I remember I had one cousin who had 2 master's degrees, who had a six-figure job working for somebody. I don't know who it was, but he made all the right choices, and he wasn't in a bad situation at all. And he had this really nice job, probably making about 200 grand a year. I have another cousin who was also a Black male, who was in his early 30s, who did not have a college degree. So he learned how to become an entrepreneur. He also got really good with computers. So he was actually making more money than almost everybody in the room. In fact, he's the one that where I sat down, where we were talking, and he casually we talk about the price of Bitcoin hitting 50 or 60,000, and he casually says, "Really?" He says, "I bought some Bitcoin." I said, "Well, how many did you buy?" He said, "I don't know, about 3 or 400 a few years ago." I said, 3 or 400 Bitcoin that's I think that might be worth over few million dollars." And he was like, "Oh, really? Cool." It was like that, because he had casually bought Bitcoin when it was like $1 or $5 and forgot about it. And then he goes back and finds out he's got all this money sitting there, right? So anyway, I remember listening to them talk, and my cousin, with all the education, with the fancy job, he says, it's really hard to figure out how to make money, like without a job. Like I don't really know. It seems like there's just not that many opportunities to make money without a job. It's really hard to figure that out. And my other cousin, the oppressed Black man with no college degree, he casually says, "Oh, there's money everywhere. There's money everywhere." And I'll never forget that exchange, because what that said to me was that my cousin without the college degree had a very high level of economic consciousness. And what is consciousness? Consciousness is awareness. It is sight. It is the ability to see things that other people don't see. And so what I was visualizing is I'm thinking about this and I'm thinking, okay, so one of my relatives was in the position of a lot of us educated Black people. He'd been given these opportunities because he had the right credentials. He behaved like he was supposed to, and he got a great job making good money. Good for him. It's worked out for him. But he wanted to leave his job because of the obvious reasons that many of us might want to leave our jobs. And but in my mind, it's kind of like it reminds me of an animal that was trained in a facility, maybe in a zoo or in even a circus, right? Where you are you're skilled, but you're constrained, you're controlled. You eat every day because the zookeeper comes and feeds you every day. And so you've learned that if I want to eat that day, I got to do what the zookeeper tells me to do. Give me a yes if you're following this analogy. If I want if I don't do what the zookeeper says, I'm going to be punished. They're going to electrically shock me or put me in solitary confinement or something like that, right? So you're doing well, kind of, because you're well behaved, right? And you're talented. They come in, they taught the bear how to ride the tricycle, and you're the one who learned how to ride the tricycle first. So you get lots of treats for learning how to ride the tricycle and perform well at the circus. But as that bear, you really, if you ever even really even begin to act like a real bear, like you growl at somebody or you maul somebody or you decide to go hunt and fight or whatever, like you're gonna get shot, right? So in a way, like you're kind of in a nice situation, but another way, it's kind of limited who you are and even transformed who you are. You are a bear in captivity. Do you follow what I'm saying? You're a lion in captivity. So then my other cousin, I saw him and I saw a bear in the wild. So the bear in the wild is going to be a little rough around the edges, right? Because he doesn't know the system. He doesn't follow the rules of the, he would not do well in a zoo or a circus or even a wildlife reserve. Um, and he's struggled. He's been out in the wild, which means that he's had many days where he's been hungry, and being hungry motivated him to learn how to hunt and fight and kill and fish and do what he's got to do to survive. So because he went through the struggle and the pain of being hungry and not having a system to take care of him, he's also picked up these specialized skills that he never would have gotten if he spent his whole life in the zoo. Do you follow what I'm saying? Let me know if you're getting what I'm saying here. So with my cousin, the reason that he was probably the richest person in that room, the one without the degree, is because he sort of just learned how to adapt to the situation that he was in. He was in a situation where there was no Superman, there was no boss sending a weekly paycheck, there was no security whatsoever being given by the system, and he learned how to just adjust and survive in however he could. And as a result, he was fitter than everyone else. The animal in the wild that has to survive in the wild, he has to hunt to get his food. So he's going to be in a better position to hunt than the animal who has sat back in the cage, getting fat, waiting for the zookeeper to drop the food off. Do you understand? So people who know how to hunt tend to be better off. Also, hunters have a stronger level of awareness. So a hunter can be, and think about this, a person, if you imagine you take a person out of the city and you put them in the middle of the Amazon, and then you grab another person who is who's a survival expert, who's lived in the woods his whole life, and you put him in the middle of the Amazon, who's going to survive? Who's going to have the greatest likelihood of surviving? Right? We know the answer to that. And part of the reason that there's that differential in survival probability is that the second person who grew up in the forest, who understands how to hunt and fish and everything else, his awareness is much higher. So one person, the person who's used to only eating whenever there's a restaurant available or when a grocery store is open, they're going to look around, they're going to say, gosh, I'm starving, I'm so hungry, there's no food out here. The other person may look around and say, what are you talking about? There's food everywhere. I saw a flock of geese over there. I saw some berries over there. I saw some, I saw something else over here, and there's wood, and there's this, and there's that, and you can eat those things, right? But that's because they've been educated. Their awareness is high. So economically speaking, the equivalent of that is that when you make that decision, or when you're raised in a culture, or when you adapt to a culture of a free Black man or a free Black woman, your financial consciousness tends to be higher than those of us who are raised in captivity. People that really understand, this is why, again, this is why I'm glad you're coming to financial consciousness training, because that's the goal. The goal is to say, there's, like my cousin, there's money everywhere. There's money everywhere. So I want you to be able to see it. And when you start to see it, and then you start to have the confidence to know you can go get it, and you've got the skill to see it, you see the flock of geese, you learn how to use the bow and arrow so you can hunt and get those geese. Then what happens is at first it's hard because you're a little hungry, you're a little scared, but eventually you're eating better than the person in captivity. You're eating better. What do I mean by that? Well, do you know how many people I've seen who went out and really embraced entrepreneurship and started a business and were suddenly making like literally 50 times more money than they made on their job? Like they literally, I'm talking about like $100,000 a month, that kind of thing, just by tapping into something that was always there, and but they never really knew it was there because they didn't have the consciousness to see the opportunity. Do you know? Do you know the feeling? The one thing. This is why I love entrepreneurship and the freedom of it is because, like, if you want a raise, you just know that I don't have to ask my boss for a raise. I don't have to wait another 3 years for them to give me the raise I deserve. I don't have to get a better job. I can just sell another product. I can market differently. I can cut my costs. I can make a partnership and give myself a raise, which gives you a more empowered feeling in life than simply waiting for somebody else to do something. Now, I'm not here to tell everybody to become an entrepreneur. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying is that I believe that culturally speaking, we must make sure, especially with the kids, that they are exposed to all these possibilities, that they're just sort of exposed to this idea that's really a controversial idea, but I don't want you to overreact to this. But just like what ideas that might seem extreme, like slavery is a choice. Like I'm not saying that slavery was a choice in 1745. I'm not saying that, and I'm certainly not trying to advocate for the ideas of Kanye West because I've spent enough time on the phone with him to know that he needs his medication. What I am saying is that maybe there are some types of slavery that really are a choice. And maybe the choice isn't necessarily a choice that you can make right now. Right? Like if you're in a tough spot, like it's like when let me explain. It's like when our 13-year-old misses the bus and I say, "Well, you still got to go to school." And she's like, "Well, what am I supposed to do? I have no choice. I can't. I need a ride, Boyce, because I can't get to school." Well, the thing is, you had a choice. You had a choice proactively. Your choice isn't being made right now. That's not the best choice for you. That's not the best scenario for you. Now you have no choice, but you backed yourself into a situation where you have no choice because you had a choice this morning when you chose to hit the snooze button on the alarm clock instead of getting your butt out of bed. Do you understand? So when we say slavery is a choice, no, I'm not saying that when you get up on a Tuesday that you have a choice as to whether you're going to go to work or not. What I'm saying is that your choice really comes from not putting yourself in a position where you've only got one choice. Do you follow what I'm saying? So what I would say with children is it goes back to that word I love to use called options. We I can teach you all about stock options and all that. We do that regularly here in the Black Business School, but I'm talking about just options in life. If you raise kids in a certain way and prepare them for the future to always know how to have plenty of options, then that will translate into choices. And for people that have options that also have choices, slavery really becomes a choice. There's a difference between going to work because you have to versus going to work because you want to. That person that's going to work because they want to is literally making the choice to go to work and deal with their boss. Other people may not be making a choice because all their choices were murdered 10, 15 years ago when they locked themselves into capitalist slavery. Capitalism is slavery. It really is. I'm not being extremist when I say that. It becomes slavery when you don't understand this game and you don't prepare. Oh yeah, they're gonna eat you up. And their number one goal is to lock you down to the point where you have no choice. Um, in fact, it's really weird how many financial things pop up on a given day. And literally during my little sermon that I was given to the teenage black girls that were stuck in the car with me for 15 minutes, I said there are so many people who, because they did not engage in proactive strategies to prepare for life, they get in situations where they have no choice. And so what happens is that when you get in a situation where you're desperate, say financially, and I was warning them as young women, I said, there will be plenty of men who will take advantage of your lack of options as it pertains to money. They will show up and they'll say, I'll pay the rest of your rent but you're gonna have to give me something that money can't buy. And I said, so the reason I'm forcing you all to listen to me right now is because I want you to prepare in advance so that you will always have a choice. You will never have to do something that is unethical or harmful to yourself or something that makes you feel terrible because you're stuck in a situation where you have no choice. Everything's about those choices and options. And that's really what this conversation is all about. When you use the words freedom, choices, and options, they're all connected. They're all cousins of each other. I'm done. I don't have anything else to say. Um, Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Don't forget to get on the text list if you want to get reminded when we do Money in the Morning. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. If somebody could type 87948 in the chat, I would appreciate that. So text morning to 87948 and I will send you an invitation. Number two, I'm going to be speaking this weekend in Philadelphia at the Get Money Fest hosted by Jay Ortiz and the Pish Posh Girl. If you'd like to come out, you can go to getmoneyfest.com or you can just show up. It's in Philadelphia. On my Instagram, I put the flyer up. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. So you can go to my Instagram, look at the flyer. The address is on there. Just come to the door, tell them you're with me. They'll let you in. It's free to the public. Let's see what else. Thirdly, if you want the ebook for the $5 a day investing plan, that's also free. Just go to b1investing.com, be the number one investing.com. Somebody type b1investing.com in the chat for me if you could. And then last but not least, you guys know in our Black Wealth Mastery store at drboycebooks.com, we did a 24-hour discounts. Everything is 60% off until the end of today. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, write down this code. It is today only 2024. So if you use the code word today only 2024, all one word, it has to be all one word, and you put it in the checkout, you'll get 60% off anything in the store. And the store has financial flashcards for children, tickets to the All Black National Convention. You can get books. My book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. Dr. Claude Anderson's books are there. My wife's books are also in there. There's a lot of good stuff in there. And so if you'd like to go take a look at drboycebooks.com, the code word is today only 2024, all one word. Put that in and checkout. It'll take 60% off. So even if the price is already discounted 30 or 40%, it'll take another 60% off. That's today only. So feel free to go take a look at that. All right. Chelsea says, bought my tickets yesterday. Yeah, the convention's going to be in Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside Chicago, October 25th to the 27th. The convention, I guarantee with everything that if you come to the convention, you will love it. It will be life-changing for you, and you've never seen anything like it. That's our goal, is to create spaces and experiences that are just different from what we've kind of dealt with and been exposed to. And so since this convention didn't exist, God told me to create it, and we did it. I didn't know how to do a convention, but we did it 15 years ago. Lene Javette helped me, and now it's an annual thing. We're almost on our 10th year. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com if you want to take a look. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. Okay, guys, have a good day. I will see you all tomorrow morning. Don't forget, if you want to get a reminder, get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948, and I will hit you guys up then. Take care. Song, lean back, lean back, lean back, lean back. You remember that? Okay, so Fat Joe, who is I guess a good rapper. I wasn't a big fan of his music, but he's interesting, right? He's now kind of started doing a lot of commentary. He's talking about a lot of different issues around different topics. And a lot, what I've noticed is that a lot of rappers these days have kind of become like storytellers. They've started sort of telling these tall tales about when they were younger and their exploits. And again, some of the stories are true, some of them are exaggerated. I don't understand some of the stories being told because some of them get you indicted by the feds. You're on Vlad TV telling everybody that you played a role in getting Tupac killed. That's probably something I would have kept to myself. But then again, though, the social media is all about people sort of fighting for attention. They're just sort of fighting their way to see if they can get people to pay attention to what they're saying because maybe they feel that they're losing their relevance or something like that. And some of these outlets are owned also even by Black people. I like, for example, Club Shay Shay has kind of emerged as a really big platform, And so Cat Williams went on Club Shay Shay and did one of the most highly viewed interviews of all time. And as a result of that, Club Shay Shay kind of became this place. It's become this place where people do like a whole lot of gossiping. There's not a lot of really constructive, thoughtful dialogue. It's more so, how can I tear down people so that I will get attention and everyone will watch my interview because I'm really desperate for people to listen to me. Whatever. So anyway, that's just my observation, and I'm sticking to it. So that Joe shared something really interesting. And I'm going to put this interview or this conversation, a piece of this interview on the page on the screen so you guys can watch it. It's on my Instagram. I have two Instagrams. I have to have two because I had one and it had a lot of people, over 500,000 people, and one day it just disappeared. So as a backup, what I've started doing is actually putting up stuff in more than one place. So my first Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. My second Instagram is Dr. Boyce Money. So if you follow either one, you will find me there. And so I just want to share that just because, they take you down and stuff and it sucks and it makes you mad. All right. So anyway, all right. So here's the piece of that interview I want to share with y'all, because I think this is a really interesting financial consciousness exercise. So give me 1 second here. I'm hitting the wrong buttons. Wait, no, wait, come on, internet. Don't be messing up on me. And I'm gonna play this, and I hope you guys can hear this. Okay, right now, nothing's happening here. So, come on. I had it was right there. It was right there. All right, let me try again. All right, let's see here. Okay. Oh, and where can you buy my books? Yeah, you can go to drboycebooks.com, drboycebooks.com. I have a whole series of books called Black American Money. And my latest book, my bestseller, is The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. So if you want it signed, I can sign it and ship it to you. It's totally up to you. So thank you for your interest. All right, so here is share sound. Here we go. All right, so let me know. Give me a yes. Hear this. I'm going to play this a couple of times so we can really think about this. I want you to consciously think about what you're hearing on the screen. All right, so I'm going to play this right now. Give me 1 second as I hit the button. There's a button to turn. Here we go. All right. In 3, 2, 1, go. Wait.
Dinner every night is $30,000 a dinner, 40 with me, champagne, lobsters, steaks every night for like 15 years straight. Every night. And you think, I'm a million, you don't even check the account. I'm a millionaire until you go in there one day and they tell you have no money and you walk out of there with your this tight. When the teller who usually gives you 50 cash every time you walk in, they be like, Joe, something must be wrong.
Yeah.
It happened on 161st, across the street for the Coochie Frito by Yankee Stadium. My was this tight, bro. I felt like I didn't know what to think. I walked out of there. I was like, I thought we was rich.
Yeah.
I got I had $1 million something dollars. I'm eating dinner every night. It's $30,000 a dinner, 40 with me, champagne, lobsters, steaks every night for like 15 years straight. Every night. And you think, I'm a million, you don't even check the account. I'm a millionaire until you go in there one day and they tell you have no money and you walk out of there with your this tight. When the teller who usually gives you 50 cash every time you walk in, they be like, Joe, something must be wrong.
Yeah.
It happened on 161st, across the street for the Coochie Frito by Yankee Stadium. My was this tight, bro. I felt like I didn't know what to think. I walked out of there. I was like, I thought we was rich.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So were y'all able to hear that? Give me a yes if you were able to hear that interview. Okay. I want to make sure everybody heard it. Natasha, Calvin, thank you, Barbara. Good to see you. Good morning, by the way. Okay. So let me tell you about what I saw here and why I thought this conversation will be a good thing to discuss for our financial consciousness training today. First off, I want to say that I think it's really, really wonderful and beneficial that Fat Joe is telling this story and telling it in an honest way. I like the fact that he's reflecting his honest emotions in terms of how he felt when he went to the bank and the teller didn't have the money that he thought the teller would usually have. And he's like, I thought we was rich. stuff like that. I appreciate that. I really do. And I appreciate that because one of the things that one of the misconceptions we have is that if you have made mistakes in your life, you have nothing to teach a young person. That if you've ever screwed up, gone to prison, went broke, did something wrong, whatever, that you have nothing to share, you have nothing to add, nothing of value to offer. And that's just not true. That's just not true. Actually, when I think about when I grew up, the people that I learned the most from were my uncles, who literally would be sitting there with a beer in one hand and a joint in the other, saying, "Boy, don't do what I did. Don't you don't want to be like me. Don't do what I did." And that actually is good information because because I'm looking at this person, I'm thinking, man, like, no, you're right. I don't want to grow up and be like you, and I'm glad we agree on that. I don't want to be a drug addict. I don't want to be. I had an uncle that was a pimp. He was a pimp, and he had some time with drugs, and he just a lot of chaos in his life. And I noticed this when I was 9. I said, man, this dude's got a lot of drama, and he was broke. And when he would say, "Don't be like me, don't do what I did," I listened. I paid attention. I said, I don't have to touch the fire to know that it's hot. And you can learn from people like that. You really can. So I appreciate the fact that Fat Joe is sharing with everyone the mistakes that he made. And I want to acknowledge that. Now the second thing I want to point to is I want to kind of explain to you why rappers are just really bad with money. In fact, rappers aren't not. I'm not talking about all rappers. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying they're all bad, right? But I'm gonna say that most rappers, most of the quote unquote culture, and you notice in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, I talk extensively about culture. Yes, I'm a finance professor. Yes, I can teach you about 401ks, IRAs, investing, tax strategies, whatever it is you want to know. But it's culture. Culture overrides everything. Culture overrides everything. Culture overrides everything. And you really have to think carefully about the fact that there have been people that have strategically and deliberately manipulated your culture. They have. I used to watch BET ads. I had big fights with BET. I mean, I'm talking about big fights. And I would, and the reason I would have these fights is because I remember they would run the ads for the BET Awards, where you got pregnant ladies twerking in the aisles and everybody, rapping about killing each other and everything else. And then the ads, which were by the way run by a company called Paramount Global. It wasn't. It's not a black-owned company. I hope that we all know this by now. They would always say, "This is for the culture. This is for the culture. This is for the culture." And I said, "Stop that. Please stop saying that word. Stop saying that this is culture. This is not culture. This is not culture. This is not healthy culture. This is not black culture. This is racist culture. You're sabotaging. Like what you're doing is you're using a weapon of mass destruction. You are spreading what I refer to in my book, Financial Lovemaking. I refer to these as financial STDs. You are spreading on a massive scale financial STDs that are deliberately designed to keep black people exactly where they are. Because not only, I mean, think about it like this. Think about this. How many of y'all know that there's a massive racial wealth gap where white people have just like 10 times more family wealth than black people? Give me a yes if you're aware of this gap, and give me a yes if it concerns you. So everybody put yes in the chat if you have seen the racial wealth gap. Now I want you to imagine this. Imagine this example. Imagine the Olympics are coming. I'm a track and field enthusiast. I'm a big fan of Sha'Carri Richardson and other people you should know about, like Fred Curley and just all the Noah Lyles and all these great Sydney McLaughlin and just all these Athene Mo, all these great athletes that are going to be competing in the Olympics. I used to be a track coach, and I was a mediocre track athlete, and I was captain of the track team because even though I was a mediocre sprinter, I knew a lot about track as a high school kid. I used to read books about track and field and how to run and all that. So I wasn't terrible. I was good enough, like a lot of black males, I was good enough at sports to think that I was good, but I really wasn't good compared to the best. You know, like I'll give you an example. One day all the football players came out to try to run tracks because so they could be faster for football season, and we had to race. We had to have a runoff to make a spot on the relay team, and I raced all the fastest guys on the football team, and I beat all of them. Right, so I wasn't a scrub. I was not slow, but I wasn't really fast because our football team sucked, and these guys were actually kind of scrubbish anyway. But they were the fastest scrubs, right? So I was good enough to be the best of the worst. But anyway, I love track and field. I'm a big track and field enthusiast. Now, imagine you are running in a race. So a race, we're talking about race, racism, racial wealth gap, right? And you're in a race, just like racism. Powernomics, Dr. Claude Anderson always talks about how racism is kind of a race, how races race against each other to compete for resources. You're in a constant competition, you're in a constant race. And so black people are behind in this race, right? They're like, everybody's way ahead. So imagine you're in a race and you're trying to win. You're trying to maybe not get a gold medal, but at least not get last place. Because if I show you every statistic on wealth, black people are in last place. Every statistic on income, we're in last place. And not only are we in last place, we have this dubious distinction of having a unique and very special superpower. And that superpower is that not only are we in last place, we are really good at just staying there. Like not like it's not like if you look at the chart, they'll show you, you know, Asian people at the top, then they'll show Jewish people way up there too, and white people, and then you have Latino people, and then black people will always be cuddled right down at the bottom. And that has been consistent for like 50 years. Like since integration and all this alleged progress that they tell you that you've made, these lies that they tell you in school about how America is so much better, we don't move. We don't move. We are really good at staying in last place. We are absolutely wonderfully good at making sure that we're always at the bottom of that barrel. I hate it. It drives me crazy. So here's what is interesting to me. So imagine that you are in this race and you're trying to win. You're trying to run, and as you're running, you're in last place. And then let's assume that somebody says, I think that you should turn around and run backward. In fact, but before you run backward, I want you to run around in circles, and then after you run around in circles, I want you to run as fast as you can, and I want you to go in the other direction. And let's say we say okay, and people say yeah, that's what everybody's doing. Everybody's let's say the race is that way, but they say no. The culture says everybody else is running that way. You need to run that way. That's what you got to do. That's what I see when I see what hip hop culture, which is owned by people who are not black, by the way. So this is not, I'm not blaming the rappers. Remember, the rappers are puppets. If a puppet says something stupid, if you ever get cussed out by a puppet, don't cuss back at the puppet because the puppet don't have a brain. The puppet does not have free will. The puppet master is the one who's saying, y'all do know this, right? How many of y'all, did y'all know that when a puppet talks, that it's not really the puppet? It took me a long time to figure that out. Pinocchio is not a real boy. So the puppets are not the ones who are actually coming up with the words that are coming out of their mouth. It's the puppet master, the man who has their hand up their ass, right? Like in a ditty-like fashion, telling them what to say. This is what I see when I see the music industry. Rappers don't rap about what they want to rap about. Rappers don't rap about things that are moving their spirit. Rappers don't rap about things that they believe are really important. They rap about whatever the record label tells them to rap about. That's just reality. And if I show you a picture, I can show you this. I just yesterday when I was talking about the fact that it's really weird that we have female rappers like named with names that come after words like gorilla and then stallion, like Megan the Stallion. And I said, y'all do know that a stallion is an adult uncastrated male horse. Like it's an adult male uncastrated horse. So not only is it a big strong man, but it's a man who likes to have sex with everything. And when you look at that and you combine that with the image, the misperception of the black women as being masculine and super strong and not feeling pain, and then also the way most of the female rappers are just kind of like always sexual, right? Like it doesn't even make it interesting anymore. It's like I just met you 2 minutes ago. I'm 2 inches away from your vagina. You're twerking on everything. You're twerking on the pancakes. You're twerking on in front of the children. Lizzo showing up at a Lakers game with a thong on. Just the female artists being forced into this position of servitude where they are being forced to present themselves in a way that I don't think is authentic to who they truly are. I'm not saying that you're not sexual. You're supposed to be. That's what reproduction's all about. But what I'm saying is that when I look at Taylor Swift, and I see Taylor Swift sitting over there with her little, blonde behind making $1 billion. I've never seen Taylor Swift twerking. I've never seen her simulate sucking a man's blankety blank. I've never seen her degrading herself. So I'm like, how come the white girl gets to sit over and just sing and show her talent, but the black girl got to be doing backflips and swallowing bananas and all kinds of, it's crazy, right? So anyway, so remember this industry, and I want to make this clear because a lot of people think I hate rappers. I don't hate rappers. I love rappers. I really do. It's because I love them that I really want to have this conversation. It's because I love hip hop that I want to talk about this. So the thing about rappers is you got to remember this. Do not get so angry at them, for they know not what they do. Again, because when the puppet cusses you out, you don't cuss back at the puppet. So when people say, "Why are you mad at rappers?" I say, "I'm not talking to the rappers. I talk to their daddies. I talk to the people that actually control the money. There's that word money, financial consciousness. I talk to the people that have the money. I want to talk to the record labels. I want to talk to the people that are running these industries. Those are the people that are interesting to me. I talk to people that are on my level. I don't talk to the people who are still trying to figure it out. I figured a lot of things out because I'm 52. I don't really want to talk to the puppet. So I want to make that clear. So let's get back into this. So you have this thing called a racial wealth gap, and you're trying to catch up in this race, and you're running in this race, and you're way behind. And then somebody says, "No, everybody's running backward. You should stop, go in a circle 3 times, and then go backward and run as fast as you can in the opposite direction." So here's what happens. So remember, wealth is a relay race. Y'all do understand this, right? Give me a guess if you've heard me say this before. Let me know if you've heard me say wealth is a relay race. Wealth is a team sport. If you read books like Powernomics, that's what Dr. Claude Anderson says, that the building of wealth is not something where you stop and go, stop and go, stop and go. You start over every generation, right? That you can't win a race like that. It's a relay race. You run as fast as you can, you pass the baton. Then the person runs as fast as they can, you pass the baton to your child. Your child runs as fast as they can, they pass it to their child. That's how wealth gets built. So pay attention now. Here's what I want you to visualize this analogy. So when you think about the racial wealth gap, imagine you're in a relay race and you're way behind, but on the third leg, God blesses you. God blesses you. And let me tell you how God blesses you. Let's say God puts Usain Bolt, the fastest human being on the planet, on the third leg of that relay race. You'll follow me? Okay, so imagine that you got Usain, and Usain, by the way, was so insanely fast. He was the only man I've ever seen who could literally be run against the fastest human beings on the planet and be so far ahead that he could start thumping his chest and pointing to the crowd as he 20 yards from the finish line. I've never seen that before. That's scary. Everybody else is trying to break 10 seconds. He's running 9.5 seconds, which is just insane. So anyway, so you got Usain Bolt on the third leg. Here's where you miss your opportunity. Here's where you lose. So 2 things. One, we know wealth is a team sport. It's a relay race. Number 2, we know that you have to, in order to win the relay, you have to get the baton around the track. Do you understand that? If you drop the baton, you lose the race. Are we following this? Do you get what I'm saying? I'm closing my eyes because I want to make sure I center my brain on what exactly I want to share with you. So you have to get the baton around the track. And when you get the baton to Usain, he's going to really get you back in this race. So here's where you lose. Remember, the word poor stands for what? The word poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. That means you get an opportunity and you throw it away. That's what being poor really means. That's another definition of poor. So here's where you lose. Two ways you lose. Number one, you don't, the culture, you're supposed to be going east. The culture tells you to go west. You're supposed to be running forward. The culture tells you to run backward, or the culture tells you to run in circles, and everybody follows the culture. This is the financial STD I was telling you about. It's a psychological financial STD. And then number 2, a lot of us don't even get the baton around the track. A lot of us drop the baton before it even gets to the third leg. And so what do I mean? Well, do you know how much Black generational wealth is lost because people not even making a plan to pass the baton to the next generation? Do you know how many trillions and trillions of dollars of your resources have been lost? Because nobody said, "Hey, let's make sure we pass this baton. Let's make sure we got this ready for the babies. Let's make sure that we are good stewards of our economics so that in the next generation, our kids are going to be good." We lose trillions from that. So by the time little Usain is born, nobody passes him anything. He's starting from nothing. He's running a whole relay race by himself because his teammates dropped the baton. So those are 2 variables I want you to pay attention to. When you and your loved ones are running backward and running in circles, and when you're dropping the baton, then you're going to remain poor. That is passing over opportunities repeatedly. So even if God blesses you, God is frustrated as hell because God's sitting there saying, man, I keep on sending you all these people that have an opportunity to get you out this hole, and y'all just mess it up every damn time. Y'all worse than the damn Dallas Cowboys who blow it every year in the first round of the playoffs. So you've got a cultural problem, just like the Cowboys have a culture. They have a losing culture. They have a culture where for 25 years they've been losing in the first round of the playoffs. So your culture is that every time you get the baton, you drop it. Why? Well, because think about this. Rappers are some of the people who have the greatest opportunities on this planet. Athletes are some of the people who have the greatest opportunities to build wealth on this planet. And when they get that opportunity, the culture supersedes all other interests, all information and education they could receive. Because the reason culture supersedes education and knowledge is because even if I have the knowledge, if my culture is bad, then I'm not going to use that knowledge. Like if I know, if you could tell me, you could force me, you could show me 10 books on how to lose weight. But if my culture says that I get up every morning and I drink a bottle of Henny and eat a bag of Doritos and two Ho-Hos for breakfast, then that's what I'm going to do. That's my culture. Think about it. Think about how many times you have people, they know exactly what to do. They know the right things to do, but they don't do it. Think about how many drug addicts you probably know who could sit there and they could tell you, if you say, you know, that crack is going to kill you. A lot of crackheads are very smart because crack stimulates your brain. So a lot of them can tell you, yeah, I know it's going to kill me. Yeah, here's what it's going to, they know more about what the drug is doing to them than you do. But yet for some reason, they keep on going right back to the pipe. Well, that's because they formed habits and they formed a culture around these very bad choices. So we have, to some extent, when you talk about smoking the financial crack pipe, we have a culture that is heavily, heavily anti-economics. Why? Well, because one of the greatest ways to influence the black community is through the rappers. That's why the politicians always want to talk to the rappers before every election, because they know that the rappers and the rappers and the preachers are the ones who influence the black community. They were the original social media influencers even before there was social media. So let me play this clip again. Some of you just came in, so I'm going to share this clip of Fat Joe, and I want to break down from a financially scientific standpoint what I'm seeing in this clip. Remember, I'm not a financial influencer. I'm a finance professor, so I want to show you what I'm seeing based on the financial theories that I learned in graduate school and what's really happening here. And again, I want to also make sure I clearly and publicly thank Fat Joe for being so honest about this, because a lot of times people want to act like everything's good and everything's perfect, even when it's not. So I'm really happy that he took the time to even share this story. And I think it's a great way to allow these guys to contribute to the community in a productive way. So I'm going to pull this up. And actually, as I do that, just so you, in case you don't know, we have financial flashcards for your kids. If you want to go take a look in the Black Business School, we have a lot of good resources for your family. We also have books and stock market classes, stuff like that. So if you're interested in doing any of that, just go to drboycebooks.com or theblackbusinessschool.com. All right, so let me share this with you. I'm going to play this clip one more time so that we can really assess this and analyze this. So here's Joe talking about all the money that he wasted when he was rich. All right, and maybe he's still rich now. I have no idea. Here we go.
I've had a million something dollars. I'm eating dinner every night. It's $30,000 a dinner, 40 with me, champagne, lobsters, steaks every night for like 15 years straight. Every night. And you think, I'm a million, you don't even check the account. I'm a millionaire until you go in there one day and they tell you you have no money and you walk out of there with your this tight. When the teller who usually gives you 50 cash every time you walk in, they be like, Joe, something must be wrong.
Yeah.
It happened on 161st, across the street for the Cucci Frito by Yankee Stadium. My was this tight, bro. I felt like I didn't know what to think. I walked out of there, I was like, I thought we was rich.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna stop it right there. I assume y'all could hear it. Let me know real quick if you heard that, so I know I don't have to play it again. Give me a quick yes in the chat. Okay, thank you. All right, excellent. Okay, so here's a few things I want to point your attention to. Okay, so the first thing that was interesting to me is this is cultural. In hip hop, there's just a lot of extravagance. When my wife finished, she finished this really long book on the subconscious mind. I don't remember the name of the book, but I remember asking her, I said, so what are the three things that affect the subconscious mind? I said, because I think somebody's manipulating Black people on a very subconscious level. And she said, the three things that manipulate the subconscious mind the most are symbolism, repetition, and trauma. Symbolism, repetition, and trauma. Symbolism, repetition, and trauma. And I'm going to explain to you how these three things appear consistently in hip hop culture, and it's been to the detriment of trillions of dollars in lost Black wealth. The symbolism is pretty much anything that represents a symbol. So, for example, the Panther for the Black Business School, that is our symbol to let you know what we believe in and who we are. We represent Black wealth, and that's what whenever you see that Panther, you know what that means. That means Black wealth, Black excellence, Black love, Black family, Black achievement, all these things, right? So symbols can do a lot of things, can say a lot of things. In hip hop, if you watch any hip hop music video, the symbolism is huge. Symbolism is everywhere. What is the symbolism? So let's do a financial consciousness exercise here. Give me some symbolism that I'm going to find usually in a rap music video. Let's particularly point to gangster rap. Gangster rap is unfortunately the toxic bastardized version of rap that was really heavily pushed by billions of dollars from people who don't love the Black community. You're going to see guns, right? You're going to see money. You're going to see lots of status symbols like a car, a house, diamonds, and jewels. You're going to see women, without clothes on. Maybe you're going to see the guy smoking something. Anybody ever seen an image? This is symbolic where he's standing and you just see smoke coming out of his mouth. You don't know what he's smoking, or maybe he's holding a cup. And you don't know what's in the cup, but he's always holding the cup because smoking something, drinking something, holding the cup with the AK-47 in the front seat, the cocaine's in the back seat, with the women riding it on top of the Bentley with you or whatever, right? All these symbolism. These are symbolisms this is symbolism that appears in the music video. So here's what I'm saying. You could have a nerd like me who could rap the exact same song as a gangster rapper, as a Rick Ross, and sound exactly the same. But if I'm rapping like this and I'm just sitting here as a regular guy doing the song, I'm like, boss, cocaine, boss, whatever he's doing. Like I don't understand what Rick Ross is kind of weird. He's like 50 years old, but he kind of acts like he's 12. I don't understand these things, but that's sort of the bearded babies, the 45-year-old teenagers. That's kind of what we've been inundated with. It's kind of all over the place. Instead of, seriously, I hate saying it's true. Instead of taking leadership roles like men, instead of building industry like men, instead of taking accountability for a community like men and really creating, say, 100,000 jobs. Remember, Elon Musk is about the same age as Rick Ross. Elon Musk has created 1 million jobs. Rick Ross gets on Instagram and beefs with other rappers and talks about how much money he has, right? So this is something that is cultural, right? So the symbolism's huge. So symbolism, that's there in hip hop. It's design. It's by design. It's the symbols communicate. A picture, it's worth not 1,000 words. I think a picture is worth 1,000,000 words. So when I show you the symbolism in the video, then you're gonna know. Okay, I'm hood like you. I'm street like you. I'm from the trap. I have street credibility. So even people that are not from the trap enjoy it. They say, "Oh, this must be authentic because look at all the symbolism that I'm seeing in the video." Floyd Mayweather. Oh my goodness! And don't bring up Floyd. There's a lot to talk about there. So what's the second thing that impacts the subconscious mind that brainwashes Black people? Well, it's repetition. Repetition. What is more repetitive than music? What's more repetitive than an 808 beat that's boom, boom, boom? What's more repetitive than a song that with the same chorus where you got a 10-year-old, 9-year-old who's literally repeating lyrics like, like kill iggas, F itches, like whatever, right? This smoke something, drink something, Molly Percocet, right? So you have all these really, really interesting tools that are used to break into the subconscious mind of even children. Their minds are very permeable. If I sat down with any kid in the hood and talked to them enough, or you brought them into class every day with you, that kid's going to want to grow up and become a wealth builder. They're going to want to grow up and become a thinker. They're going to want to grow up and become something amazing intellectually because I'm talking to them. These ideas are being poured into their brain. But instead, unfortunately, for a lot of our kids, the imagery and the symbolism and the repetition that's being repeatedly pounded into their brain is everything that is anti-wealth, anti-freedom, incredibly self-destructive, anti-intellectual. So therefore, you are creating what my friend Speech from Arrested Development. Remember his song Tennessee, Tennessee, right? Anyway, Speech from Arrested Development, who's a friend of mine, he made a really great documentary called The Iga Factory, and he made the brilliant statement that basically what they do is they mass produce unproductive, unintelligent, unhelpful black people. They mass produce men, mostly men, and a lot of women are affected by it now too, because you see what's happened with women in hip hop and stuff like that. They produce the kinds of people that are not going to want to be great husbands and fathers, because most of hip hop culture is very anti-family. It's not, it's like, why would you want to be a sucker and get married and take care of your spouse and all that? It's mostly about sort of these excesses, right? Financial excess, sexual irresponsibility, stuff like that. What else? The third piece of what can impact your subconscious mind, the third component of mass brainwashing, besides symbolism and repetition, is trauma. Trauma is the third thing. So what Fat Joe is referencing in his story actually is financial trauma. When he says that one day I went into the bank and I didn't have any money, and he's like, I thought we was rich, and he says my blank hole was this tight. He said, man, I felt like a zombie. Well, that's trauma. That's financial trauma, by the way. That's my wife wrote a whole workbook on financial trauma and how to deal with it. Financial trauma, financial anxiety is a huge problem in the Black community, and really undiagnosed, untreated trauma is one of the number one reasons that you can't build economically, because building an economy requires trust. Traumatized people don't trust nothing. Traumatized people are easily triggered. Traumatized people who have undiagnosed, untreated trauma, they have a hard time staying married. They have a hard time doing business. They have a hard time remaining friends. They have a hard time calming their asses down when something bad happens, because you're so scared of being re-traumatized. This is why, again, one thing that we've done in the Black Business School that I think is very, very powerful is we've worked with therapists to encourage everyone to heal. Everybody that wants to do better, you have to heal, because if you don't heal, then it's going to be hard for you to work with a group of people. It's going to be hard for you to partner with that awesome Black woman who wants you to be better. It's going to be hard for you to be cool with your homeboy, even when you feel like somebody might have done you wrong. It's hard. Take it from me. I'm high on the trauma scale. My wife showed me that. She had me take the ACEs, ACES, the Adverse Childhood Experiences test, to see how high I was in the trauma scale. She said, "Boyce, if I'd known your score was this high, I don't know if I would have married you, right? Because I was traumatized. A lot of us were. So trauma is something that has to be healed, because trauma is another add-on element to the financial STDs that get spread through the community. And these financial STDs, I explain them extensively in my book, Financial Lovemaking. I don't know if the term financial STD has been used in any other books. I have no idea. But this concept came to mind because I thought about it. I said, not only is are financial STDs rampant, but you can also spread trauma like an STD as well. Traumatized people tend to traumatize other people. Like, think about your crazy relative, or think about somebody in your life who has really hurt you. Think about somebody who borrowed money from you and didn't pay it back, and how pissed off you were, and how that made you not want to trust anybody, and how you now walk around saying, I'll never loan money to relatives. Or think about the girl that hurt you for no reason, or the man that disrespected you and made you feel bad about your life, or the friend you had who double crossed you, right? A lot of times the people that do these things are traumatized people. So traumatized people tend to traumatize other people. There's a really good movie called Smile. They pretend like it's a horror movie, but it's really not a horror movie. It's actually a movie about trauma and how trauma can spread from one person to the next. So anyway, those are the three things that can impact the subconscious mind. And if you look in terms of what happened to the Black community with the war on drugs, where they replaced the jobs with crack and drugs, and you think about places like South Central LA, which was ground zero for this, what I consider to be a social experiment, where the crack, the drugs, and the incarceration all sort of arrived in a very nice neighborhood. You think about this, right? So in the drug era, which still affects us to this day, because that's why a lot of your kids walk around here crazy, because they didn't have good parents. Their parents were all hooked on drugs, or their parents were in prison. In general, you tended to have one of three things kind of happen. And the first one is drug addiction. So give me a yes if you or someone that you know is addicted to drugs. And give me a yes if you or someone that you're close to became addicted to the drugs that were flooding the Black community, particularly in the 80s and the 90s, and really still to this day, but it started kind of back then. All right. So give me your yeses. Okay. So a lot of you have been hit by the drug epidemic. Now, I want you to give me another yes if you have someone in your family that's been hit by the second part of this wave, which was incarceration. Where people give me a yes if you have someone in your family who's ever been either incarcerated for drugs, or addicted to drugs. One of those two things. Right. So we had people in our families who were either hooked on the drugs or sent to prison over drugs. I have both. I have both. Both of my fathers, my stepfather, who's really my real father, who really raised me, and my biological father were both drug addicts. My biological father went to prison. I believe it was for drugs. I got to double check that, but I know he had a drug problem for a very long time. This is very common. And then, so think about this, right? So everybody around you is either being hooked on drugs. Sorry, I forgot about. What are you doing, boys? You forgot about the other thing. How about the people that just died? How many of you have a relative who just got killed? Like, little Pookie got shot in the front yard of his grandma's house. So-and-so got killed when he was sitting in the car. Your girlfriend got killed because her boyfriend was a dope dealer and she was sitting in the front seat and the other dope dealers appeared and shot your girlfriend in the head or your friend in the head. How many of y'all got friends like that? How many of y'all have somebody in your family who just got killed, just ain't here no more? Anybody, any homicide in the room? Anybody experienced the trauma, the extreme trauma of maybe, I don't know, Boyce? Let's see, maybe like 1996 when my best friend, my best buddy Greg, that when I go to see him on Tuesday, and then Thursday night he gets shot in the head in his living room in front of his daughter. Anybody else go through something like that? Like this is Greg Wilkins. That's his name. They didn't talk about it in the newspaper because a rich white lady got killed the same week in Louisville, Kentucky, and so the media kind of ignored his murder because of course he's a black male. Of course he deserved it. Right? Now so that's what you have. So you have either people that got addicted to the drugs, you have people that got sent to prison over the drugs, you have people that got killed over the drugs, and then you have the rest of us who just survived, who are just crazy as shit because of what we went through, because you had to watch all this. You had to deal with all this. So you got the survivor's guilt, you got the trauma, you got the sadness that hit your heart when you think about all the people you love where they went down. You have all the frustration that comes in when you look at somebody that got caught up in drugs and you think about what kind of person they could have been if they had not been introduced to drugs. You have the frustration. Now at my stage, I have friends whose sons, smart, amazing kids, good kids, great kids, who got caught up in the culture. This is the culture. This is the bullshit culture they're collaborating with these racist people that run the record labels to promote a culture that is pushing drugs and drug addiction, drug use, drug selling, incarceration, and murder onto the community. And y'all sit here and act like this is black excellence. We celebrate this crap. What is wrong with us? What is wrong with us? I'm sitting here and I'm frustrated because I'm thinking about two young men I know, both of them 22 years old. I knew these kids when they were 14 and they were sweet, they were intelligent, they were good young guys. And then the culture grabbed them. So they go and they start smoking and drinking, right? When I'm sitting there, of course, when I saw them, I'm saying, no, you got to go to school. You got to work hard. You got to be successful. You got to do your best. Of course, I'm saying, but it doesn't matter. They're not hearing me because every single morning in their ear, they're hearing an 808 beat say, smoke something, drink something, Molly Percocet, kill that nigga. Right? That's what they're hearing. That's the culture. So the culture, and I don't give a damn what you think. Stop telling me that it's just music. If you tell me that it's just music or it's just entertainment, I'm going to shut the door in your face because you clearly have never studied psychology. You've never studied sociology. You've never studied peer pressure. You've never studied the subconscious mind. So sit your ass down and take this lesson. Sit down and listen because the evidence is all around you. Of course, it's not 100% the fault of hip hop. I'm not saying that. Of course, it's not the rappers. It's not anti-rapper. Of course not. I'm not talking to the rappers. The rappers are puppets. I'm talking to the puppet masters. I'm talking about the people who run Universal Records. I'm talking about the people that run these studios, Sony and all these other Warner Music. That's who I'm talking to. They put billions of dollars into the destruction of black people through culture. It's damn near as bad as slavery. I don't know if it's not as bad as slavery, it's damn near neck and neck. It's terrible. And I think about these two young men that are in my brain right now When I met them, they were 14. They were good kids, and I did everything I could to share a message with them that was going to empower them. And then the culture grabbed them. One of the boys started using heroin when he was 16. He's using the heroin, which goes up to fentanyl and everything else. Now he is so strung out that his own mama can't even give him her address. He can't. His mama cannot. Imagine that. Imagine that. That's your only child, and you can't even invite that kid to your house because he's going to rob you. That's his mother is afraid of him. Another, the second one, same thing. Really, and when I hear these stories, I'm like, wait, what? Are you kidding? What? No, not him. So process this. This is where your wealth gets lost. Because let's start with the basics. These are two young black boys. In China, they considered having a son to be a wonderful victory, not because daughters are not incredibly valuable and precious. They are, but the son is one form of wealth. Do you understand? That son, if he's raised properly, if he's trained properly, same thing with the daughter too. Not dismissing daughters. Daughters are amazing, but and I'm talking specifically about sons because hip hop tends to really impact the thinking of black males in a way that's very anti-family and anti-productive. So that son of yours, if he's raised properly, if he's a hard worker, he's a hustler, that is the person that can help save the family. That's the guy when you're 70, 80 years old and you can't halfway walk. That's the one who's cutting the grass and talking to the doctors and making sure you get to your appointments and helping to pay the bills. That's an asset. That's a financial asset, among other things, among many other things. I'm an asset to my parents. When I come home, my parents tell me, they say, we feel better when you're here because you can help us take care of stuff. And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. That's my job. So imagine if instead of me showing up and helping out and paying off the house and making sure bills get paid and working on the estate plan and talking to the doctors, imagine if instead of me doing that, I showed up scratching. Hey mama, you got a couple nickels, mama? I need. Let me hold something, mama. Can I get $20, mama? And then mama says, Boyce, I'm tired of you coming in here hooked up, hyped up on crack. You need to get up out of here. And imagine, so my mama in her 70s has to muster up enough energy. This is real. That movies like Jungle Fever kind of show this, right? So instead of this old lady being able to rest in her golden years and relax and say, I'm glad my son is here, she has to muster the energy to fight against me and to keep me out of her house. Don't you never come back. You get out of here. That is so painful. That is so unfair. And this is what the culture gives you. With rappers like DMX should not be dead. DMX should be a billionaire who's run some major corporation that it has employed 100,000 black people. That's what DMX should be doing right now. DMX should be doing what Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and all the white boys are doing. He should be alive and creating prosperity and possibility and opportunity for everybody. Instead, DMX is in a casket because DMX got introduced to drugs at an early age. DMX got sucked in by the culture. DMX was part of a culture that didn't just watch him destroy himself, but they encouraged him to destroy him. They rewarded him for destroying himself. The culture, if you are in a good culture, you should have other communities do have this. Other communities have interventions. Other communities have protocols and standards where they say, look, you're getting off the rails. You need to put down the bottle, or you're not taking care of your kids. You need to get your ass back at home, and we need to fix this right away. That's what a good culture does. A good culture does not look at a drug addict, alcoholic, sex addict, irresponsible man who's blowing all his money and say, yeah, that's lit, yo. That's lit. Did you hear his last album? Man, that's the culture, dog. That's the culture. What part of that is the culture? Remember, for many, many years, Diddy was the culture. For many years, Diddy was the culture. And those of you who've been following hip hop as long as I have and as closely as I have, you know that it was as easy. Stevie Wonder could see, even Stevie Wonder could have seen back in around 2008, 2009, that one day, if they ever really do a reckoning on hip hop culture, if they ever really go back and see all the crazy things you did all throughout the years, if they really go back and analyze the things that you were doing to women and even to men, and the behavior that you were exhibiting behind closed doors, if they really shine a spotlight on that, oh, all y'all going down. Now, and it ain't just Diddy. Remember, Diddy had a lot of friends. Diddy was friends with everybody. And it ain't just it's not just R. Kelly. Remember, R. Kelly had a lot of friends that would go hang out at R. Kelly's house. They were happy to hang out with R. Kelly. So we like to kind of act like it was just one guy and that it was isolated. No, it wasn't isolated. This is a culture. I saw this. I watched this. I watched DMX when he was 30 years old. And I even when he was 30 and he's on top of the world, he's making all this money. I said, man, this guy, it's not gonna end well for him. When he gets older, it's gonna be very bad for him. And that's exactly what you saw. So stop telling me that this is the culture, because if this is the culture, then you have no chance. If this is the culture, you have no chance. You will never ever catch up definitely not in the race for wealth, but you're also going to lose things that money cannot buy. That's the problem with the culture. So let me finish assessing what Fat Joe said so we can really kind of understand this from a financial consciousness standpoint. The other thing he talks about is he says, wait, I thought we was rich. It's because he was shocked to find out that he was broke. That is a lack of financial consciousness. When you're conscious of something, you're watching it. When you're conscious of something, you're aware of what's going on. Right? If I'm conscious of the clock, I'm staring at the clock. Time does not get wasted because I'm watching time go by. When I'm conscious and awake, I know what's happening around me. If I'm unconscious, I'm asleep, and you can victimize me. So a lot of us are encouraged to be unconscious. A lot of us are encouraged to be asleep. So Fat Joe, unfortunately, somebody encouraged him to be distracted by the drugs that exist in our society, the other drugs. And I'm not talking about just the crack and all that. I'm talking about the drugs that basically show up in the forms of weapons of mass distraction, the bling, the big booties, the parties. Right? I never understood. I said, why do y'all have to party every single day? Why or the jewelry, right? Why do all of y'all culturally, who told y'all all got to show up at Jake the jeweler's house and go buy $100,000 worth of jewelry? What culture is this? Because I don't want to be a part of this culture, because I think all of this is stupid. It makes no sense to me. But that became the culture, and that's what they do. You become a rapper, you got to buy 50 chains that with 100 pounds of jewelry around your neck. I saw a rapper get robbed, and they said he got robbed of $80,000 worth of jewelry. I said, who in the hell walks around with $80,000 worth of jewelry and then another 100,000 in cash? What culture are you a part of? Is that an idiot culture? Like, what? That doesn't make any sense to me. So effectively, he was talking about being economically unconscious. He said, wait, I thought we was rich. That means you're not conscious of what's been going on, bro. Your bank account's been dripping and draining and falling apart, and you're not even aware. Well, why are we not conscious? Well, a lot of times it's because we are distracted. And there is a deliberate effort on the part of those who control the culture to keep you as distracted as possible. And what are they distracted with? Again, the symbolism, the booty and the bling and the false status symbols, the luxury items, the Gucci and all that distracts you. And then all the while they're draining money out of your bank account. I guarantee you that while the rappers themselves are not very conscious, the executives for the record labels are extremely financially conscious. While you may not be aware of what's in your contract, they know every line of the damn contract. Megan Thee Stallion, who, remember, Megan got upset. She sued or something because she said, y'all made me sign a contract. It wasn't. I know exactly what happened. You were distracted. You were distracted by the fame and the fortune and the twerking. And they were like, okay, in section 7, line C, make sure we put a clause that says that blah 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 blah. Right? Like that's what's happening. So really, at the end of the day, you gotta really ask yourself, like, what's really happening in the culture that leads us to these distractions, and why is that not present in everybody's culture? Well, because this culture was specifically designed for you. It was specifically designed to manipulate you so they can drain things from you. So economic consciousness, financial awareness is critical for anybody that wants to be successful or wants to protect the success that they have. In fact, if you are asleep at the wheel, it's even worse if you're driving a really nice car. If you're driving a really nice car and you're a really fast car and you're asleep at the wheel, then you're going to crash that car and kill everybody. So a lot of times what you find is that people that end up having all these resources, all this fame and fortune and everything else, they have people around them that encourage them to not be conscious, to not pay attention. That's why Hollywood has all these weird, crazy parties where they can get you to enjoy all the pleasures of the world, right? They lay out all the women and all the drugs and everything you want, because they need you unconscious so they can make sure that they can manipulate you while you're not looking. And there are some people who are smarter than that, though. If you remember that story in that movie about NWA, Ice Cube, who has come on this platform, he told that story about how Jerry Heller, who was very financially conscious, he happened to be from the Jewish community, and he wanted to manage the group. And basically, Jerry Heller put contracts in front of all of them, and he gave them keys to a car and a check for $80,000, and he said, "You can have that car outside and $80,000. All you got to do is sign this paper." And so that was a deliberate effort to manipulate the economic consciousness of these young men, because he said, I know what they want. I know all these black guys want. I know what they want. They want the booty, they want the cars, they want the girl, they want the money or whatever. So just give them some quick money and get them to sign their life away. That's what the devil does. See, the devil can bless you too. Shout out to D1, my friend D1, who happens to be a hip hop artist. He used that phrase. That does not come from me. He said the devil can bless you too. So the devil shows up with all the blessings, all the fancy things, all your heart's desires, and offers them to you. And then in the meanwhile, he's doing a ditty on you in the back, and you're not even aware of it because you're so caught up in the shiny object that's distracting you. So that means that consciousness is critical for anybody that wants to be successful. Consciousness is critical for anybody who wants to protect their wealth. Consciousness is critical for anybody who wants to build wealth. So let me finish up with this Fat Joe interview. I thought it was really great. And again, I want to reiterate, I want to say thank you to him, because I know people that know Fat Joe, and I don't want him to think that I'm dissing him or attacking him. I'm not. I think he would agree with me on a lot of these issues. So it's not me saying Fat Joe's a jerk or Fat Joe's stupid. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that because he made a mistake. Everybody makes mistakes. I like the fact that he's sharing this story, because I think there's a lot you can pick out of this. So a few things that popped out. One, he talked about that he said he had 40 guys around him when he would go out and spend all this money. That's just a little financial fact. When you have money, people want to be around you. When you have money, girls want to sleep with you. Everybody wants to be your friend. And so next thing you know, all these people are kind of hanging around. And what money does is money makes it very difficult for you to be clear about who your real friends are versus people who are just around you because you can do something for them financially. That's just the reality of having a little bit of money. I go through that myself. I literally sat down, I talked to my wife. I said, I need to make a list of the friends I have who would disappear if they did not benefit financially versus those who would stick around if things really got hard. And unfortunately, the second list tends to be smaller than the first list, because money can affect people's perceptions, everybody, including the person who has it. What else? Let's see here. He talks about and one thing that made me that his video made me think about, when he talked about going out for lobsters and steak and everything else every single night and champagne, that made me think about when the culture in this other way. There was a BET show called Blew the Bag. And I bring up this show a lot because this really shows not only how black wealth gets destroyed through bad culture, but also how we don't take it seriously enough. So there was this video, and I'll never forget this. There was some guy, he had like 6 kids with 5 babies mamas, and he lucked out. God blessed him. God helped him win the lottery. So he won the lottery. He won a few $100,000. And they said, well, what did you do with your money? And he said, I bought out the entire floor of an expensive hotel, and I had strippers and bottles and everything else coming in all night and for the entire week. And then at the end of the week, he said he had no money, and he's laughing the whole time. He's laughing. He's telling the story. He's like, yeah, we had fun that night. We did it right. He's laughing about it, and this is funny, right? And BET is presenting this story as if this is just a great, funny, interesting tale, right? That's what they're thinking about. They're not thinking about what this story really tells you. What this story tells you is that this was a poor man. Poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. This is a poor man, and he's a father, which is even worse. He's a father with six kids that are now going to live their lives in poverty because their father blew the bag. These 6 kids are going to grow up in misery. They're going to grow up working for white people, struggling, doing only God knows what to make money, because daddy, when the universe opened up and gave daddy an opportunity to get us out of this thing, daddy completely blew the bag. Daddy got distracted. Daddy did not have enough economic consciousness to say, this is our chance. This is my chance to pass the baton. This is my chance to get out of my situation. This is my chance to make things better. Instead, daddy was sucked in by the culture. He was sucked in by the culture. Because think about this. I want y'all to answer me in the chat. What in the world would make a man say that when I get hundreds of thousands of dollars, I'm supposed to have strippers and bottles? What's he imitating? What culture is he imitating? Where did this come from? Does every culture do this? If he was Chinese, do you think that that would be the first thought that comes to mind? I'm gonna get strippers and bottles and hoes and fancy cars and like seriously, wait, what was he doing? What culture was he imitating? He was imitating rappers that he sees on TV. He was basically having a flare up of the financial STD that gets spread through the black community through mass media. You don't understand. See, when you study warfare, you'll know that when you conquer a community, first thing you do is you control their channels of communication. Or when one country invades another country, one of the first things they bomb two things that they tend to bomb first. They bomb the anything you use to build weapons that will help you defend yourself or fight back. They destroy that, so they destroy your ability to fight. That's why black people like me are considered dangerous because the things I'm sharing with you are weapons that will help you to pull your economics together. So people like me are seen more dangerous as a rapper who's killed 12 people, right? Their Instagram page stays up, mine gets taken down because somehow I'm dangerous, even though I don't kill people or anything like that. The second thing that they do is they take out your channels of communication. They don't want you to be able to communicate with each other in an empowering way that's going to make you better or more prepared. So effectively, when you talk about the culture, the fact that they wanted to control hip hop, the fact that they wanted to use their money to conquer the space that was going to be most influential to your mindset, that was by design. That was deliberate. That's why the politicians would rather talk to a rapper about economic policy in the black community than to talk to a scholar about economic policy in the black community. They don't know that those second conversations, they're not ready for those. So effectively, what I would say to you is that when I saw this episode of Blew the Bag, what I really saw was I said, gosh, you didn't really just blow your money. You blew your kids' money. You blew generational wealth. You threw away the next 100 years of your family legacy because you were not conscious enough. No one had trained you to be conscious enough about the potential of the money that you have. Like you weren't sitting with someone like me who says, well, if you take this $250,000 and even if you invest like half of it, even if you spend the first half on strippers and stupid stuff, you just invest the first half and you leave it in a S&P 500 index fund. You know that money's by the time your 2-year-old is an adult, there's going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars there. There's going to be like $500,000, right? You do know that, right? Like just that awareness, that consciousness of the fact that you're not just looking at $250,000, you're really looking at several $1,000,000 if you manage it properly. Or when Antoine Walker, the NBA player, again because of bad culture, blew $110 million, you got to understand an economically conscious person understands that he didn't blow $110 million. Antoine Walker threw away $1 billion. Do you understand? He threw away $1 billion because if you understand how money grows, money grows. Money is a seed. Money is a seed that you plant. When you plant the seed's going to grow into something bigger. Every apple tree started off as an apple seed. So an economically unconscious person can see a big bowl of apple seeds and only see seeds. A smart person says, man, I see a bunch of trees. Look at how many trees we can grow with all these seeds. So we've got to protect the seeds. So with money, when you're blowing money, you're blowing possibility, you're blowing opportunity, you're choosing to be poor, passing over opportunities repeatedly. That's what poor actually means. So again, I'm the first person on earth to talk about all the different ways white people stole your stuff. I'm the first person to say we need reparations. We deserve that. I'm not voting for anybody that does not support reparations. I'm the first person to say, yes, there's a long history of other people doing terrible things to us and taking things from us for sure. But I'm also the first person to say that one of the things that they took away from you was your damn common sense when it comes to money. One other thing that they did to you is that they didn't just take what you had. They also destroyed your ability to replace the things that you lost. When they took away your families, when they took away your ability to get a good education, when they took away your healthy media that was actually going to help you grow, they didn't just put you in last place in the race. They didn't just put you in last place in the race. They cut off your legs. So now you're in the back of the race. Imagine this visual. You're in a race. Racism is a race. So you are in a race. The black man is racing against the Asian man. He's racing against the Jewish man. He's racing against the white man. He's racing against the Mexican. And you're in this race. Not only are you in last place in every metric of wealth, income, quality of life, education, everything else, but you're not only last in the race, but somebody chopped your damn legs off. And they got you running in circles and running backward. And that's what you have. You're running in circles. Again, not all of you are doing this. A lot of you understand where I'm coming from, and I appreciate you. You're not only running in circles and running backwards, but you ain't even got no legs. So you and your little nubs are just running in circles and running backward, and you really think you're doing something. And rather than us looking to the people that are actually moving forward, instead of us looking at the husbands and fathers that are succeeding for their families, instead of us looking to the mothers that are raising the babies the right way, instead of us looking to the teachers and the counselors and the leaders in the community, the activists that are doing the right things, instead of us looking to the smart business owners who are building Black wealth, we're looking at rappers who don't do a damn thing for nobody but themselves. Y'all gonna put Diddy above every person in the community who's really got it figured out. And I'm gonna tell you, that is, to me, where we are messing up big time. Seriously, the fact that you're celebrating an idiot more than you're celebrating people that actually have real solutions is crazy to me. The fact that we've been trained to celebrate slaves more than we celebrate free people is absolutely ridiculous. The idea that you have people, and where this comes from, the reason that we end up thinking this way, I believe, is because we're caught up in this nonsense called integration. We're caught up in this nonsensical idea that somehow if we get white people to like us and give us money, that somehow that's a measure of Black excellence. And what y'all don't understand is the power of money. You need to understand the power of money, because money is a drug that will make you think down is up and up is down. They'll make you think bad is good and good is bad. They'll make you think you're making progress when really you're running in circles and running backward, and they're chopping off your legs. That's what you're doing. You're in the race, you're running in circles, you're running backward, and you also are selling your legs. And you're celebrating the people that have no legs, that are running backward, instead of looking to the people that are long-legged, running fast, and really making progress. See, what y'all got to understand is that there's not one Black community. There's not. There's just not. There is a segment of the Black community, and I see you all. I talk to you all every single day. There is a segment of the Black community that has it right. They have figured it out. They know the importance of family. They know the importance of knowledge. They know the importance of wealth and investing. They understand things that 99% of all white people don't understand. And these people are sprinting. Those are your Usain Bolts. Those are the ones who are grabbing the baton and running 100 miles an hour, and they're going to pass it to their kids who are going to run faster than them. Those are the ones who will create the possibility and the separation in the community. And these are not the people that are going to be endorsed by white America. They're just not. These are people that are seen as radical and dangerous and different. And what's so radical about you choosing to take care of your damn kids? Ain't nothing radical about that. What's so radical about you wanting to self-educate as opposed to leaning on a system that has failed you repeatedly? What's radical about you saying, I don't want to I'm too smart to spend my life working for Mr. Charlie. I'm going to go build something where I can employ my own family members and then employ their friends. There ain't nothing radical or crazy about that. You're seen as dangerous because you're undermining the very basic principle on which America was built. America was built on the fundamental idea that we can use Black people to get what we want and then lead them in the gutter. And there are people that do that, and those are the people that are going to be celebrated on TV. Those are the Negroes that are going to get the fancy jobs. They're going to get all the accolades. They're going to win the Grammys and the Oscars. And those are the ones that you're going to be tempted to look up to. And I'm just going to tell you, you got to look up to yourself, man. I mean, just the fact that you're sitting here on a Saturday morning, you're having this conversation with me, that you don't understand how powerful you are. You don't understand how heavy this is. This is heavy as shit. In fact, I don't think there's ever been a time in human history where a person, and I'm not even talking about me. I don't want it to sound like I'm talking about how great I am. I forget all that. I know I'm great, and I know you're great too. So we didn't got to say that. But I don't think there's ever been a time in human history where you had a finance PhD sit there and give you cutting edge financial information and knowledge and techniques that 99.9% of the population does not understand. And saying it every single day, doing 30,000 videos on this topic every single morning. I don't think it's ever been done anywhere. I'm not saying that there aren't people who couldn't have done it. I'm saying that it takes a lot of time and a lot of energy. And the fact that you're here with me, it makes me say, you're doing it. You got it. You're figuring it out. You're going to win. Everything about so-called racism and everything that's out here in this society, about 80% of it, at least, is connected to economics. So when you become an economic master and you're really embracing these ideas that are non-trivial, they're not simple ideas. Like the idea, for example, the idea of training your 7-year-old on how to invest in stock markets and stock options. White people ain't doing that. Even Jewish people ain't really doing that. Asian, no community's really doing that on a massive scale. But some of y'all are doing that. And I'm just going to tell you that this, to me, that's the win, man. That's the win. Again, I don't. My background's mathematics, you know, and in math, you have to really solve the problem. If there's a problem, you can't solve the problem by crying about it. In math, you can't solve the problem by saying white people did it. You can't solve the problem by sitting in it. You have to actually approach the problem and think about it and figure out which solutions work and which ones don't. And what I think happens a lot of times is that not only are we distracted, but we tend to be distracted by solutions that simply do not work. But I can tell you that some of the solutions that a lot of you are applying when it comes to your health, your wealth, your relationships are the ones that actually work. And I just want to be the one to encourage you to keep on going because I don't think mainstream society is really ready. It may be in 70 years they'll be ready. Right now, they're not ready to really celebrate the Black family that's really doing all the things that are required to be successful. Chances are you're going to be seen as odd or extreme or too serious or whatever. And I would say there's nothing more serious on this earth than the enslavement of your children. And I want you to pay attention to how many people in our community sell their children right into slavery when they hit the age of 18. You go out into a competitive economy where money matters, where money drives everything, and they have no assets, no skills, and no ability to feed themselves. And then they have to go crawl across town on their hands and knees with their little nubs because somebody cut off your legs, so they nubbing it, and they got to go over here with their little nubs and beg a racist to help them to feed their kids. That is a terrible, humiliating place to be. It is a very painful place to be. A lot of us were raised this way. A lot of us went through this. And I just want to keep encouraging you. If you're preparing your kids and yourself to get out of that hell, then I just want to say keep going. So anyway, that's all. I'm gonna stop talking because I get into it and I just keep going. And my goal is to keep our conversations to 30 to 45 minutes, but I never do. I always go like an hour. My apologies. Um, all right, so before I head out, I hope you'll allow me to mention that we do have the Black Wealth Mastery store. So all my books are there. The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power and stuff like that. My wife's books are actually there too. We have a whole section on things like love and money, and then we have a section on kids and money and all that. Also, last but not least, if you want to get started on your wealth building journey, blackmoney101.com is a good place to start. Blackmoney101.com. And also, if you want to be invited to our morning classes, these are free. You can come here every single day. We do this 7 days a week, 10 a.m. Eastern every day. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I will send you a reminder to let you know when we're going to go live so we can talk about these things. All right, guys. So I'm going to get out of here, and thank you for hanging out with me in this discussion. And maybe at the convention we can do a live sort of conversation on this. Maybe I'll prepare something and we can have a special session on this because I really think that this economic awareness thing is really one of the keys to us being able to really overcome what's kind of going on. Like before you solve a problem, you have to have an awareness of the problem. And I don't even know if we're aware of the problem. So if you're not aware of it, how are you even going to solve it? If you don't even know that you have a problem, you can't solve the problem. If you're not aware of the dimensions of the problem and what and how the problem works, and you ever reverse engineer the problem, then you're not going to solve it. So that's the goal every day is let's gain some awareness. If we become aware and we're committed to solving our problem, then I guarantee you on a family level, you can solve the problem. I cannot speak for everybody else. I cannot speak for the buffoons that we see on TV. I cannot speak for the nonsense that's being pushed in the so-called culture, but I can speak in terms of you and your family. And I can tell you, if you apply just specific, simple rules to your life, all this slavery nonsense and this struggle, this strugglenomics that everybody else is going through, that won't be your problem. That will not be your testimony. So bless you. Good luck to you. And I wish you the very best. And I'll see you all tomorrow morning. So last but not least, if you want to join and get on the text list and join us every morning, just text the word morning to 87948 and also blackmoney101.com. That's that URL that I mentioned before. So I'll see you guys soon. Have a great day. Love you. Peace.